I have some special guests to welcome us to this part of the state. But first, I have one tech thing that I want to walk you through, because this is going to be the thing where there's folks talking at you from the front of the room, but we want to hear all of your voices as well. And so we have a plan to do that, which is let's see here. We are going to use this technology called AHA slides. There we go. And so it's going to be run through your smartphone. If you are low tech, don't worry. You can chime in and tell your neighbor and influence their vote. But essentially, everybody will use your smartphone, and we're going to try this out here in a second to learn more about everybody in the room and where you're coming from. But you will use your smartphone and you can scan a QR code. So most of our smartphone cameras, you can put it up towards the front of the room, scan this code, and then it should take you right to a poll. Some of the polls are like multiple choice. Some of them are like you type in responses and it'll populate a word cloud, which is pretty cool. I also want to direct you to, there will be an option in terms of questions. We will be excited to field your questions today. Most of our presenters will be the ones that you want to learn from. And there's two ways to ask questions. So one is raise your hand, project, say a question. All of us at the front of the room will try to do a really good job of repeating your question so everybody hears it, in addition to the folks that are online. Hi, Zoomiverse. And that's where you'll get your questions answered. If you're shy, if you're like, yeah, I don't feel great about trying to, not stumble over my words in a room full of 100 people, you can also use the same AHA slides technology to type questions. And Dylan here will be helping typing questions with monitoring those. So two ways to get your questions answered by our awesome presenters that we have lined up for you. And just a couple other tips about this technology. If it's not working, we'll help you with it during the break, but should go pretty smooth. It's pretty user-friendly, and we'll give it a try here. But if you scan the QR code, it should take you right to the poll. And when we advance to a new poll, it should automatically do that. You shouldn't have to rescan a QR code. If for some reason your QR code technology is not working, there is typically a short kind of website URL that can be typed in as a second option. And all of your prompts are anonymous. All of your responses are anonymous. So, be candid. And additionally, you can add emojis during folks' presentations. So if that's something that sounds fun to you, please knock yourself out. And with that, I think we're going to try a poll or two, and then we're going to be welcomed by some of our awesome local hosts. By the way, I'm Anya Tyson, and I work for the Nature Conservancy, but I'm so excited just to be wearing my SageCon hat that I feel like every single person in this room can put on, which is like, we all work in sagebrush country doing good things for people and nature, communities, grouse, all sorts of other critters. Okay, let's give this AHA polls a shot. So, here we go. We're going to try to, how can I click on this from here? Thank you for bearing with us. So you can contemplate your answer. This is a tough question. Where's your soul from? Now, where did you join us today from? And we're going to get that QR code up in just a moment. So get out your phones. If you're a typer person, you can type in that URL at the top, ahaslides.com/6BMS1. Wow, somebody is quick on the draw. And thank you while we sort out the screen management issue. We may need to exit our sharing screen and get this right back up. But I'm impressed for all the folks that are managing to get to that screen without the QR code. You're wizards. There's wizards among us. Here we go. Okay, there we go, folks. And online, this also should work for you. We'd love to hear your responses online. Folks online, you can also chat with us. You can chat us your questions. Thank you for being with us, even though you're not in this room. You're with us in spirit. So I think I know that there's some folks from Malheur County here. So I'm looking to see that 0 bump up. But great to see you, a couple folks, Lake County, Hardy County. Hopefully we haven't crashed the site. All right, folks, I know this question, you're like, it doesn't matter if I answer it, but there's some pretty important ones coming up. So this is my rah, please try to answer this poll question. It's my last ask to you. We will be doing questions throughout the day. Dylan, any advice for us? Does it seem to be working? Because I would expect. Oh. Thank you. Oh, thank you for your patience. It's on us, not on you. Look at that. All right, I knew there was some Malheur County folks. Thank you for making it. Just one person is sad. I mean, it's fine. Smartphones have really changed our culture. It's okay if you're not happy that we're using them for this conference. Okay, we are going to try the next poll, see if it updates on its own. And I need to open the poll and then present from current slide. All right. So if you already used the QR code from the first, this should just advance. Since we advanced the slide, it should advance for you. Okay, thank you, Mary Jo. Appreciate that. And it's cut off, but we have first time, one time, more than that, several, or all of them? All of them. Okay, once ago, if I exit, okay, here we go. Maybe we'll look at the AHA slides in this format. Oh, somebody has been to all of them. We should give them a big gold star. Hey, and for the 43 of you, this is your first time, welcome. Thanks for bearing with us with these AHA slides. We're really excited to see you here. 45. All right. Last chance to answer this question. And then we're heading back to our slideshow. And at this point, no more technology at this moment. And we're going to hear, oh dear, from our local hosts. So first I'd like to introduce Todd Forbes, BLM District Manager, Lakeview District, a very solid presence in this community, and very happy to have him here today. Welcoming you all.
So as Anya said, my name is Todd Forbes. I'm the district manager for the local BLM office. I want to welcome everybody here today. I think I'm speaking for pretty much everybody in the county when I say that I'm really excited to have the SageCon hosted here this year. It's great to get everybody here. I know we're kind of a hard to get to place. I appreciate you all making the trip. It's not always easy to get to Lakeview. It's not on the way to anywhere. So we really appreciate you getting here. For those online, we appreciate you being with us as well. Maybe at some point in time, those that aren't able to get here will be able to get down here and experience our part of Oregon. So the folks at SageCon have gathered an impressive lineup of presenters, researchers, laymen to come and talk to you for the next couple of days. I'm really impressed with the agenda. It looks like it's going to be some robust conversations and some good things to talk about. A significant amount of the agenda pertains to working across borders and boundaries. That's something we've done pretty well here in Lake County for going back at least a couple of decades. It's something we're very proud of. Most of our partners in the room, which there are a lot of them, join those folks and talk to them about our partnerships and how it works and how you make that happen. This isn't the first time we've really talked about this. We've done this with several other groups before. So take advantage of that time while you're here and talk about how those partnerships in the county work. We have really strong partnerships in this county. If you ask us to explain how it works and the mechanism behind it, we may not be able to do that because it's pretty organic. But I've come to realize after working here for 20 years that there is something special going on here that doesn't happen in a lot of places. So take advantage of that while you're here. So one thing I'm going to kind of leave you with, talking about partnerships and working across boundaries. Those partnerships can be really easy and organic, or they can be really difficult. It just depends on the individual situation. Every situation is different. For us, I think a lot of it's organic, but I also think that we've built trust over time. And trust is really what leads to those really good partnerships. You've got to have trust in your partners. So I'm going to leave you with a quote from Henry. So coming together is a beginning, staying together is a process, and working together is success. So the message I want to leave you with is work together, trust your partners, give them grace. Sometimes it's hard to do when there's a difficult situation at hand. But by working together, we can make great things happen. So with that, thank you again for coming, and I will turn it back.
Thank you, Todd. Everybody give a round. All right, and next, it's my pleasure to introduce County Commissioner Barry Schullanberger. Barry has deep roots in this community. We're excited to have him hosting us in this space today and just to have you in front of the room. What do you got to say to folks?
Welcome. Barry Schullanberger, Lake County Commissioner / coffee maker / projector fixer / it's been a busy morning, but so glad to see a full room today and glad to have you all to Lake County. Lake County is the third largest county in Oregon. You got Malheur and Harney County as 1 and 2. We're 15 miles from California. We're 40 miles from Nevada. If you go up to one of our mountaintops here in the Warners, whatnot, on a clear day, you can be looking at 3 states, and that's pretty cool. We got a lot of good open space and a lot of neat public land for folks to enjoy and be part of. Speaking of that, 76% of our land is public land. So we're heavily on the public land side. That's between Forest Service, BLM, and Fish and Wildlife at Hart-Sheldon. Sage-Grouse is super important to Lake County. We're just like everybody else. We're trying to see improvements and do positive things to help out the bird. And we've got some great specialists out there who are working their tails off to make it happen and do positive things. So anyway, really look forward to having the conversation today. Look forward to the trip tomorrow out to the field and get to show off Lake County a little bit. Thank you.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce Rachael Davee. If anybody is currently the face of SageCon, it's really all of our faces, but Rachael is kind of in the lead role with a lot of excellent folks close at hand helping, especially on the technical side. And Rachael has a really cool story of working first at the Crook County SWCD, amazing other career chapters before that, but that's a really neat role to kind of have somebody from the local level then help coordinate this statewide level, but have an experience and a knowledge of on the ground processes. I think we're really lucky to have Rachael at the helm. So Rachael's going to tell us more about SageCon. If you're like, what the heck is this? that's coming.
All right. Thank you so much for that awesome introduction, Anya. And thank you so much to our great welcome committee here in Lake County. It's been an awesome pleasure to get this conference set up with you guys. They have been the best hosts. They've really made us feel welcome and brought a lot of experience and knowledge to the table. So I'm gonna go ahead and just give you a little bit of an overview of who we are here at SageCon. It's changed a little bit in the past couple years, and I am new to this role as the coordinator. I've been here less than a year. My first summit was last year, and it was a really special experience. I had a great time. I was in total awe of the crowd that it drew, the people, the knowledge, the vast amount of represented geographies, and just the breadth of what they could do. So I am learning a lot from Megan, who is our technical coordinator. She filled the role of coordinator for about a year and a half, and she has kept the wheels on this thing for a while. She's been around since the plan came out and was partially involved in the authorship of that, and has brought together a bunch of great people for different events. And we're going to get to see some of that work later on today. We also had a new addition within the year. Vanessa has brought us a lot of her experience with trainings and workshops. So if you guys haven't had a chance to be in a workshop with Vanessa yet, we're going to do that later this afternoon with our mini workshop. She helped us with a great riparian training a few, I guess it was just a month ago, exactly. So she is an excellent educator. She's an excellent scientist. And so we're really excited to have her on the team with us. And then Sarah O'Brien can't be here with us today. She is back with family in Iowa right now, but she is just the West Side policy governance guru that really holds things together. She has a huge amount of experience and has just the depth of knowledge that really makes it so that we have this close connection to some of our policymakers in Salem and Portland, and some of the tools that we really need in order to have our programs on the ground be successful. And then all of that is layered with our strategic implementation team and our coordinating council. So that's sort of this cyclic way that we listen to our partners. We ask people on the ground to share their experiences, tell us what's going on, tell us what we need to do in order to serve your needs. And then we try to bring those needs to the agency heads and people that are listening and wanting this work to be done effectively. So it's a cool structure, and it's something that's a little bit complicated, but I like to distill it down into these 4 bins. We added a 5th bin just recently in our last meeting. This is sort of just a little bit of an overview of the types of work that we do. And we have sort of a great collection of people. SageCon doesn't actually technically have any employees directly. We work with and leverage the talent and skills from multiple organizations. So Megan works at INR. She does a huge amount of our science and technology. She brings in a bunch of extra talent with her supporting staff there. We have OSU Extension, where Vanessa works, and she does a combination of things. So she really helps with our communications. That's a huge feature of Extension. It's something that we're really relying on and using. And then Sarah's with Willamette Partnership, and we use some of the folks there, including Naomi, who's our virtual host today. They are just incredible in terms of our communication and our ability to produce materials and try to communicate what we do better. So I'm sort of there in the middle. I am the partnerships coordinator. I kind of look to the people on the ground and say, what can we do better? So I work with the LITs and the CCIAs, and I really try to take those programs and elevate them to the level where people know what's going on. We do a lot of communication, trying to get the word out and have those efforts be leveraged into more work across the ground. So SageCon's been in a bit of an evolution. So they came together through a listing decision and the need to have a state action plan that was a coordinated effort with our partners to keep Sage-Grouse from being listed. And so that is sort of a species-focused mission, and we have all greatly come to the understanding that it is much bigger than that. We have a lot of complex issues, and we need to rely on a huge network of people to make that problem and our problems with invasive annual grasses and wildfire and drought something that we can actually manage and make improvements on. So our goal here within SageCon is to sharpen that focus, make sure that everything we're doing is coordinated and working towards outcomes that are a shared vision, that is something that we can all agree that we want to end up at as an outcome for our entire community. We want to do a good job in order to create resilient ecosystems, resilient economies, resilient landscapes, and then just resilient partnerships. So that's the part of this that I'm really excited about. We are all working together in multiple tiers of this organization. We have people here representing all of the levels of this pyramid. We have people that have come from their regional branches of agencies. We have people that are here from all of the different counties that we're working in, and then even spilling over into some counties that are interested and think that we have some good ideas that we can use for managing landscape processes and issues that are impossible to tackle on our own. So I just am very grateful that there are this many people here that are working on these issues and willing to listen to the great set of presenters that we have. This is just sort of the overview that we're all better together, because there are so many different pieces of this puzzle. There are so many different things that we need to work on, and there are so many different ways that we can land at meaningful solutions, but we need to know what networks exist. The entire value of a SageCon partnership existing is so much greater when you know what we offer. So if you know that there's something that you can ask for, somebody that you can connect with, and you know where to look, then that's us functioning at the level we want to function at. So I'm excited to see everybody here for your curiosity. That's what gives me the hope that this is something that we can do together, that we can be better. And the entire point of the summit is to connect. We have a lot of different opportunities. We're going to take some breaks. We're going to give you guys a chance to share your ideas that you hear, talk about what it is that makes your work valuable, talk about what it is that we need to do better. And hopefully we can walk away from this inspired, ready to work a little bit more strategically, ready to work on these issues in a way that is going to have a meaningful outcome for sage-grouse, for other species, for livelihoods, and create a network that we can all depend on and continue to enjoy living in together. So go ahead and tell you what we're going to do in a little bit more detail. I know you have agendas on your table to rely on. So I think it'll come back on, but this is a good chance. We're going to start out with a really big overview. We have some big ideas coming from some really great thought leaders in our sagebrush community. We're going to talk about what it is that we need to do to move the needle on these issues. And then we're going to take a nice long break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to hear from 2 different local geographies. And we're going to talk about some of the collaborative work that they're doing in each of their areas, from Malheur County over to Baker County. And then we're going to have our lunch. As Anya said, it's Taco Tuesday. So we're going to bring you a great assortment of goodies from a wonderful local caterer. And then in the afternoon, we're going to move into a workshop that Megan and a lot of people are going to team lead with us. It's a threats-based conservation mini workshop. So it's something that we are hoping to do with you guys in your local geographies, but we're going to focus on the Lake County geography that we will be visiting tomorrow as a part of our field tour. So this will be a chance for you to sort of look at it through the lens of the managers and people who are doing the work on the ground here, and just sort of see what you would do pie in the sky if there wasn't a limit on your spending, if we were just talking about what is the best, most effective way to go about this. And then we're going to finish up with a final panel from Lake County. We're going to bring up some of those people that have been working together. And well, Todd says that it's an organic thing to have all of us or have all of you working together in a way that is really effective. We're going to try to distill what that secret sauce is and get you to share some of that with us. So following that, we'll have dinner this evening at 6 at the Elks, and then we will have our field tour tomorrow, and we're going to meet at the BLM office. Right on cue. We are back to the field tour. So that's what we have for you guys for the next couple of days, and thank you for joining us.
We have some polls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wanted to ask you guys, this is part of the AHA slide polls. Sorry. Okay, so here in this poll, Dylan's gonna help me.
Yeah, you got
Okay. A really long break that we can use to figure out how to make this run more seamlessly for you guys. Okay, so I think it should have popped up on your phone now, but I'm just curious to see, of the people in the room here and in the audience, where do you guys see yourselves in this pyramid? What is the sector that you work in, and what describes you best? Awesome. All right, so this is cool. I was thinking that we would have some split. I knew that we had a lot of locally led implementation people here. I am glad to see that there are people from all levels represented. It is really important for our conversations to be able to facilitate a meeting where everybody can get together and talk to some of those people at the program level, at the state level, and at the national and regional level, in order to convey what you need and in order to talk about ideas and get some things done for just big systematic changes that need to happen but are difficult to do in a day. So we can share some ideas, get some creative juices flowing, and I'm convinced that that's going to be possible. So thank you guys for participating in that. And I think we're going to move on to our next session, first session.
I will jump in just briefly to say welcome to Megan Creutzberg. She's our technical coordinator. You might not hear maps and spreadsheets and get excited, but if anybody is going to convince you that those tools are sometimes very useful, it's Megan. And Megan happens to also be very warm, very smart, very gracious. And so we're lucky to have her at the front of the room facilitating the next set of presentations.
Thank you, Anya. Hi, everyone. It's so good to see you all here. I've been looking forward to this since the last summit. I've been thinking about this panel since the last summit and how to really build on the momentum we had last year. I know a lot of you are new, but a lot of you have been around doing the SageCon thing for a while. So this panel is entitled Moving the Needle on Sagebrush and Sage-Grouse Conservation, Putting Some Big Ideas into Practice. So as I was sort of coming up with my evil master plan here, I was thinking, how do we build off of last year's summit? What are some of these big ideas that we can really use to move the needle on the really important issues at the scales that we need, right? So there's a lot that needs to be done, but there's a lot of really smart people out there helping to figure it out. And then more crucially, we talked about some big ideas last year, but how do we really put those into practice? So I'm hoping we can dig in a little further than we did last year on some of these big ideas. So I am going to talk a little bit about this Defend and Grow the Core framework. Hopefully all of you have heard that. If you were at the summit last year, you certainly heard about it. But this is basically a pretty, it's not that complicated, right? It's essentially an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's proactive. It's an ecosystem level framework. We're thinking about big landscapes of intact rangelands at landscape scales and really focusing our efforts into those areas where we can make a difference. So these intact core sagebrush rangelands, when we're talking about core here, we're talking about, areas with big landscapes with sagebrush, with our perennial bunch grasses and forbs, not a lot of annuals and not a lot of juniper encroachment. So we're not thinking about just core sage-grouse habitat, we're thinking about the whole big ecosystem. And how do we anchor our efforts in these areas and work outward from there? So hopefully our projector is going to. There's some core here, and we're going to grow it. Well, I will keep rolling because you don't necessarily need to see these. So a lot of you have seen that there is the Sagebrush Conservation Design, which is a west-wide framework that came together with a lot of partners across the region, showing where the core sagebrush range are across the West. And so one of the things that we're doing here in Oregon is thinking about how do we step that down to a local landscape scale. Got to be exciting, right? Okay, I'm going to keep moving on, but these dark blue areas are our core sagebrush rangelands in Oregon, and light blue areas are growth opportunity areas. And I think really with this sort of proactive framework that you see in kind of the cartoon on the left, and then spatial data, it's really a powerful roadmap to anchor those efforts in those core sagebrush rangelands, and then really be strategic about how you grow that core. And I had a little back here. This is where we are right here. Because I have a pointer and then I don't need to blast in the face with this projector. So we are tantalizingly close to some core and growth opportunity areas in the range, and we're going to be going there tomorrow for those of you here in person. Okay. Last year's summit, we used the same AHA slides we're using this summit, and we asked you about how you felt about the Defend and Grow the Core framework, and folks were pretty much, on board in general. To me, I think it's great, and it makes a great soundbite, but how do we actually do this, right? So again, kind of digging in a little bit more. So I'm really excited to introduce the panelists we have for this, this big ideas section of the agenda. First, we're going to hear about prioritizing efforts at scale. So we're going to hear first from Chad Boyd at the Agricultural Research Service about threats, challenges, and opportunities in managing Oregon's rangelands. We're going to hear from Shannon Ludwig at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about the landscape conservation design they're doing for the refuges out here. And we're going to hear from Skyler Vold at Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife about this sort of spatial planning for the benefit of these core sagebrush rangelands and core sage-grouse habitat, where those areas of overlap. Then we're going to dig in a little further and think about what are the enabling conditions to make this work happen. It doesn't just happen on its own, right? So we're going to hear from Mark Porter at the Oregon Department of Agriculture on the workforce we need to actually defend and grow the core on the ground. And no set of presentations would be complete without Katie to give us the social perspective on this community-based conservation and thinking about the scale that we can really effectively do this community-led conservation. And then, of course, we're going to have to continually learn if this is going to work. So rounding out the whole panel is going to be Jackie Cupples at the Fish and Wildlife Service, who's going to talk about how do we know if we're moving the needle and thinking about our shared vision for measuring success. So without further ado, I am going to not go to the break. You don't get off that easy here. We are going to go to Chad Boyd's presentation. So Chad, come on up. And then just a little bit of logistics for the speakers here. I'm going to have each of you, we're going to do some combined Q&A. So we're going to hear from 3 presenters. And then if you can sit up at the front, and then we're going to have some combined Q&A for those 3 speakers, and then bring up 3 more. So let's get this. Okay. It's working. All right, Chad Boyd, research lead at Ag Research Service at the Eastern Oregon Ag Experiment Station. Did I get that right? It's a long acronym, EOARC.
Your
Real thought leader in the SAGE, as many of you know. So take it away, Chad.
Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. Appreciate the invite. Good to be here today. Beautiful drive. Went 31 miles without seeing a car on the way from Burns. So that's something I really appreciate. Can everybody hear me in the back? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Again, talking about threats, challenges, and opportunities in managing Oregon's sagebrush habitats. We're going to talk a lot about strategic conservation. Before I go there, and I'm going to skip around in time a little bit. I like to do that. I want to go back in time and note that early reviews of the sagebrush biome were not uniformly positive. In fact, Hines in 1851, upon entering the Eastern Oregon portion of the sagebrush biome, noted that it was God-forsaken country that was never designed to be the habitation of a Christian or civilized man. We know different. We know different. It's where we live, a lot of us. It's where we work. It's where we raise families. The sagebrush ecosystem supports a multitude of values and services. It supports local economies. It supports regional culture. All of the above are under threat. And to look at some of those threats, this is a slide you may have seen before. I want to go to the sagebrush conservation design. And this was a group that got together with two objectives. We wanted to look at the sagebrush biome over the last 20 years and ask two questions. How has it changed and why has it changed? And to look at how it's changed, we grouped habitats into core habitats, which are good habitats, growth opportunity, which are pretty good, fairly intact, and other rangelands. And if we put those first two buckets together, the good and the pretty good, we track their abundance over time. Since 2020, what we're finding, or since 2001, is we're losing about 1.3 million acres a year. Why is that? The why is that part turned out to be pretty simple. On a spatial area basis, about 73% of that loss is associated broadly with ecosystem problems, fire, invasives, and expanding conifer. And given our location and given our work in Burns, I'm going to focus on mainly on the annual grass portion of that. What we can do to get to a better place. To do that, I want to go back in time a little bit, though, and understand a little bit of how we got here. And I want to go back to the 1850 to 1900 period. We saw some dramatic changes during that time period in this part of the world, and a lot of it had to do with mining. When you trace it back to its roots, a lot of people came out west looking for gold and silver. And with those people came mouths that needed to be fed, and agriculture developed around them. In 1862, the Homestead Act went into place, and you could go west and get 160 acres of paradise that you could then farm. And a lot of people found out that it's hard to make a living farming on 160 acres in this part of the world. So a lot of those areas were abandoned, and we got this. This is the perfect breeding ground for cheatgrass, which had not yet arrived. In terms of rangeland cattle industry, it was very different during this time period than it is today, than the managed grazing that we see today. During this early time period, it was kind of catch as catch can. And whoever got to the forge first got it. And so we saw a lot of disturbance associated with early historical cattle use that, again, created this kind of petri dish for annual species that had not yet arrived. During the same time period, we saw the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad. Why is that important? When I look at this from the standpoint of a weed ecologist, I see the first high-speed weed vector in the Western United States. We continued with a system of trails, a system of roads, and we built this network that could inadvertently transport weed propagules across large areas in a fairly short period of time. In the latter part of the 1800s, the petri dish got inoculated. Cheatgrass arrived. And it was fairly limited in this 1850 to 1900 period. It was almost a curiosity. People who found it didn't know what to think of it. I think of the attitude during this time towards cheatgrass as a utilitarian delusion. And to illustrate that, there was a bulletin that came out in popular press trying to attract settlers to the Columbia Basin. And the Columbia Basin was in the beginning stages of converting from perennial dominance to cheatgrass dominance. And the bulletin noted that another class of vegetation, no less nutritious, has succeeded it. Okay? But how could people know that this pissant little grass from the other side of the world was going to have the impact that it would eventually have? From 1900 to 1950, everything changed. The attitude went from utilitarian delusion to flat out alarm. During this time period, cheatgrass by 1950, it reached roughly its present day distribution. We've certainly had infilling and now upward expansion and elevation of annual grasses. We've had some other players like Ventonata Medusa had come into the mix, but pretty much its maximum distribution by 1950. The attitude was alarm. And a Washington State bulletin from 1914 noted that thousands of acres are being taken by this cheat, and everyone is alive to the seriousness of the problem. And of course, Leopold in 41, one simply woke up one fine morning to find the range dominated by a new weed. So that's how we got here. What can we do? What can we do, particularly about annual grasses? When I think about complex ecosystem problems and how to get a toehold, I always come back to this quote from Kevin Doherty: "When fear is unbounded, catastrophe is always in the confidence interval." So we need to bound that fear when we're looking at a tough problem like cheatgrass. And the way I like to do that is to break the problem down into challenges that we need to overcome if we're going to move forward and make progress. So I think there's 3 challenges that we need to overcome if we're going to make progress on annual grasses. And first is coming to the realization that money alone won't fix the problem. And it's not that money's not a good thing, right? Money is what makes the conservation engine go round. It's what pays salaries, gets work done. There's a couple of problems though with being, with the idea that we might be able to spend our way, let's say, out of the cheatgrass problem. And problem number 1 is we're not good enough. That's where research comes into play. One of our main focuses at the research shop in Burns is figuring out how to get more efficacious with practices that bring back perennial grasses, which we need to keep the annuals out of these systems. We're not there yet. The amount of retreatment we would have to do and money we would have to spend with existing practices within the annual grass zone would be a tough road to hoe. The second problem with money is that it's variable. Right now, I've never seen a time like this in the sagebrush biome in terms of funding of on-the-ground conservation. It's a really good time to be doing on-the-ground conservation. But the thing with money in this country is it's tied to politics, and politics is variable. So therefore, money is variable over time. So even if we had enough money now to spend our way out of the problem, the idea that 20 years, 10 years down the road, we're going to have enough money, we can't count on that. It's not that money isn't good, but we need something in addition to money to get out of this problem. The second major challenge is that scale is a big deal. We are seeing disturbances like the long draw fire that are occurring at scales that we've never seen before, we've never experienced before. And this is a new challenge because it's not just about the logistics of what the heck do you do when you've got what's in the picture up here, what do you do next? It's about the complexity, because every time we expand in scale, we're expanding in complexity. So we've got more and more complex landscapes, the bigger and bigger the scale gets. So we have to be able to come to grips with the scale question. And the third challenge, I shamelessly stole this from Dave Noggle. Some of you may know Dave, but he shamelessly stole it from the Blackfoot Challenge. So I guess we're even. We need to focus on the 80%. And what the Blackfoot Challenge originally meant by this is, what's the 80% that we can agree on across user groups, across interest groups? Let's take that and run with it. And that's basically their business model. The 80% in our case is a functional ecosystem and managing against the factors that would destabilize that functional ecosystem. Annual grasses, fire, expanding conifer population. And the cool thing about focusing on the 80% is that different people may come to the table for different reasons, even if it's a contentious issue like sage-grouse got them there, but they'll come to the table. Good for the bird, good for the herd. And we're really good at this in Oregon. We're really good at it. Look at the CCAA. How many people are affiliated with the CCAA in here? Okay, a lot of hands going up. That was a focus on the 80%. That's an example of what I'm talking about. We had ranchers at the table. We had conservationists at the table. We had agency folks. We had a lot of different people at the table focusing on the one thing that we could really agree on, which is we need intact ecosystems to support the values, the services, including sage-grouse and ranching, that intact ecosystems provide. So how do we get there? How do we meet those challenges? I want to go back to the sagebrush conservation design and this idea that we're losing 1.3 million acres a year of good and pretty good habitat since the turn of the century. I also want to note that our efforts to date have not been insignificant. Okay, Who knows what that 1.3 million acres would be if we did not have the avoided loss associated with the good work that's being done by people like the folks in the room. Nobody knows what that number is. I'm guessing it's pretty dang high. But the reality is that what we've done isn't enough, because 1.3 million acres a year is not a sustainable loss on a biome-wide basis. So we have to do something different. We don't have to wholesale change gears, but we have to add a tool to the toolkit that we don't have right now. And to me, that tool is strategic conservation. That's the thing that needs to change. It's not the answer. There isn't one answer, right? It's a tool in the toolkit, but I think it's going to be really important going forward. In the sagebrush conservation design, we had core other growth opportunity and other rangelands identified at a biome scale. But we don't manage at the biome scale, right? What we can do management planning, we can do funding at the biome scale, but we don't actually do conservation at the biome scale. We do that at a smaller scale. So I want to walk you through an example of how we can do strategic conservation using this idea of defend and grow the core at an actual operational scale. And I'll do this really quickly, just a couple of slides. This is a 300,000 acre geography. It's outlined in black here in Eastern Oregon. Doesn't matter where it is. It's 300,000 acre chunk of ground. And what we have on the screen here are the eco-states. The green is fairly intact habitat. The pink is perennial bunch grasses with some invading annuals, and the red annual grasses. Okay, we can take that map and use the eco-states to think about where the core areas are, the growth opportunity areas are, and the other rangelands, right? And that's what we've done in this next slide. So, for example, green becomes core, and red becomes other rangelands, or impacted, as we've labeled it in the slide. So same geography, but we've taken 300,000 acres and simplified it down into chunks that we can begin to think about from a management standpoint. We don't want to stop there. Okay, so we know if we're going to defend and grow the core, we know where our cores are at, but we need to do some more prioritization, because this is 300,000 acres. So we're going to think about prevention, and we're going to think about restoration priorities. For prevention priorities, we want to ask a simple question. Where are those areas that we can least afford to lose? Those areas are going to be the core areas that have very low R&R. In other words, it's going to be difficult to get back if we lose them. Those are going to become our prevention prioritization areas. From a restoration standpoint, we flip that around 180 degrees. From a restoration standpoint, we want to find the areas, probably growth opportunity areas adjacent to cores, that have the highest resistance and resilience. Why is that? Because that's where we have the best chance at being successful with restoration, and prioritize those areas. So I've done that. I'm going to skip the R&R map here in the interest of time. I've done that in this slide. So we've got a core area, two core protection areas that are prioritized for protection, keeping weeds out. Those happen to be core areas that have fairly low R&R. We can't afford to lose those areas. They're going to be hard to get back. From a restoration standpoint, in the southern part of this management area, we have relatively high R&R. So what we're going to do, as Jeremy Maestas would say, is put our backs to that core, and we're going to restore on our way out. Okay, so that's our restoration priority. Again, strategic conservation, defend and grow the core, a quick way to take a 300,000 acre landscape and break it down into manageable chunks. And just two slides to finish up on. What we're really talking about here is not just a tool of strategic conservation, but a different way of thinking about conservation in sagebrush steppe. And the two things that really change in strategic conservation is that management targets are not driven by opportunity. Okay, they're driven by a strategic framework that informs us where the best odds are to work within a landscape. So we move away from opportunistic conservation towards strategic goal setting. And secondly, success is different with strategic conservation. It's not how successful were we in our last 3 projects. It's how has the needle moved in the maximum extent of my management influence over my tenure. If I'm a resource area manager, how has core, the needle, how has the amount of core changed in that area over the tenure of my management? That's what success looks like in strategic conservation. So just to sum it up, we're facing some major challenges in the sagebrush ecosystem. They're intimidating. They're not insurmountable. And meeting those challenges is going to require that we increase our management effectiveness. And I think that strategic conservation is going to be an important tool in the toolkit in helping us do that. So thank you very much.
Hey, Chad. All right. Papers here. Okay. Next up, we have Shannon Ludwig from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service based right here in Lakeview, the refuge manager for the Hart-Sheldon Refuges, here to talk about the landscape conservation design.
Okay. All right. Hey, welcome everybody to Lake County. I know you're already welcome. I've been here for about 10 years and you know, this panel, this part of the SageCon really fits in well with Todd and Barry's, you know, introduction. We've been working together here in Lake County for at least the 10 years I've been here and kind of building upon what others have already done and try and advance it. But as we look at, you know, Chad's presentation and this one and the following ones, it's working together across these landscapes. And sometimes we're taking new information and putting a little bit different spin on it. And that's good. We're evolving. We're becoming better at what we do. We're taking information and we're learning. Okay. That's what leaders do. That's what leaders do, I guess, in my definition. We're always open to learning, continuing to learn, continuing to take that information and advance it. So landscape this is, by the way, this is a lot of people. I haven't seen this many people in a long time. It's a bit scary after a while. Being in Lake County for the past 5 years, it's like, wow. Okay. That being said, I'll get to it. Landscape conservation design. Everybody's kind of heard what that is before. Screen. Okay.
Stereo, if that work?
Here. Nope. Sorry.
Let's do this. See if that works.
There we go.
All right.
All right. So, landscape conservation design. How do we address large-scale challenges across this landscape, but maintaining some of the integrity and the focus of management within our focus area of the National Wildlife Refuges within this landscape? Hart Mountain National Antelope Refuge and Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge. A little bit different purpose. So we manage for wildlife and wildlife only. But that being said, we're part of this landscape. We're part of this conservation and management community. So we want to continue to think beyond our boundaries, how we work together, how we can build upon that conservation framework. And so Fish and Wildlife Service is starting to evolve. Like I mentioned before, we're evolving in our thought process, where we just don't apply and come up with management within our own boundaries, but think about how we can enhance and promote and work together outside those boundaries. So we're taking that next step in landscape conservation design. Quickly, Sheldon and Hart, established in the 1930s for pronghorn antelope, 1931 for Little Sheldon, and another 539,000 acres later in 1936 to put us at about 580,000 acres for Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge in Nevada. Hart Mountain National Antelope Refuge, established in 1936 again for pronghorn antelope. So these refuges have one purpose, one single purpose, and that's wildlife, and we manage for wildlife habitat. Just quickly, Hart Mountain in the landscape and Sheldon intermixed closely with our neighbors. BLM, almost surrounded exclusively by BLM districts and private lands. All right, so landscape conservation design, what are they? Essentially living blueprints, right? To meet current and future needs of our management scheme within the refuges and the community. They can encompass large framework of connected ecosystems, to inform conversation, dialogue, help us share information and potentially even plan. And products often spatially explicit information, make informed, strategic, and coordinated decisions on the ground. So what can the refuge do to commit or enhance or help conservation within our communities in management? Talk about conservation because we're talking about sagebrush communities here. We're exclusively almost all sagebrush, all fall within that core area of sagebrush conservation design. So we're sitting in a good place, but we have to continue to invest on that. So what can we do within the refuge boundaries to enhance our whole sagebrush community? Part of this LCD process that we're going to kick off also includes it's a pre-plan exercise to our own management plans for Sheldon and Hart Mountain refuges. They're called comprehensive conservation plans. We have to do them. They're similar to a resource management plan with the BLM. So people are familiar with that. So we have a management direction defined by that. But again, the evolving thought here is to how do the refuges fit within this community, and how can we promote good stewardship on the ground. So what is an LCD? So in our perspective, we've defined it, not an individual's management plan. It's not covered by NEPA. So this is really an opportunity to bring about information sharing, sharing priorities, dialogue, discussion, and debate if needed. It's not prescriptive, but it can inform. And it's also ultimately will be linked to our refuge purpose to help define our management plan on the ground. Obviously, LCDs can employ models, but most importantly, this process is a collaborative process. So the process is evidence-based, based upon good information, sound science, partner-driven, multi-stakeholder, and a collaborative effort. A lot of the same terms there to identify this process and support the framework and the reference and the importance of collaboration and partnership on the ground. We're looking at 3 different phases of convening, getting together, talking, identifying participation, identifying our stakeholders, who's interested in this particular process, who's interested in what we do within the refuge boundaries and how that may affect what's going on outside the refuge boundaries. How can we work together on the ground to deliver that important stewardship it takes to manage this important ecosystem? The assessment phase, looking at what existing plans are out there, okay? Identifying shared priorities, taking the time to identify those threats on the landscape, those drivers, those limitations, and also right-sizing and scaling, building upon what Chad just talked about, the importance of scaling this process to meet the needs to apply effective stewardship on the ground. And ultimately delivering that design phase. What's our products? Spatial products, using existing information, perhaps adopting surrogate species as well to help us define what our products might be. Particularly, for example, using sagebrush core areas, sagebrush conservation design, scaling that down appropriately. Sage-Grouse core areas that have been identified by the states. And then ungulate migration corridors, which we find is essential because we are an antelope refuge, a big game refuge. How do we identify what they need outside the refuge boundaries? What could an LCD look like? Quickly, this one was done, this particular LCD was completed along the Oregon and Washington border, tying together and connecting those really important areas that included certain specific species and also important habitats to prioritize where to invest good stewardship on the ground. So where are we at? We're going to start this process. We've kicked it off. We've identified and invited people who are interested in this particular process, but this doesn't stop there. The participation and the invitations will continue. Reaching out to stakeholders, reaching out to those interested in this particular process, not only what we do, but perhaps there may be some value to others outside our boundaries with this process. Looking at a core team, collaborating again with our partners. I can't underline and stress the importance of collaboration through this process, and inviting feedback and information. Assessing those management plans on the ground. And then really for this particular exercise, I found it an opportunity here to start to bridge this jurisdictional line that's caused a bit of a hurdle at times between Oregon and Nevada. Each state has really good information, but how do we start to kind of tie that together to help us identify those important places that we want to continue to invest in? And again, this process is not here to create new information. This process is to use good evidence, good science out there on the ground to help us scale it down to something that we could use on the refuge and hopefully with outside the refuge boundaries. For example, sagebrush conservation design, using eco-states within the SageCon planning tool. This is just examples of information that's out there that could be used in this particular process. In Nevada, similar eco-state information mapping exercises identifying sagebrush threats across that landscape. ODF&W's recently released draft sage-grouse core areas. Sheldon Hart-Pronghorn corridor areas published by the USGS. Within that really identifies well ungulate movements across the jurisdictional boundaries, covering both refuges. And also the Oregon Conservation Strategy, again, looking at migration corridors or connectivity areas. So ultimately, what does this look like? I'm not going to be pre-decisional here. I think that's the important part of the collaboration, to identify what the outcomes will be, because it's still in that formative stage. We're still reaching out to our partners and understanding what could this be. But broadly, in a general sense, we're looking at how do we identifying those shared conservation priorities, building upon and hopefully agreeing to some certain threats upon the landscape that we can focus on and continue to invest in, bridging that Oregon and Nevada gap, and applying and using that existing information on the ground to help deliver our products and develop those products. Ultimately, identifying those areas that we want to apply stewardship. We want to continue to invest in the good and build out from that. That's all I had. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody coming to Lake County today. This is pretty exciting. I look forward to reaching out and talking to the rest of you throughout the next 2 days.
If you could stay up at the front for Q&A, that would be great.
Well, right now, okay.
It'll be after the next.
one.
All right. Okay, next up, we have Skyler Vold at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Sage-Grouse Conservation Coordinator based out of Hines, who is going to talk about grouse. Got a lot of windows open. All right, take it away, Skyler.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, today I was tasked with talking about sage-grouse. It's all I know at this point. So we're going to be trying to overlay some of these larger spatial conservation planning frameworks with sage-grouse data and finding win-wins for the bird and the ecosystem. So we need to be realistic. We all know this at this point. We've been talking about it, but we have a lot of area in the sagebrush right now that isn't functioning in what we call state A habitat, or good quality sagebrush ecosystem with your sagebrush overstory, healthy sagebrush or healthy perennial understory and forb component. So 6.5 million acres of core habitat and 5 million acres of low density habitat currently defined in Oregon. Only about a third of this area is functioning in state A. And ideally, we would we would uplift all of these areas back to state A, but it's just not practical. Like you're talking about over $1 billion to do that. So we need to be strategic, and this is not a new concept. We've heard this, it's what this panel is about. Last year at the summit, we had our threat-based strategic conservation workshop where we identified priorities for project implementation. We're talking about defending and growing the core, the biggest bang for the buck. And what we're looking at is there's a lot of factors that go into this, right? It's not easy to do strategic implementation. There's limited resources. We have large landscapes. There's capacity limitations, often quick turnaround for some of these grants, tight timelines. But ultimately, we want to be strategic through all of these factors. And we have a couple pretty good landscape scale frameworks that we can use. These are important to direct funding, but they're still too large, as we've heard about this morning. So on the left, we have our Sage-Grouse draft core and low density areas. ODFW has been working with all of our partners over the past year and a half or so to update the Sage-Grouse core areas to reflect what we know about sage-grouse in the state. And then we have the sagebrush conservation design on the right, which we heard from Chad. The dark blue areas are those core sagebrush areas, and then the lighter blue areas are the growth opportunity areas. So once again, if everywhere is a priority, nowhere is. We need to zoom in on some of these locations. And thinking about sage-grouse specifically, I'm really going to bring to you today like a simplistic example to start the conversation. And I want to reiterate that this is an example, but so yeah, we'll just take this with a grain of salt. But how do we prioritize our conservation to benefit sage-grouse and sagebrush areas? Zooming in on first, an area of interest. We're in Lakeview right now. So the Warner Sage-Grouse pack is just up and over the hill to our east. And the first step of this process would be to overlay our two landscape scale frameworks. So what you see here on the right is the sagebrush conservation design. The core areas are overlaid. You can see that they actually align pretty well. So there's significant opportunity for siting projects in sage-grouse habitat that would also benefit the ecosystem. There's a lot of light blue in that red core area. And then the next step of this process is taking a look at the data that we have. And we have really good data in Oregon, which is awesome. So we know where all the leks are, and we know the population size at these leks. We also know that hens nest within 4 miles of these leks. So if we buffer these leks to 4 miles, and then we stratify based on the lek density, so the population size at these leks, you can already kind of break apart the landscape in terms of where the sage-grouse are, the most dense leks, the best breeding populations in these areas. So what we're looking at here on the right is in the dark green, those are the top 25% of the lek density. This is where the top 25% of the birds are. The next green area is the top 50%. And then that lighter shade of green would be the top 75% of the breeding population in this area. When we clip that to the core, you can already see that, hey, there's some pretty good spots that we can key in on here to have a impact for sage-grouse populations, and the most sage-grouse populations in the Warner pack. So if we call these like our tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 areas, focusing on the tier 1 areas for sage-grouse breeding would be kind of the best of the best, and then tier 2 following that, and tier 3 after that. Once again, all of these are overlaid on the sagebrush conservation design. They're all within sagebrush growth areas. So we would have a benefit for the ecosystem as well as the bird. Overlaying the ecostate data, we can zoom in on some of these tier 1 areas and see what this might look like at a finer scale. On the right, you can see that there's actually quite a bit of good state A habitat on the south side of this upper bubble. This is an area that, once again, the sage-grouse, we know that they're here. This is an area that they're selecting to breed in. So how could we uplift this habitat to increase chick survival, nest survival, and adult female survival? We could grow the cores. So that dark green ecostate, the state A, we could grow that from the south to the north potentially. And then that southern bubble, we could grow that from that midsection outward. zooming in more specifically to that northern bubble, you can see that there's actually a fair amount of intermediate or poor condition shrubland and poor condition grassland that these hens are choosing to potentially nest within. And then we have this area on the southeastern side of this bubble that there is good condition shrubland, but there's also some intermixed poor condition grassland and poor condition shrubland. So these might be a couple spots that we want to check out. When we overlay the fire perimeter on here, you can see that the Abert wildfire, this is a fire scar. This is why this area isn't functioning in state A habitat. There isn't a fire scar in this other portion that I was talking about, so this might be a spot that we want to take a closer look at. And there's probably many people in this room that know exactly what's going on out here. Once again, this is an example, but we can see if we overlay BLM treatments here, this area was treated with a Mesic in 2016 and 2019, but we're using the most current ecostate data. So it could be that this area isn't quite up to isn't recovering as well as we think it could. These hens are still selecting this area to nest in, so maybe it'd be another area to focus in invasive annual grass treatment or see what else we can do to uplift this habitat. We would need a site visit. Is the ecostate model accurate? And then could this area benefit from more treatment? This other box over here, we don't have a clue just from the satellite imagery or the ecostate data what's going on here. So we'd want to visit this area on the ground and get a closer look at what's actually going on. So that was kind of our first example. But in the Warner Pack, we have some bonus data. We have a lot of GPS data. There was 10 years of collaring effort that went on out here. And there's been a lot of work that's been done in the Warner Pack to uplift this habitat. But it's pretty cool to overlay these data on top of the sagebrush conservation design, because you can see that the birds in the purple outline are using a lot of growth opportunity areas. So when we zoom in with the ecostate data a little bit closer, you can see that they're using a lot of state A habitat, a lot of state AC habitat, and then there's actually quite a bit of juniper in here as well. We know that the BLM and the private landowners have been targeting juniper removal in this area substantially over the past 10 years, which has been awesome because I can't imagine what this would look like without those efforts. But the sage-grouse, oops, where are we going here? The sage-grouse are still, they're still focused in on an area that potentially has AC quality habitat. So you can see this top right, it's not dark green, but we know that there's a pile of sage-grouse that nest here. They like being here. Looking at the ecostate data though, it doesn't show as high quality. So let's look at the land ownership. We know that it's mostly BLM and private. Focusing in closer here, let's take a site visit. Once again, all of you know what's going on out here already, but how much phase 1 and 2 juniper expansion is present south of the Warner Valley in this location? Could the habitat benefit from a juniper removal? If so, is there NEPA coverage here on the private or the public lands? Is the private landowner or landowners interested in doing some of these restoration efforts that could benefit both the sage-grouse and sagebrush ecosystem here? And then my final example would be an area that's in our tier 2, but could potentially be a pinch point from, we can see that the sage-grouse are using a fair amount of that state AC habitat on the south side of this pinch point and also on the north side of this pinch point. So if we zoom in here, you can see that there's quite a bit of juniper encroachment right through here. The sage-grouse are clearly trying to use this corridor, but potentially having reduced survival because of this encroachment. So it'd be a similar situation. Let's look at the land ownership, BLM, DSL, and private. What could we do here? Let's get out on the ground. Is the ecostate model accurate first? How much expansion is present in these areas? Could it benefit from a removal? If so, is there NEPA coverage? Is the landowner interested? Just kind of working through these questions. And this has been a pretty quick kind of example here, but ultimately, should we pursue using these sage-grouse data to pursue this approach? Would this approach be a state level product that we define in our conservation assessment and strategy, or would it be more of an LIT level product that's defined at each individual LIT? What would be the benefits to using this? Would it be redundant with any of our current approaches? What would be the foreseen or unforeseen implications in using something more specific or targeted like this, specific to sage-grouse? how do we ensure flexibility is kept at the local level? And then is this something that we would or should update annually to have more of an adaptive management type technique, because we collect these data annually. So could we update it annually? And then finally, how would we incorporate those important summer and winter habitats? Because what I presented today would really key in on the breeding habitat, except for those locations that we have GPS data. And we do have GPS data in a lot of the states, so it would work well in a lot of locations, but not all of our locations. So I have a lot of questions. We could keep this conversation going, and yeah, I'll end there. So thank you.
Thank you, Skyler. Okay, so Skylar's gonna stay up here. Can we have Chad and move this just a little bit? Chad, you can come back up. So we have some time for Q&A. Anyone have a burning question? And maybe while your wheels are turning, I will start with one. Chad, so you mentioned that invasive annual grasses are a big problem, and that's kind of a research limited issue, and your shop is doing a lot of research. What are you excited about? What are some promising things in terms of invasive annual grasses that you are working on?
Yeah, there's so a couple that I'd throw out. We've been working on for a number of years. We is a royal term that involves a number of ARS folks and a number of TNC folks in this case. We've been working on some seed amendment technologies that I'm getting excited about. One of them is a carbon coated seed that can be put out, and basically you can apply it at the same time that you apply a pre-emergent herbicide for annuals. We've had some pretty good success in field trials to the point where we've attracted an industry partner in the seed industry. And that's been our big limitation, is we can't produce at scale. That's not what we do research. So we got an industry partner on board on that one, and I'm hoping to see some larger scale production in the near future. I can't give you a date on that, but I can tell you that we've got the partner interested in working with us on the technology, and that's really what we need to do now to set ourselves up for success. The other one that we're just starting to work on, really, again, with the seed industry, is time delay. One of the things we find is that in planting perennial grasses, which are really our kryptonite when it comes, or the kryptonite of annual grasses, we got to get the perennials in place. But when you seed matters, even down to the week. So there's this little tiny opportunity, a window in time when you can get success with perennial bunch grasses. When that week is varies year to year. So what we're doing is we're working on a time delay technology that could potentially be applied in different amounts to a given seed batch. So basically you have germination time bombs that go off at different times and spreading the risk and trying to hit that window of opportunity. So those are the two things I'm really excited about. And I'm also excited about the interface of strategic conservation and restoration, and what we might be able to do by really thinking about where it is on the landscape that we put seed and why we put that seed there, and how that can perhaps improve success with permanent bunch grasses.
Thanks, Chad. Who has a question?
Yeah, I think this one's for you, Skyler. So the last slides you had up, you're kind of focused on that habitat that was kind of right against the Oregon border. It's kind of a question, but it's also a little bit of a state kind of generates some thinking too. So I noticed you kind of ended your analysis area at the Oregon border. Is Oregon working with Nevada, California, and these other border states to kind of look at some of the sage-grouse issues that cross borders? I mean, we deal with that quite a bit, where those birds, the population of birds you showed, we share with Nevada, right? They're constantly back and forth the border. So I guess that's my question: is what is Oregon doing with those other states that are nearby to look at those conservation issues across state lines?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know that sage-grouse are landscape scale species, so they don't respect our boundaries. And during our core update, we did coordinate with both Nevada and Idaho, matching up those boundaries where the sage-grouse would be on the Nevada side or on Idaho side. So that was important during that process. But yeah, during our update to the plan, I think there is some, flexibility to start those conversations. I guess keep those conversations going, working across the boundaries. It's important.
And I'll just note while I have Mike, because I've got it, a lot of these data sets do cross boundaries. The sagebrush conservation design is west-wide. The threat-based eco-state maps, we're going to hear a lot more about that later. That also is available west-wide. So increasingly we have big data to help with these cross-boundary issues. Who else has a question? Do you want to just shout it out and then we'll repeat it?
So, we've all been talking of your presentations about this insane flush of money right now, like that flat. And the tight turnaround timeline with great funding. So instead of, or maybe in addition to focusing on the ground implementation, are there plans for capitalizing on the opportunity of extra money to like do the seed coding or like to really invest in the research that I'm not saying research is short term, but just spend a lot of money on something that maybe can utilize later to implement. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out ways to spend more.
So I think the question is, how do we capitalize on all the federal funding we have right now on longer term goals like research and development? Does that kind of capture it?
Money dumped in.
Yeah, the funds that I've seen, Autumn, have been less about the research and a lot more about on-ground applications. So we're not really seeing the same influx of money that say Iris brings to conservation from the research standpoint. But yeah, it's I went to a workshop one time that was all about what do we do if things are good from a ranching standpoint. Nobody ever talks about that, right? It's always the crisis mode. But I do think it's something as a conservation community we need to think about. And what are the opportunities now that we might be able to take advantage of that helps us to set up and tell a story down the road when funds are maybe not as flush as they are.
Yeah. And so, Autumn, we would like to try and invest into more information to help us, identify or help us be better stewards on the ground. But the reality is the folks that have the purse strings want to see results and demonstrate results. So that's where most of the investments are occurring. But we have to take advantage of that. And if we're ready, if we're prepared, we can demonstrate really good results and show success across the landscape in that form. And if that's the opportunities we have, we need to take them.
Okay, we have a question from the chat. Do we have an idea of what the average cost per acre is for various treatments and the variability in private? Any of you want to?
Sure. Yeah. So, cost for treatment per acre, at least for juniper right now, is going anywhere from maybe $30 an acre on a federal landscape, on a federal contract for just cut and leave, to about $700 plus an acre for a cut pile cover type of technique. When you're cutting the juniper pile and cover it, and that doesn't even include the follow-up burning or the follow-up seeding that we do on the refuge and most of their partners do in the same landscape. So it's an expensive process, but the investment is showing to be very, very good returns on that investment on the landscape. Demonstrated results by BLM has supported some good research on the landscape to show Sage-Grouse, what they do after you conduct a cut. And we've found similar results on the refuge as well. So it can be expensive, but in the end, we need to invest. Those are good, sound investments on the landscape. As far as invasive species and plants, I think that's pretty broad. That's broad.
But it is true that when we do this proactive sort of early intervention for any of these things, the cost is lower, correct? Getting some head nods. Well, Stu.
Spend some discussion of geography. I have an idea of a life cycle split for Sage-Grouse. That occurs in the first 4 weeks of life. Sage-Grouse just large numbers of insects and large numbers of native wildflowers. Probably some video so data showed that the widespread and that sort of understood. I like to build the landscape conservation design.
Okay, so Stu was saying there's geographic pinch points like what Skyler talked about, but also life cycle pinch points for the grouse, particularly early a chick's life, right?
In terms of the sagebrush conservation design, I can't speak to that, but I guess using the eco state data, state A habitat, good quality sagebrush overstory, good quality perennial bunchgrass understory with a forb component. And we don't currently have a map that shows what understory looks like specific to just the understory. It's just broken down by that, the full story of the sagebrush. So it's a good question. It's something that needs to be looked at closer, but I don't think we have a good answer for you right now, Stu. So one of two.
Yeah, it's a really good question because it's one of the most frustrating things to manage is understory condition when you don't want to get rid of the overstory. We call that I call it a degraded sagebrush state. And we've got several lines of research looking at that at the research station. Stella Copeland's looking at diversification of those states, is very interested in the Forb angle. The thing about Forbes though is if you look at the management impact, we have X amount of impact and nature has probably a lot more impact with respect to the year. We're also looking at, so Forbes are variable, right, over time. That's not to say that there aren't things we can do. The other thing that we're looking at is how to get perennial bunch grasses back into the system and trying some different things, trying some herbicides to try to reduce the amount of sagebrush cover to see what that does in terms of increasing the abundance of perennial grasses. And as well as some mechanical means that aren't growing. We're running Weston Johnson Research Station, and others are running seed drills, intact sagebrush plant communities and seeding, and looking at how that might reduce sagebrush dominance, but not eliminate sagebrush and increase that understory at the same time. It's a definite problem that we work on.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of native seed efforts that are happening. So hopefully we can make progress on that issue. Okay, let's give these three panelists a round of applause. Next up is Mark Porter from Oregon Department of Agriculture, the Northeast Oregon Integrated Weed Management Specialist. Mark is going to talk to us about the weed workforce. I would suggest using this.
Okay. Now for something totally different. I get really excited to listen to all the research and all the collaborative work going on. And I often come around back and I'm kind of an old blue boot, you know, when you put dye in your sprayer and you go out and spray all day, your boots come blue. So the end of the year, we have a blue boot bash, and I get together with all the crazy people who expose themselves to these herbicides in big thorny situations that are often daunting and can make you feel kind of small. But I got to say, I'm really happy to be here. I took a hike this morning. Well, the drive here was amazing. Abert Lake is freaking huge. I didn't really, I was here like 25 years ago and forgot a lot of things, I guess, because I thought it was just flat and, 80 miles an hour. I took a hike this morning on the hill and it was gorgeous. Rainbows out there and big sagebrush, bitterbrush was cool. So happy to be here, and I'll try not to get in my own shadow. Yeah, this is the thoughts from out in the weeds, and hopefully we're not lost in the weeds, and that what we come to think about here today together with you is valuable. So yeah, I'm familiar with thorny problems and big problems. I'll talk a little bit about how Oregon's noxious weed system works, because that's kind of dealing with big problems since the 1920s when Oregon first put that together. So we've got experience prioritizing, choosing our battles and so on. But what we don't have experience with, what I find kind of awe-inspiring is the scale of this problem that we're talking about today. Right? I mean, I don't know how to say it. It's big, right? To do this well, to protect our cores, to manage invasive species and fires at this level to be effective, I think is bigger than anything I've heard anybody talk about. So I come around and find myself getting a little pessimistic here and there and a little bit worried about all this. And, you know, what are we going to do with this stupid money that's coming down the pike, and how are we going to do it well? Anyway, that's what brings me to this. Oh, I do have my notes up here. Look at that. Yeah. So we'll just skip on. So in Oregon, and similar to other states, we have ways to prioritize which weeds we deal with and where. Very simplistically, our big two cuts are: one, if it's an A-listed weed, or two, it's a B-listed weed, and the A-listed ones are our top priority. So we look at those and we say, these are in small enough infestations to make eradication or containment possible. Does that sound like an invasive annual grass to you? Nada. What do we do when we find those things? Those infestations are subject to eradication and intensive control when and where found. So according to the ideal scenarios that we work under, we go kill them now. Okay, that's what we do with our A-listed weeds. We prevent this from becoming a bigger problem and so on. Our B-listed weeds are, we also know, economically important, regionally abundant. They may have limited distributions through some counties because I'm in the state paradigm here, but we can switch that to areas or regions or however you want to talk about it. And what do we do with those? Well, this is where I think we start to diverge in what we're talking about today. These are limited to intensive control at the state, county, or regional levels as determined on a site-specific case-by-case basis. In practice, with B-rated weeds across the state, your state of Oregon says, well, good luck with that. If you can figure out how to do that on your own, and it's really important to your county or your CWMA, go for it. We can't help. And that's tragic, but it's true. And the reason we say that, it's not we don't realize they're important. We don't have the money. We don't have the staff. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the technology. All the reasons. So when we come to this question, my boss of 40 years who sat in the leadership role here would say, so what are we going to do about it if we put that on as an A list? And we'd say, well, I don't know. So it goes to B list and we keep walking and try and deal with the things we can deal with. So this problem becomes really tricky when we switch our vision around and we say, we're going to focus on the core places that are really good and defend them from this sea of invasion that's surrounding them. How are we going to do this for a long time? You know, early detection and rapid response prevention, these things aren't really expensive, as we say over here, this preventative care, until you do them for 40 years, right? You got to do them and do them and do them. So anyway, when I hear the scale we're talking about, I want to kind of try, and how do we best use the opportunity at hand to make that better? So I want to review a little bit about what I think is the most important thing in weed control, because we're going to do a lot of weed control if we're going to do this. It's not the only thing we're doing, and I'm glad we've switched that paradigm. But the three things, mostly I get this question: what do I spray that with? How much do I put in my tank? All this stuff. Not important questions, really. Important questions are that we have a vision, and we have one now, right? But that we are also vigilant, diligent, and persistent. We have to do our very best at this. We have to be looking out as if we're paranoid. My predecessor in this job told me one time, I said, yeah, I feel like I'm paranoid sometimes driving down the road because I'm always looking for something bad growing. He's like, well, you know, you're not paranoid if there are things out to get you. I'm like, oh, Medusa head. And stuff, right? So, you know, we do need to be vigilant and very vigilant. We need to be diligent. We need to do it right, bring our best. The researchers and research help us focus this. And the persistent part is just coming back and being committed to that landscape. So I want to talk a little bit. I've probably witnessed in my 20-some years of being a weed guy, maybe 15 what I would call true eradications, a population of weed getting gone, never seen it again. We're a decade past, and that plant has never showed up again. Mostly they were single plant. Mostly, right? But if you want to do that kind of work successfully, you've got to go look, and you got to look hard. We talk about this as if it's an easy thing to go do and find these early detections. You got to walk the ground and walk it, and you got to walk it with your eyes open. You can fly it, you can take pictures of it with satellites, you can throw drones out there, but you're not going to see those little plants until you're on your ground, on your feet or horseback, looking for these things, right? So that's one of these workforce things we got to consider. And you got to look, where is it likely to show up? Where is it going to hurt me if it shows up? Where I looked last time, because that was 3 years ago, so I better go look again. And then maybe, where haven't I looked just because I don't think I should? And go look there, because we're going to find these things. Rapid response. So early detection, rapid response, we'll talk about it. I'm really good at whack-a-mole. I'm really good at chasing down those little spots and spot fires when working with partners to do this. But we got to be really good at it for a long time. And it's not, we're going to go spray it once and it goes away. We're going to be committed to 5 to 7 to 10 years to that site to make sure it's gone, zero, never comes back. That's the kind of work that has to happen in core areas. And our prevention is something we just really don't do enough of. I hear rumors and rumbles, and I know I'm missing a lot of pieces to this big puzzle, but you know, our critters and our vehicles, we gotta learn to be very, very, very careful with those coming in and out of these cores. And those areas, I mean, you can't go down the road without pulling the weeds on the side of the road if you're in a core area. You got to stop and pull them. We got to think about weed-free forage and mud. You know, mud is something we don't talk about a lot, but I think seeds move on mud on hooves a lot and cars a lot. And time, we've got to watch this over and over and over again. So just thinking about the level of commitment that it takes, we got to do our very best. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We also have to hold each other accountable for good work, because one of the things I see is, and it's a hard thing, when we have parts and pieces of our efforts that aren't going well, how do we address that? Right? Have them be effective, because if they're not effective, we're not effective. So we have to kind of build into our mindsets, how do we deal with it when we're not doing the greatest work all the time? And we can't all do it all the time, and it gets messy. But and our persistence, repeat and repeat. And we need that stable workforce. We need dollars committed up front that allow us to build a stable workforce. I talked to a helicopter pilot the other day. He's spraying 30,000 acres of invasive annual grasses in Grant County. But he would have hired 2 more pilots had he known that there was 30,000 acres in Vail to do as well. But he couldn't, because the NEPA wasn't done, so they couldn't put it on the table, so he didn't hire the pilots. So we have to get some kind of capacities around that stability of money coming. And I can't see my time, but so what does this look like? What does this workforce that I kind of talked about look like? Well, it looks like you guys, right? And it looks like you guys all over the state. I don't think this is a one-size-fits-all prescriptive type of organization. I think it's really important that we bring these things organically in ways that make sense for the place we work. you guys know this, Lake County's talking about their collaboration. I can talk about it in Wallowa County or Baker County or other places. There are nonprofits around, High Desert Partnership, Wallowa Resources, all sorts of folks. Cooperative weed management areas, Lake County, maybe Jason's here, maybe he's here tomorrow, but Shanda Zettle from Baker. Our SWCDs, we have elected boards, they're in statute, they come through the Department of Ag. They are about collaborative conservation. These are great places to look and have proof, but not everyone is going to be the same. That labor I talked about earlier, these people to do the groundwork are huge. So I find the more we can keep those local, the less we have to teach those kids about where they are. The more we have to teach them about the stewardship of the ground they walk on, right? And we need to get them excited about that opportunity, and we need to provide them opportunities. I think Eastern Oregon University has a newish program called REV, which is Rural Engagement and Vitalization Center. And I'm excited about that. I think in Wallowa County, they're just having conversations about how to build some of these. Things like the Baker Technical Institute, I'm talking from Northeast perspective because that's where I know, but these are a high school tech program. We need those guys to have a weed certification in there or a rangeland tech certification in there so that they can walk out and come to work with us. Our community colleges are another opportunity, 2-year certifications for people who can get out on the ground and do something quick and useful. And we're going to need drones and GIS and all the technical stuff too. It's big and that's really helpful, but we can't replace those boots on the ground. And so when I think about this, I think about trying to build a vehicle to do this for a long time. And I'm going to have somebody out here who's going to grumble and throw something at me, I think, when I say this, but I think we have an opportunity. We can look at different state entities, right? And say, hey, the Department of Ag has a weed control program. They deal with Medusa and Ventnon and things like that. That's great. Maybe we should do something more with them for the next while. Well, we only do that. We don't do rangeland. We don't prescribe your grazing or anything, right? Or your Mesic habitat or your junipers. The SWCDs, they're here. Some are really well equipped and strong and rolling. Some aren't across the state. When I look, we're in the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's all about habitat here. So maybe they're an appropriate entity to walk out into our rangelands. And I guess I forgot to say this earlier. I think it's important for all of us to realize that this is an issue even where it's not sagebrush steppe. Invasive annual grasslands in the rangelands of Eastern Oregon, of the West, right? We all have this threat coming, and we're all going to have to deal with it at scale if we want to affect change. So we got to think past sage-grouse. I think we got to think at the state level. We have an opportunity with this federal funding coming to think really clearly about showing the need and the implementation of good work that is long-term, that can be durable in the long term, and that we're building. So this, here's my cut to the chase. Where's the Oregon Department of Rangelands? You ever heard of those guys? Why didn't we have one of those guys? We should have something like that. And I don't know if that is housed at ODF and W because they're habitat people, or if you throw it in Department of Ag because it's about communities and forage base, or if you put it in at Oregon Land Conservation Development Commission because they have some teeth in statute, which is important. But maybe it's OWEB, right? Maybe OWEB we develop, and this is what I want to say, we develop in the next 5 to 10 years a way to move rangeland conservation forward in a solid way with an infrastructure, with a vehicle that's not going to go away. And we're going to have to do that with our federal partners and our federal legislatures working in the regions, our governor's office. We're going to have to kind of brew this up from the bottom and show them why it's so important that we protect these rangelands this way. So more government is good. Anyway, there you go.
I like it. Throw a statement like that out there right at the end. Okay, so just so you all know, break is at 10:45, not 10:15. You have about half an hour, a little under. Stick with us here. Next up, we have Katie Wollstein at OSU Extension. She's our Rangeland Fire Specialist. And she's going to talk to us about community-based conservation and scale.
Thanks,
Just
Megan.
use this to advance.
I love following Mark. More government is good. I have extensive ideas about that, but that's not what my talk is today. So conservation is a social process. I think we've heard this from all the presentations today. There are a lot of different overlapping values, interests, objectives, histories, willingness to act, ability or authority to act, resources, capacities. All of this is going on in rangelands. And so it's not easy to get work done together. But again, what we've heard is this is absolutely necessary for the type and scope of the problems that the sagebrush ecosystem is facing. And so it's important to think about what brings people together. What is the scale at which people are likely to act and act effectively to address our problems? And so today I'm not going to answer this question. You will not have a this is the right scale answer, but I will offer some considerations, some ecological and social considerations for selecting a relevant scale for your specific issue and also for the context in which you're working, because this will vary depending on that issue, what needs to be done, and also the people who you need to be doing that work with. And so we've heard, I have the benefit of several very excellent speakers going before me, that our challenges are complicated. There are social and ecological interdependencies, and these require collective action. A lot of you here have heard me speak about this before, but a great example is invasive annual grasses reinforce, further perpetuate our wildfire cycle. We get more frequent, fast spreading, large scale wildfires when we get more invasives. And we know that all of us are kind of united in this risk. If one landowner isn't treating their invasive annual grasses, that risk is elevated for all adjacent landowners. And so what this requires is us working together. Our work, though, it requires different types of action and at different scales. And so how do we know what the right scale is for that issue? Going to get a little academic on you, and apologies for the small figure in the back. For those of you who know my background, like this is my happy place. So what is scale? A lot of you have heard me use this term and you're probably like, that lady keeps using that word. What is she talking about? And so it's an analytical dimension. It's used to characterize a phenomenon. Most of us, when we hear scale in the ecological world, in the conservation world, I think we're thinking about geographic scope. How big is our project area? And so that's spatial scale. But for rangelands, there's also certainly a temporal scale. There's a temporal dimension to the work we do. These ecosystems take different periods of time to recover. Ranchers are thinking about their activities in this season and how they might influence their operation in subsequent years. We also have jurisdictional scales. We have multiple land ownerships on our really complex landscapes. There are organizational scales. We have in the BLM, for example, we have field areas. We have wilderness study areas. Those are nested within BLM districts. Those are in the state office, which are in the national office. So scale can be a lot of things depending on what it is that we're trying to wrap our heads around. And so in this slightly terrifying figure here, we have spatial and temporal scale on these two axes. For those in the back, spatial's on top, temporal's along the bottom. And so, you know, as an easy example of that, bottom arrow is pointing to a farmer. Their activities, the orientation, the scale that they're thinking about, it's going to be fairly local. but a lot of them, I think the ranchers in the room would agree, they're thinking about day to day, but they're also thinking about years. They're also thinking about decades. They're thinking about passing that ranch on to the next generation. For something like a basin or district watershed management group, watershed council, maybe our SWCDs, they're thinking at a larger spatial scale. They're thinking at landscape scales, a little bit local. They're serving local farmers, but thinking about how those slot into a watershed, for example. And then that top arrow, we have something like national water policy. And so they're thinking more in years, maybe decades, but they're certainly not at that local level. There's something more like a regional or national scale. And so all of these scales are overlapping. They're also nested within one another. Activities at smaller scales can influence outcomes at larger ones. And so an example of that for those of us in the room, something like juniper treatments, I think a lot of us are pursuing that. The thought is that, treating them on one land ownership, that can modify fire behavior. Maybe we see less intense fires, which means it can influence larger spatial and temporal scales. What do I mean by that? Less intense fire behavior may lead to lower burn severity, which might mean that we will have better ecosystem recovery at that site in that space. Maybe it also reduced fire transmission during the fire. So maybe we see slower rates of spread and so smaller burns in general. And then in the temporal sense, that lower burn severity might improve ecosystem recovery. So we'd get our perennial bunch grasses back. Eventually we'd get our sagebrush back. So we also can have scale mismatches. And an example of that, also in this figure, that farmer, you can actually see the gap in the spatial and temporal scale, their universe, the things they're thinking about. There's a gap and something like that national policy. And so that's created by our institutions. We have, different rules about how we use resources, but we also have cultural expectations. We have norms about how we behave, how we make decisions. Our institutions don't always match our social and ecological processes. And so this can create challenges. And so again, selecting the scale and the people that you work has implications for whether we run into these mismatches. And so this is why selecting that scale is important for your particular issue. Are you seeking to get work done on the ground in a specific place? Are you seeking to change policy? Are you seeking to change organizational culture? All of these questions require working at different scales, which has different implications spatially, temporally, the types of people you bring into your work. So the right scale, again, not getting answers today, but we'll hang in there. So threats to rangelands we've heard so far are mostly ecological in nature, but these scale mismatches persist because of those institutions we've created. So yes, policies, but also norms and ways we interact, the ways we choose to solve problems together or maybe not together. So these institutions are created by society. And so to overcome scale mismatches, those problems of fit we were talking about, we have to take into consideration, yes, ecological dynamics, that context, but also this shared social context and meanings that people have associated with these problems in order to select a scale that matters. And so we're looking for a scale that supports collective functioning to address an issue. And so that could be day-to-day actions, that could be in response to a large-scale event like wildfire. And so scale selection should be guided by local biophysical context. So what's going on in that ecosystem? I think a lot of us, we've seen a lot of tools today. I think a lot of us are fairly comfortable with that. But we also need to incorporate our knowledge of place-based experiences, the people who know about those dynamics on the ground, historical relationships, and the existing networks and assets on a landscape. All of those are important for our scale selection. So ecological considerations, here are some questions to be considering. And again, I think most of us are fairly fluent in this space. So Chad had shared an example where he had drawn core and growth opportunities in that project area. Skyler had done a similar exercise. And so each of those were focused on different issues, right? Skyler, sage-grouse habitat, Chad, poor sagebrush rangeland. So what is the nature of the issue or the threat? Thinking about what scale does it occupy? All of these issues occupy multiple scales, but in terms of feasibly addressing it, what might that scale be? What are logical delineations? What kinds of actions would be necessary to address it? These are not easy questions. If they were, we would all be, operating at exactly the right scale all the time. And so this is a map created by the Institute of Natural Resources and the EOARC, and this represents the likelihood of transition to annuals should a fire occur in this place. This is northeastern Harney County. And so thinking about those questions there, what's the nature of the issue or threat? So we're highly interested in stopping wildfire in that landscape. And so given that framing, what is the scale we're thinking about? It's not going to be pasture level. It's not going to be allotment level. It's not even going to be range scale. Wildfire operates at the landscape scale. And so we're going to need to be thinking about a larger, maybe fireshed scale for that kind of issue. Where are logical delineations? Well, if we're thinking about fire, an easy start might be roads, topographical features, fire scars, water bodies if you have them. And then what kinds of actions would be necessary to address it? Well, it might be, lining out this project area and thinking about where we have potential for growth, those growth potential areas that Chad had identified. Or using this tool, those red areas on the map, it would be really, really bad. The sagebrush ecosystem would be lost forever if those places burn. And so those might be priority areas for preventing from fire reaching. But layering on the social considerations, it's complicated, right? The ecological threats are geographically tied, and so that's very much a spatial scale conversation. But whether and how they can be addressed really depends on social conditions in a place. And I think everyone here knows those are different in every place we work. There are different histories, there are different interests, there are different land uses. And so it's important to do some recon. What's the size and scope of the relationships in the place? What is kind of the willingness to act in this space? Where are the current domains of social actions? And when I say that, I don't mean a literal where. I mean, how do we frame this issue so that it's salient for the people who need to be brought along and work together on this issue? And so important questions, what do people care about in this place? It's going to depend on your type of person, what mobilizes them. And so we find, everyone can get behind resilient rangelands in Oregon, but in terms of the salience of the issue, that might be a little too abstract for a rancher who's thinking about that day-to-day. Remember, their scale is a lot more local than that watershed scale. And so how do we frame it for someone like a rancher for them to care about? Well, ecological function is related to their livestock production, right? They want healthy, productive rangelands. And so that's a framing device. The other question is, where is there an existing social logic for working together? So who has historically interacted in this space? Who are the different organizations? What has been their role? How have people worked together? What have those processes been? What are the assets that exist? This could be leadership, this could be knowledge, this could be resources. And then where are existing organizational units? Maybe those make sense as a starting place when we're thinking about social organizations. So we have the local implementation teams, the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations, watershed councils, all of those are options for just getting started. I put together an example, but I've been informed I have limited time, but I just wanted to illustrate the RFPAs are a great starting spot, but those themselves are fairly large units. We can't work throughout, for example, the Crane RFPA, that's that pink one in the northeast corner of Harney County. And so it's important, like salience of the issue to the people, and also where do people locally gather? And so I point to Crane because in the southern portion of that area is the diamond community. There's a school. There's been a play every winter at the diamond school. People gather there. And then in the northern part of the Crane RFPA is Druzy, and there's a highway separating them. And so we're not seeing perhaps ranchers coming down to the southern part of that RFPA to work together, because they have different issues, right? You can see there's invasive annual grasses in the southern part, and the folks in Druzy would wonder, why is there a big Crane-wide RFPA project for invasives when we actually don't have that going on here? So I'd be delighted to talk more with you about these ideas during the break. I have a few more things, I promise. It's short. It's important to link scales. So again, scales are nested, they're overlapping both horizontally and vertically. And so it's important if you're doing local work to link to higher scales. And so SageCon is an example of this. We have someone tending to the governance aspects and thinking about how our local work nests into larger spatial contexts. And then horizontal linkages are also really important. If you have different groups working in their places, it's super important to share lessons learned and also see how we can network and extend the impact of our work. Lastly, and I think maybe I should have saved the most time for this question, do we have capacity to actually work at this scale? So doing this kind of work in these places is intensive. We want the answer to be yes, but if not, you need to think differently about what it is you're doing there. Maybe what you're actually doing is building or creating those enabling conditions so that work can proceed. This can be created through small wins where we're doing strategic stuff, we're learning, we're becoming more competent at working together, we're building understandings, but we're not taking on anything too complicated. And in the future, maybe we would have the ability to do that. And so that's it from me. Dustin Johnson and I put all this together in an article in Rangeland Ecology and Management. You can scan it there. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you, Katie. Okay, we have one more quick presentation from Jackie Cupples, wildlife biologist at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of LeGrand. Jackie's going to talk about how do we know when we've moved the needle, and we're going to do a couple more polls, so be ready. And then we'll have a brief Q&A and send you off to break. Jackie.
Right. Okay, well, I guess I'm a bit of a closer for this session, but first I just wanted to share a little fun fact about me. It's good to be back in Lakeview. I started my wildlife career as such here in Lakeview. Pretty much, I don't think you can get any lower on the totem pole in ODFW. That's where I started here in Lakeview, chasing mule deer around for the South Central Oregon Mule Deer Project. So it's always nice to be back in Lakeview. I don't get down here often enough. But first of all, I just want to thank my co-panelists for really setting the stage for these big picture issues. We heard about strategies for really wrapping our arms around these persistent ecological issues that are really occurring at large scales, finding areas of concurrence among partners and goals and values to really help us decide where and importantly how to work, and how to harness our social and workforce capital to get things done. Maybe it's a brand new Oregon Department of Rangelands. I'm kind of excited about that idea. So to round out this discussion, I'm really interested in, what we do after we do the work. How are we going to know if our collective efforts have been successful? And like Katie, I don't have any answers, but I know there are some answers within this room and and that's what those interactive slides are going to be about later. And I know I actually only have 5 minutes for this topic, which is definitely not enough to build a shared vision for measuring restoration success. So this is kind of a teaser because I think this is like forward thinking, like where SageCon maybe should take direction next. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Okay. I don't think I need to tell anyone in this room why measuring our outcomes and our successes is important, but these are some of the things that you probably can't read in the back of the room that come to mind for me and why I think this is so important. First of all, we need information to guide our adaptive management of our interventions, but also for future treatment planning, right? We need to be able to learn from our past work. We need to be able to communicate to decision makers and funders if those investments that they made were worthwhile. And lastly, we need to be able to share lessons. I kind of like what Katie talked about, like this horizontal connection among practitioners. We need to share lessons horizontally so we can do more better, right? So those are some of the big things for me. But also, I keep coming back to, how do we know if we actually increase the quantity and quality of sagebrush habitat? And like all of the big challenges we've talked about so far in this session, this can be really hard to wrap our minds around and roll up at a project level, let alone at an LIT level or a county level, or even statewide. But I think it's important to do. And why now? I think I heard, let's see, Autumn used the word insane to describe the amount of funding, and then Mark used the word stupid amount of funding coming down. So I think that's pretty key, right? We have a large amount of funding that is kind of unprecedented at our disposal to work at larger spatial scales, to have multi-phase interventions. And this represents, to me, a really unique opportunity to capture restoration outcomes at a larger spatial and temporal scale than what has previously been possible. So really to give you the sense of scale, and bear in mind, this map is just a subset, a very small subset of the work that's been ongoing. And this only represents from 2019 to 2023. But these are all treatment areas that have occurred on private, state, and federally managed lands. And these are just the treatments that are currently being monitored by the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Project. So again, this is a complete underreporting of what is actually happening in Eastern Oregon. If you attended SageCon last year, you heard me present about the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Project, and the rapid assessment approach that we're using to basically match the scale of our restoration treatments to our limited monitoring resources. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Project. Otherwise, I think Megan would get really upset at me. But there is a recording of it because we did present at the last year's SageCon, and that's available on the SageCon website. But the other thing I wanted to just mention is many folks in this room are actually involved with this monitoring, and the crews have basically knocked it out of the park over the past 2 years. I think by the end of this field season, they will have completed somewhere around 1,000 monitoring points, rapid assessment points across all these areas. The last thing I'll say about the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Project is that really the point is to make these data available, and they will be available through the USGS's land treatment exploration tool for anyone to learn about the successes and failures of these treatments so that they can help plan their own future treatments. And the website for that is usgs.gov/LTET. So here comes the fun part of this presentation. I said a little bit earlier that the SageCon Collaborative, we have all these resources amongst us, a lot of insight amongst us. And I'm really curious about your ideas about how to create this shared vision for measuring restoration success. And I'm not sure how to do the AHA stuff, but if there is something I need to do, let me know. It's ready to go. Okay, so the first question, this is a word cloud exercise, so get out your phones. What does success look like to you? And just, whatever pops in your mind, what does success in restoring or protecting Oregon's rangelands look like to you? Okay, I guess I'm supposed to tell you to keep short words, but you can use as many short words as you want. Okay, all right. Okay, we're starting to get some things coming up here. Increased core, native plant growth, working collectively, sage-grouse,
bunch grasses, large scale. This is fun. Also hard to read because it's moving. Environmental resilience. Let's see. What else do we have? We have some emojis coming up. That's exciting. I honestly can't read these. They're moving so fast. Increased wildlife, back to natural. Okay, so on and so forth. So, wow, this is great. You guys have a lot of ideas. And hopefully we'll be able to capture these, right? Okay, okay. All right, we'll give you just a few more seconds here. We have collaborate, targeted, goal achievement. Okay. All right, the next question for y'all is, how do you currently measure success? You have some choices. I think this should be set up so that you can select as many that apply to you, because you might have different ways of measuring success. So you just select one. Okay, just kidding. You can only select one. Select one that. Okay, we're back. This is adaptive management on the fly. Oh no, people. I was worried folks might select A, which is, I don't, who has time and money? It is the reality. Okay. All right, a fair amount of us are using photos. Looks like coming in next are qualitative vegetation measurements. Also some detailed quantitative vegetation measurements. So whether that's line point intercept or PACE 180 or AIM or what have you. Remote sensing or drones. All right. All right. Do appreciate that the first one did go down. Okay. All right. And last question. This is another word cloud exercise. What resources do you need to better measure and report success? Time. People, capacity, staff, money, grants. A lot of people coming up here in different ways. And money and time. Botanists. I agree. Dedicated field crews, I see. Yeah, this is really interesting. I think that, as we build Oregon Department of Rangelands, maybe we need some dedicated monitoring crews within that are hired and managed by this new Oregon Department of Rangelands. All right, measurable goals. LiDAR. Okay, this is great. Well, I know that we have just a short amount of time, and I appreciate everyone playing along with the slides. Like I was saying, I really consider this as just like the opening act to helping to build this vision to create, to really, for us collectively on the state, to be able to measure restoration success in a way that's meaningful for everyone, but that can really document and share our lessons learned, also communicate to our stakeholders the progress that we're making and the like. So if you are interested in helping to build the vision, or if you want to learn about the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Project, my contact information is up there. I also put the link for last year's presentation. And then if you want to learn more about the land treatment exploration tool, I put Michelle Jeffrey's contact information up there, as well as, again, that link to the land treatment exploration tool, which is a tremendous resource if you haven't had a chance to look at it, for learning a lot about past restoration work that has occurred, and hopefully we'll be able to use our data from the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Project to help guide us moving forward. So with that, I will, did I do it in 5 minutes? I don't know, like, not quite, darn, okay. Well, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Jackie. Let's give one more round of applause to all of the panelists on this one. So we're planning to do the Q&A, but we have a break, so you guys can go snag people and ask them questions if you want to. We want to get you to break on time. Do you want to send folks off, Anya?
Yeah, please track down Katie, Jackie, Mark, ask them about stupid amounts of funding, ask them about shared visions of success, ask them about spatial temporal scales. Sorry that we're having a group Q&A, but we have a very generous break, almost 30 minutes. Please take care of yourself. And thank you, everyone. You've done a great job bearing with our technical glitches, our shadow puppets, volume. If you have suggestions for how we can run the second half of the meeting better, come find me and tell me about them. But thank you so much for your participation this morning and enjoy the break. Yes. Let's jump right into the presentation.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So now in our second session of the day, we're going to zoom in a little bit and take some of these big ideas that we've talked about and look at some of the places where they're being operationalized on the landscape. We have a couple of really great programs across the state that people are utilizing really well. You're all probably familiar with our RCPP programs and our FIP programs. So that's, well, if you're not, we'll stop using acronyms. And we have our OWEB focused investment partnership program. So we're going to zoom in and talk about where that's getting used in Baker County. And then we're going to look at Malheur County and talk a little bit about potential use of the Regional Conservation Partnership Program and some of the options for going forward and the local implementation team that is using some of these ideas and making big plans for the future there. So is everything okay?
Just while you're introducing them.
Okay. So we're going to move into our first set of speakers is from Malheur County. We're going, I think,
Still on the master slides.
sorry guys. Okay, so first up we have Julie Unfried. Julie is our local implementation team leader. She works for Pheasants Forever. And this is another great example of how we're using partnerships with different organizations and attracting talent that we can do job searches much more broadly when we use organizations like Pheasants Forever. We were able to land Julie, and she has been working with both the Vail team and the Prineville team. And we are going to zoom into some of the work that's happening in the Vail area. So Julie, you would come on up and talk about what you have going on in your area.
Okay, thanks for that intro. You saved me a couple of minutes. I don't have to say anything about my first slide. Except that before I begin, I have a little bit of incentive to keep everyone awake. So I have one slide in my presentation that was not taken, or a photo that was not taken in Malheur County. If anybody can tell me which photo, you have to wait until the end. It is, and also what is strange about it, I will give you this box of peanut M&Ms provided by the local Safeway of Lakeview. But the kicker is if you get it wrong, if you get the answer wrong, you have to buy me a bag of Halloween candy or a drink of your choice or whatever. And I will hold you accountable. Okay. So let's see if I can get this to work. All right. So again, I'm here to just give you an update on the Vail LIT. I want to talk about some of the exciting successes that we've had over the last couple of years, and also talk about some of the lessons that we've learned and ideas about how to do this type of work even better in the future. And I think a lot of what has been said already really resonates with what I'm going to say. So let's jump back to 2022. At this time, I'd been the LIT coordinator in Vail for a couple of years, and I had spent some time getting to know the various partners in this county and some of their interests. And one of the things that really resonated was that we need funding to do project implementation. Senate Bill 762 came about, the Landscape Resiliency Program, and partners in Malheur County were really interested in applying for this funding. primarily to treat juniper and invasive annual grasses. So we started early conversations about developing a strategy to put a proposal together. And this is when I got a call from Josh Hansen with the High Desert Partnership. And he had heard that Malheur County was thinking about developing a proposal. And he wanted to find out if we'd be interested in tag teaming, putting together one large proposal that would be administered by HDP, because the Wildfire Collaborative was thinking about doing the same thing. And so rather than competing for similar resources, we joined forces and HDP developed one really great proposal. You probably can't read all of the outcomes there, but you can go to their website and read about all the things that they've been able to do through that $5 million grant that they were awarded in 22. So this got everyone in Malheur County pretty fired up, and we were like, oh yeah, this is great. Like, how do we get more funding to do more project work? Let's like repeat this. And so I guess like you probably need to be careful what you wish for, because that was about the time when money was just everywhere all over the place and just raining down on us through bipartisan infrastructure law. So this was exciting. And again, the group in Malheur County decided to get together and talk about whether putting together a proposal for the Fish and Wildlife Service sagebrush bill funding made sense. And we decided that it did. So this funding was specific to state and private land, tribal land as well, but we were mostly focused on state and private. And I will note that the Baker LIT actually reached out to me on this one and said, hey, we'd like to include some juniper treatments in your proposal. So I will touch briefly on Baker, but I'm not going to go into any detail. So we ended up putting together a pretty ambitious proposal given the amount of funding that we knew was going to become available. And we did this intentionally because we kind of got some guidance that if we put a really large proposal together, we probably wouldn't get everything through the sagebrush bill pool, but there would be more bill funding available that we could be really poised to take advantage of. So we ended up asking for about $2.5 million to treat 22,000 acres. And we had about 5 weeks to develop this proposal. So we didn't have a ton of time to do strategic planning like we've been talking about, or strategic conservation, but we tried to use some criteria to ensure that our treatments would, have beneficial results. So we were looking at projects that were shovel ready, that required minimal inputs to, create great results. So we're talking about like early juniper expansion and treating invasive annual grasses in areas that were still relatively intact. And then also coupling the treatments that we were putting into our proposal with existing investments. So looking at where SGI was falling, where CCAA properties are, BLM treatments on the other side of the fence and all that good stuff, OWEB and all that. So we put this large proposal together. We ended up getting about $238,000 through sagebrush bill, which was exciting. But we did have to pick a favorite child because we weren't going to be able to do all of our treatments. And so we decided that we were going to spend this pot of money on invasive annual grass treatments in areas that were still relatively intact. So I'll go back to this slide. So this red boundary here is the original sour boundary, the Senate Bill 762 boundary. And then this black here is where we decided to use that sagebrush bill funding. And then this map here just shows an overlay of those treatments that we actually implemented through sagebrush bill with the eco state map. So you can see, and actually Chad, it looked like Chad maybe showed this map, this area on his presentation when he was talking about drawing those core areas. So I thought that was kind of exciting, but I think this is actually the area that kind of fell out or fell into core on one of those maps that he showed. So that makes me feel good. And then this is just a sagebrush conservation design overlay. Oh, so anyway, we get this funding and it's very exciting. And I decided to check out and go on vacation for 10 days and shut my phone off and forget about my job. And while I'm gone, I come back and I have a voicemail from Jackie Cupples, and she calls to let me know that she had taken our initial proposal that we spent 5 weeks developing, and she had resubmitted it to a different Fish and Wildlife Service bill fund pool. And so she did this very quickly, and it was really exciting. And we just found out this last July that we were awarded $1.7 million that will allow us to treat about 14,000 acres of invasive annual grasses and juniper in both Baker and Malheur County. And so this is a map, a very messy map that you guys are kind of used to looking at these messy maps now. I wanted to just give you an idea of where these treatments are falling. So the tan polygons are the treatments that we have planned or that we've implemented. This area here is where we just did treatments through sagebrush bill, and everything else is what's going to get treated through the wildfire funding. And so you can see that a lot of these areas are falling into some of that higher quality intact habitat. But then we also have some areas up here that, maybe aren't the best place to prioritize. If we were doing strategic conservation, would we, put these investments here? So I think having conversations around like where we actually, thanks, put some of these treatments in the future would be helpful to, we could refine what this map looks like. I guess I'll also share that I decided to overlay the draft sage-grouse habitat layers. So this lighter area here is the, you just gave me the pointer. How do I do this? Okay. This area here is low density. And then all of this is core sage draft habitat. And then I also was interested in looking at where the leks are. And so to protect sage-grouse privacy, I buffered the leks to 4 miles or 2 miles, 4 miles across. And so you can see we have a lot of leks that actually fall in this area. I don't know, I just thought it was kind of interesting. I like to geek out on maps sometimes. And this is the same map with the sagebrush conservation design overlay. Again, I'm just going to give a nod to Baker because a big part of our proposal included some juniper treatments in Baker. So I did the same thing. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? Okay, so this is what we're treating juniper in the Baker FIP area. And then this is the Baker core, draft core, and then again, the low density and those lek buffer areas. Just kind of fun to look at. All right, so in summary, with all of this bill funding that we've received, we're going to be able to treat just shy of 2 million or, acquire about $2 million to treat about 17,000 acres of habitat or, rangeland in Malheur and Baker counties. And treatments have already started and they will continue through 2028. And then I don't know how much time I have left, but one of the things that we've been thinking about like way more recently, especially with all these conversations around strategic conservation, is how do we plan these proposals in a way that makes sense ecologically, socially, logistically. And so I thought I would just make kind of a list of what I think the components are that we need to consider before we start developing these proposals. Also knowing that we only had 5 weeks to put this proposal together, and 5 weeks sounds like a long time, but when you're working with people who are already maxed out on time, it's not really that much at all. So I think the considerations or the variables we need to take into consideration include, obviously the biological and ecological data that we have available to us, the technical resources such as the sagebrush conservation design and the landscape planning tool, what policies and programs are in place that will help us prioritize and that will also call attention to some of the barriers that we might face. And obviously the social considerations, how can we plan better to save time and money? How can we group implementation geographically and temporally to drive contracting and supply costs down? where are the willing landowners and who are the right people to engage at a given, for a given project, because I think we all know we don't need every person at every table every time. And then this other component that I think is really important and becoming increasingly, part of our conversation is this aspect of effectiveness monitoring, which, it sounds like we all agree is a time and capacity limitation. And then I guess what I really think is we need to find a process and use these pieces of information and ask the right questions. And these questions I definitely poached from Dustin Johnson, who probably poached them from Chad and some other people, but asking ourselves, where are we now? Where do we want to be? And what do we need to do in order to get there? So that's about all I have, but I did want to take one last second to thank all of the people who have been involved in jumping at this opportunity to get all this funding. This is not a comprehensive list, but you can see it is a pretty big list. And it's been a really awesome effort, and I'm very excited to see where this group continues to go and how we continue to move the needle in Malheur and Baker and Harney County. Thanks.
So did anybody see a picture that jumped out at them that was not Malheur County? No?
I knew this was going to either be a way too hard question or embarrassingly easy question.
All right, well, looks like you have a pack of M&Ms.
Yes, man.
Okay, well, you scan back to the picture.
Okay.
I just want to take a second and compliment Julie on her use of the project scale maps from the landscape planning tool. She has been really great at bringing those to the LITs, and it's really cool to see them in her project and the way that she's using them to display this information. So,
All right, the reveal. I'm so excited I get to eat these M&Ms. Any guess on which picture?
the bottom.
What?
What's strange about it? Oh,
They're bluegrass.
insider trading. All right, so that was great. Thank you. So next up, I'm very excited to, let's see, we're gonna switch out our presentations. Yeah, it'd be great. So next up, we have Nicole Sullivan. She has come all the way from Adrian, Oregon, which is all the way almost to the Idaho border. And I was really, really hoping when I reached out to her, I called her mostly to see who she could recommend, because I didn't think that it was very likely that she would drive all the way here for this conference, and she jumped at the opportunity. So I think that is an awesome signal for the potential to bring people together and her enthusiasm for sharing these big ideas. And so I'm going to hand it over to Nicole. She's going to tell us a little bit about the plans to kick off a range-wide strategy for planning in Malheur County.
Thank you, and thank you guys for having me. So the rangeland strategy that we're kicking off right now is it's in its pretty infant stages. So, but I'm gonna kind of mostly focus on how we got to this point. All right, so the first. All right, I'm gonna stay way out of the sunlight there. All right, so Trout Unlimited came to us as a partnership group in Malheur County, probably about it started in 2014 with an RCPP vision. And the first iteration of their RCPP did not get funded. And so then they reapplied for a second RCPP application. And that focused on 3 different states. It encompassed about 15 million acres across those 3 states. They were successful for that RCPP. I've been at the Watershed Council for 12 years, but I did take a small stint to work for Trout Unlimited to manage this RCPP. So I know all the ins and outs of this RCPP. 15 million acres in the Salmon Falls, Owyhee, and Malheur Watershed Councils. So this thing geographically is a beast. It was pretty cumbersome. We had 3 different states and all different partners in each one of those states, which was all 3 different conversations, 3 different priorities. And when the gal that wrote the original RCPP left, she didn't leave me a whole lot of her vision. So we kind of had to recreate that vision based on conversations within each of these geographies. One thing I can say is that with that big of a geography, how in the heck were we going to try to prioritize the work? Because there wasn't a lot of that in this RCPP. Framework was not available in her application either. So what we did and what she really wanted to focus on was 3 different key species: redband trout, obviously, sage-grouse, and Columbia spotted frog, because they do share some of the same habitats within this landscape. So the GIS folks at Trout Unlimited put together this really awesome map for us on a sub-watershed basin level with GIS data that existed, which contained all 3 of our core species. So the blue was all 3 species, the yellow was 2, or the green I think was 2 species, and then the yellow was 1 species. So that's how we developed our local ranking questions for the NRCS applications that came in. I'm gonna go back to the lessons learned. So we did get 12 projects done. We had 16 partnership organizations. The projects that we did was they improved hydrologic function, wet meadow abundance, water availability in arid landscapes, water quality and rangeland conditions that focused on multi-species benefit and livestock health. 4 projects were implemented across 535 acres. For irrigation system improvements based on water quality. 5 projects were upland focused to improve vegetative health across 3,047 acres. Livestock watering facilities, spring developments, and cross fencing were the primary projects there. And then 3 projects were more riparian focused, and they restored 10,305 feet of streams with BDAs, rock riffles, and woody stem vegetative plantings. Additionally, within this landscape, we have the soda fire in 2015. And so a lot of the BLM effort and a lot of our match, so to speak, came from the soda fire rehab effort between Oregon and Idaho. So I talked about geography. All right, so lessons learned from this is way too large of a geography. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. When I'm driving to Tuscarora, Nevada to have a meeting with partners at 8 o'clock at night and trying to get home at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's too large of a geography. So that was the one big thing, is we really needed to focus this geography in. So like I said, we had a lot of coordination. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, for instance, was involved in this in every state, but it was different people in every state. We had to have those separate conversations all the way around. Same with NDOW or ODF&W was but it was like the same stuff, but different conversations, if that makes sense. And there was varying priorities. For instance, you can see we only had 1 project in Nevada. They have primarily a lot of federal ground, and they don't do restoration like we do restoration here in Oregon. So some of this was kind of a new concept to them. I feel like we needed to focus more on habitats, less on the individual species. And the reason why I say that, and one of my things, and I'm glad Jackie brought up monitoring. I love monitoring. One of my big things with this was we didn't have monitoring. We really, at the end of the day, when I did the final report on this, I couldn't go in and say that we had an absolute direct benefit on redband trout or an absolute direct benefit on sage-grouse, because we didn't have those qualitative monitoring results as a piece to this RCPP. What I could say is that we had some really great restoration work done across these many acres and using those kind of metrics. So I felt like if we were more focused, we would have been able to have a better monitoring piece and been able to tell the story better and more on a landscape area besides just the species themselves. Some good things about this is it was a great way to bring multiple partners together. We had lots of good conversations. I had quarterly meetings in each of the states. So we were always having those conversations and it was fresh on our brain what was going on. It was a great way to leverage funding. For instance, I was able to write a TA grant and we were able to get engineering and permitting design on several different projects across Oregon, which led us right into implementation really quickly. So that was another really great piece to this. Like I said, the effectiveness monitoring piece, I really feel like needs to be a part in these RCPPs. All right, so with the momentum that we kind of started, just like a little taste into this, our core partnership group with the SWCD, Watershed Councils and NRCS, we decided to kind of keep the momentum going and do another RCPP in Malheur County, but more county level. We submitted that application. The geography was kind of the north half of Malheur County and the south half. It ranked pretty well, but our feedback was that they wanted us to still be more prioritized and more focused. So we were getting ready to, work on this and resubmit this application. And Lynn Larson from the NRCS came to SageCon last year. And he was so impressed with all the strategic work that he heard about last year at SageCon that he came back to the group and said, hey, what about a rangeland strategy to help us prioritize this work before we get into another RCPP application. So it was Lynn that really where the seed was planted, and that's how we really started working there and started on this. And like I said, we are in a very early stages. So we had Katie Wollstein come in and help us kind of prioritize our thoughts. She helped us kind of put together some really great one-pagers to take to partners and things like that. And the big question was, how do we work together in Malheur County so all activities are strategic and support overall rangeland health, which further defined it into what would a strategy do? It'll create a shared rangeland vision, provide a prioritization framework, and a plan for sustaining and adapting and continuing this strategy and this partnership over time. So like I said, we kind of identified a few pieces here, getting this strategy going. The first one was to engage our local partners living and working in Malheur County and establish a shared vision. Identify potential project areas ripe for cross-boundary work. Be prepared to capitalize on funding opportunities. And develop understanding of various entities' authorities, capacities, and abilities within the geography, and find ways to mix and match the tools and prioritize and implement the restoration work. So those tools that everybody's been talking about are definitely in our minds as we're starting to develop this strategy. All right. So like I said, we are just starting. We just kicked this off. Throughout the summer, a small group of us, Lynn, the SWCD, we had in our other Malheur Watershed Council, we had some conversations. We wanted to get just the temperature on seeing what people thought about this. So we had some conversations with BLM as they're the largest land holder in Malheur County. We talked to our county commissioners. We wanted local government support on that. And we got verbal support from those, which gave us the confidence to feel like this is worthwhile endeavor to start moving forward on. So we engaged our partnership group 2 weeks ago in our first kickoff meeting. And like I said, we're just really starting out here, but our first meeting, we discussed the formalization of the group. I think we'll probably do something like commitment letters or an MOA, something along those lines, but to have some sort of teeth in the game. And then housekeeping. Well, I mean, everybody loves meetings, right? We all love meetings, hundreds of them. So we kind of discussed, I don't want to meeting people out. you know, how often do we want to have these meetings? How often should we have these meetings? And how do you want to be notified? One other thing that we came out of that was that we want, before the next meeting, all of our partners to come in and give us their why. Why do you want to be involved in this effort? Because this is, to us, something that has to be partner driven. So we have to know what their why is and why they want to be there. Because if we don't include that in the strategy, then why would they want to even be there? Other homework was creating a mission and a vision. So we're going to have a mission and a vision within our partnership group. Talk to some other organizations. There's no sense in recreating the wheel. There's a lot of people out here doing really great strategy work. And so that's part of my homework, is to start talking to folks and putting that together. And then also start identifying the areas of current priority or where partners are working. And then discuss the prioritization area tools that are available and maybe that need developed. So really, really early stages. And I'm looking forward to kicking this, just keep the momentum going and keep it going and do really good things and strategize so that we're ready for big money when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so it's great to hear, really great to hear that somebody heard an idea at SageCon that they thought was inspiring and wanted to take it home and implement it. So glad to hear that that was useful and effective. I am going to zoom now over to Baker County, and we're going to hear from Shanda and Morgan, and they're going to tell us a little bit about the Baker FIP that's going on. So
I'm Morgan Solomon, and I'm the Baker Sage-Grouse Local Implementation Team Coordinator.
I'm Shanda Zettle, Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area, and Tri-County is Union, Baker, and Lamar counties, but this is just Baker County. Okay, so we already talked about our intro a little bit, but what's going on with the Baker FIP? Like I said, there's a lot more than just what you're going to see here. This is just bird's eye view. So in 2017, the LIT finalized a threat reduction plan. In 2018, they applied for a FIP grant through the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. In 2019, we were very fortunate and received that FIP grant. And that was $6.1 million that will last over 3 bienniums. So we're just entered our 3rd biennium of the FIP grant. The goal of that is to increase the quantity and quality of sage-grouse habitat and ultimately increase our sage-grouse population in Baker. The outcomes along with that are education, engagement, coordination, bridging information gaps, and vegetation management.
Okay, so we're gonna just give you a little bit of a broad overview of those outcomes. I'm gonna make this one super quick. Since the FIP, we've really increased our education, engagement, and coordination. We've had LITs hired twice. We have a CCAA or LIT coordinator hired twice. We have a CCAA coordinator. We hold quarterly meetings, workshops, field tours, newsletters, all because of this FIP. And through that, we've engaged 52 landowners to enroll in restoration and habitat programs. So on to bridging information gaps. I'm going to go over 3 gaps identified in the threat reduction plan and our strategic action plan. First one being West Nile virus and sage-grouse interactions. That one has largely wrapped up. Raven and sage-grouse interactions, which is still ongoing. And then in the next presentation, I'll give a thorough overview of Mesic resource availability. So as a lot of us know, sage-grouse are highly susceptible to West Nile virus. But prior to 2019, there was little information on the prevalence of West Nile virus in the Baker Pack, or the priority area of conservation, which is core sage-grouse habitat, and its potential implications to the population there of sage-grouse. And so our goal is to expand West Nile virus monitoring to better understand the potential of that threat. So we partnered with Baker Valley Vector Control to monitor for West Nile virus. And over 4 years, we monitored 17 sites and had about 42 detections over those years. In the grand scheme of things, our conclusions were that Overall, those were low detection rates, and most of the West Nile virus detections came from sources that we were unable to mitigate at this time. So we're kind of putting a pause on this conservation effort, knowing that we might need to revisit it in the future. The map on the right is the hotspot areas for those West Nile viruses, and this is relative to what was sampled in Baker. That's indicated in the red and orange areas, and the other colored dots indicate West Nile virus prevalence at those 17 sites. The next one I'm going to cover is ravens. Ravens are or can be a prolific nest predator for sage-grouse. We had little information on sage-grouse raven interactions within Baker at the time and any potential mitigation methods for reducing their density in sagebrush habitat. And so our goal and what we are doing is collaborating with OSU to assess those interactions between ravens and sage-grouse by identifying anthropogenic and natural raven subsidies that we can potentially mitigate, as well as raven removal within the Baker pack. And so what this kind of looks like is we are collaborating with OSU to do a comparative study looking at lethal and non-lethal raven mitigation strategies. In the Baker pack, we are doing lethal removal of ravens and raven nests. And that's being compared to other packs where they're doing roadkill removal, because roadkill is a food subsidy. We're also currently working with OSU to identify perch and nesting subsidies that we can develop some potential mitigation methods to deter ravens with. And hopefully within the next couple meetings, we'll have some more information on that.
So vegetation management, obviously noxious weeds are a huge threat to sage-grouse. So I'm a weed management area, so I get to deal with those weeds. So we do some aerial treatments, ATV spot treatments, and then ground broadcast treatments. Acres reported as of December 2022 through the FIP were 6,700 acres of invasive annual grasses treated and 2,800 acres of broadleaf noxious weeds. And then proposed for 2023 is 2,900 acres of invasive annual grasses and 1,100 acres of broadleaf noxious weed treatments. We do our data entry in December, so those numbers will get captured at the end of this year. Seeding, we replace those weeds with grass seed. We use a combination of native and introduced species just to try to get something to grow and have some success. We have a rangeland drill. We do some ATV spot seedings and some aerial broadcast seedings. As of December 2022, we had done 2,800 acres of seeding with another 877 acres planned for 2023. Here is a map of our Baker pack. All of our treatment polygons are in purple on there. They're pretty widespread through the pack. We'll talk a little bit later about how we strategize those polygons. Here is one of our project areas. This is a monoculture of white top that we treated. When you remove a monoculture, you get bare ground. So then we planted grass seed. And then gave it some rest. And we were very happy with the stand of grass seed that came in. Beautiful stand of grass. There is still some white top that will receive some follow-up treatments. Here's another one. This landowner did a bunch of invasive annual grass treatments prior to the FIP on his own. It was a lot of bare ground and broadleaf noxious weeds when we started. We got control of those weeds and we planted grass. Another successful treatment. Another one really similar. This one received 2 Mesic treatments and a grass seed and rest. And now we've had a lot more forage in this pasture. But not everything's perfect. So we have a lot of Russian thistle and a lot of white top in Baker County. We're constantly battling one of the species. We remove one, we get the other. So we have to remain really vigilant. Sometimes we even get Russian thistle after white top treatments, which I know it's common after Mesic, but we'll get it after white top. We'll be there in May, treat the white top. Russian thistle comes in June. So we just have to really monitor these sites and make sure we're keeping all the weeds out. Another project going on. This is a research project with the Eastern Oregon Research Center in Burns. So we talked a little bit, it was mentioned earlier, about understory enhancement and degraded understory. So that's what this project is looking at. We picked 2 sites that are representative within the Baker pack. One is degraded understory. The other one is Medusa Head hotspots surrounded by healthy habitat. So what this project is, we treated it with a Mesic. in the fall of 21. Planted grass seeds and native forbs in the fall of 22. And then sagebrush plugs in the hotspot sites in the spring of 23. And then Stella Copeland with birds is doing the research, and that'll be done over the next 3 years. So watch for the results from this project. This one Julie touched on in an earlier presentation. This is through U.S. Fish and Wildlife bill funding. The last one, the 4 projects, is actually U.S. Fish and Wildlife Partners funding. This is bill funding. We want to focus on the smaller juniper trees. There's a lot of trees less than 10 feet tall, so that's what we're going to focus on and keep those from coming into our sage-grouse habitat. So what's unique about Baker? 21% of the pack is estimated to be dominated by invasive annual grasses. We also have a lot of whitetop and Russian thistle that I don't know that other areas have as much of. And then we have a lot of private land, which is really neat. But we have this mosaic of private and public land, and they're small parcels compared to what you guys deal with down here. And then we're also on the very edge of the Great Basin climate. So we have a little bit different climate. And then because of that, the geospatial products out there aren't always accurate to our climate. So, do we need to say it? Their projects. So we prioritize projects based on their proximity to lek buffers. So here's another map of our Baker pack with the 2-mile lek buffers. Most of those projects lie kind of around those 2-mile lek buffers, or they're next to very active involved landowners. So we prioritize based on proximity to core habitat, available matching funds, what else is the landowner doing on their property, the landowner willingness to follow a long-term plan, partner involvement, and then do the goals align with our threat reduction plan. And we want, we're going to prioritize where they have the highest likelihood of benefiting sage-grouse, obviously. So we're in the last biennium of the FIP. So we've got 2 years left out of our 6 years. So how do we plan these last 2 years? So we want to grow that core habitat, protect the investments already made. We also want to identify areas that have been weak or haven't happened in the last couple of years. We want to make sure those happen in this last biennium. And then prioritize the sites that'll have the largest benefit. It's getting a lot more competitive for sites in this last biennium. So we need to be really strategic about the sites that we choose to finalize projects on. And then we want to make sure our threat reduction plan and strategic action plan are up to date. That's it. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Megan has told me I have 10 minutes. So thanks. I'm Morgan Solomon again. I'm the LAT coordinator for Baker. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Baker's effort to develop a prioritization process for Mesic protection and restoration projects. So all of you are probably aware that Mesic habitat is really important in our rangeland ecosystems, specifically for wildlife and livestock. For sage-grouse, they serve as green grocery stores during the late summer brooding period. So they have a lot of succulent forbs and insects that allow the chicks to grow big and strong. Mesic areas are also important for livestock. During those, drought years, they serve as kind of a resilient resource for forage and water. We mentioned the threat reduction plan in our last presentation, and that was developed in 2017, and it outlined our threats, past ongoing restoration work, and conservation needs within the pack. One of the conservation needs under the ERP was to gain a better understanding of the Mesic habitat quantity and quality as it relates to sage-grouse and their chicks. And we wanted to use this information to implement Mesic restoration and protection projects. And so we started with this big conceptual idea of how we wanted to go about this. And the first step was to develop a geospatial representation or a map of Mesic resources within the Baker area. Next was going to be ground truth those maps with field surveys. And then we wanted to stratify and identify conservation projects from those field surveys. And then begin to develop a prioritization process for where and how we wanted to implement those projects. So to start off, we partnered with the Institute of Natural Resources to develop a summer sage-grouse habitat and mesic map for the Baker area. Areas of red on the map indicate areas of high summer probability of use for sage-grouse. And these were developed using vegetation plot data, remote sensing veg data, and summer sage-grouse brood GPS locations. After that, we overlaid a USGS streams, springs, and seeps layer, and we extracted those areas from that habitat map to get this, in which we used to randomly select some sites for conducting some ground truthing and field surveys. And so in the summer of 2021, we had an amazing technician named Val who went out and did an obscene amount of random point surveys. And we used the first draft of the threat-based management guide for creeks, streams, and rivers. This has actually been published, I believe, already. Almost, so close, okay. Which is really exciting. Can't wait to use it. But during these surveys, we also, we basically just describe this system as a whole, like what type of soil substrate, what type of vegetation is there, what are the threats, and then finally, what are the potential conservation actions that we could be implemented there to potentially improve that mesic system. And so from using that field survey data, we were able to develop this map of where those projects may lie. And from those field surveys, we stratified those field surveys, because there was a lot of them, into whether they had water or not. And then we prioritized looking at systems that had water at the time of the field survey. And from those field surveys, we split those into conservation actions that were identified as Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects. Tier 1 projects are protection projects, so the low investment projects, the projects that you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck. Tier 2 projects were those restoration projects that require a higher investment, money, machinery, that type of thing. So if you think about it, Tier 1 projects are your your conservation actions that are simple to implement. Juniper removal, weed treatments, grazing management that has infrastructure that exists, that type of thing. Tier 2 projects are ones that we're going to need a little bit more technical assistance on. So addressing head cuts and incisions, large-scale vegetation plantings, and then grazing management that might need some more infrastructure. And we came up with this map. All those, I know it's hard to see, but all those colored dots represent different conservation actions, from fencing to invasive weeds to juniper removal. And the yellow dots represent potential Tier 2 projects. All right, so once we did that, we wanted to kind of prioritize some action areas. And so I went through and kind of developed the criteria that is very similar to what we do to prioritize our restoration or weed treatments. What this looks like is, do these conservation actions occur in proximity to core habitat? So within those 2-mile lek buffers that Shanda have mentioned on the map. Does it occur close to ongoing restoration work? So does it make sense? Are we defending the core areas, and are we growing that core? Partner involvement as well, and landowner participation are big ones. And then what type of funding opportunities do we have? Is it, are we applying for juniper removal or weed projects? Other things we considered were the sagebrush conservation and design map. There's not a ton of core in the Baker Pack, but there are some growth opportunity areas that we could overlay with this map. Resistance resilience letters, and then of course summer sage-grouse GPS locations. And so when you overlay all that information with the stream or the Mesic map, I kind of pulled out these core areas or action areas, and that included Goose Creek, Love Reservoir, and Lawrence Sardine. And this is where we will focus on implementing Tier 1 projects. The next steps are Tier 1 project implementation. So we have applied for and are applying for FIP and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funds. We recently just received an award for bill funding for the fiscal year 24 for Mesic work. For that grant, we developed a budget for all Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects. This was to piggyback off of Julie's idea. We gave a pie in the sky funding request so that it would be easy for us to repackage or pull from when those funding opportunities came in or when that insane amount of funding influx came in. And as I said, we are going to initially prioritize those conservation actions with the highest cost benefit ratio. For Tier 2 project development, we have written technical assistance into those Tier 1 project applications so that we have a good basis for going into those larger scale projects. So we'll solicit experts for project development, and hopefully those will be funded in 2025 or implemented in 2025. And with that, I won't take questions. That is just common habit.
Okay, so a lot of you were at the SageCon Summit last year, and you might remember at the end of day 2, we did a workshop. This is our first time doing this type of workshop. It's really taken off since then. And so we are going to bring you a mini version of that. We have some new content, and we're also going to be talking about the area that we are going in the field tomorrow. So it's going to be really cool tying all these big concepts to a place that we all get to see and thinking about strategic conservation. So first, I want to acknowledge the team that developed this approach. So Chad Boyd, you heard from him earlier. Vanessa Schroeder, you will hear from her soon. Katie Wollstein also gave a presentation earlier. And then Dustin Johnson, who couldn't be here, he is out hunting. Can you guys hear me okay in the back? Is that a little bit better? Okay, cool. So, and myself. Well, I'm talking, so. I figured that was implied. So what is threat-based conservation? It is a hands-on interactive process where we're really trying to facilitate landscape scale and proactive planning in these complex local landscapes. And I've been super excited to see in a lot of the presentations, people have already kind of introduced you guys to this concept, starting to take off. It's very exciting. And really the goal here is for you all to develop your own science-informed but locally derived spatial strategy to defend and grow the core. So we're trying to provide you those scientific resources, but it really needs to be sort of a locally led process to figure out how do you defend and grow the core in a local landscape. And so today, as I mentioned, this is going to be a whirlwind tour. We only have an hour and a half. We're going to talk about a little bit of background, some principles for strategic conservation, mapping tools, and then this interactive activity. And I just want to start out with a little bit of context of what we're doing here is a really important part of sort of strategic planning, but it's just one part. So if you think about all these questions here, where do we want to be? Where are we now? What needs to change to get there? How do we get there? What do we actually do on the ground? And then how do we measure progress and adaptively manage? This workshop really fits in here, spatial strategy. And we need all these other things too. So I don't want it to be thought of in a vacuum. So this workshop is going to be in 3 acts. First act, foundations, context and principles. Second act, tools for strategic conservation, thinking about some of our spatial data. You've seen a bunch of it already. And then we're going to bust out the maps and the Sharpies, and you guys are going to get to draw on maps and do this for yourself. Okay, so you want to launch the poll? Okay. So before we really dive in, we want to hear from you guys in word cloud. When you're thinking about how to prioritize, where and how to work on the landscape, what are you considering? The shorter the phrases, the better, because that makes a better word cloud, but I think you can put up to 10 options in there. So what are you thinking about? Grouse, riparian, what else? Right. Rets. All right, I'm seeing a lot of stuff here. Sage-Grouse threats, connectivity. Some thumbs up, some crying. It's hard. I understand. It might incur some tears. We're going to need to sort through this word cloud because there's a lot of stuff here. But there's a few themes that are coming up here. Threats, connectivity. So I want you to keep thinking about this and sort of circle back to this at the end of the workshop. Okay. So, okay. So in this first section here, I'm going to give a little bit more context about the sagebrush conservation design. Vanessa Schroeder is going to introduce threat-based land management. And then Katie and Chad are going to talk about the principles. And so I'm going to do this really quickly because you kind of have heard about this quite a bit. Sagebrush conservation design, I think of it in really 3 elements here. First one is this wake-up call and call to action. Chad mentioned this earlier. This analysis found that 1.3 million acres are being lost each year across the sagebrush biome. I mean, that's a big number. That is a attention-grabbing number. And that doesn't mean we aren't doing good work, but we really need to rethink business as usual to make sure that we can be more effective and offset some of those losses. The second part of the sagebrush conservation design is this framework and common language. So this defend and grow the core. You've heard it a bunch already. And it's this generalized framework, and this scales from the whole biome down to the area we're going to be looking at for the field tour is about 70,000 acres. So it really scales across big landscapes, small landscapes, everything in between. And then this spatial data set that you keep seeing here is a really helpful way of representing that on the landscape at these big spatial scales across the whole sagebrush biome. And then when we get down to a more local landscape, we can step that down with our threat-based ecostate maps. And, folks have been talking about this already. So you've seen this a little bit. This is what we're going to walk through in the workshop. And with that, I'm going to invite Vanessa up to talk about threat-based land management.
Thank you, Megan. All right, I think you can all hear me. So I only have 5 minutes to introduce threat-based land management. That's no problem. You guys are all pros, right? We've heard about a lot about this already today. But I'd be remiss to not introduce kind of the big 3. So we think back to, we've been learning about the sagebrush conservation design, and Chad's talk earlier, we're losing 1.3 million acres a year. Why? What is driving that? I think he threw out a number. 73% of ecosystem dysfunction is really related to these landscape scale problems, such as the fire, the altered fire regimes, the invasive annuals, expanding conifer. And so one thing I do want to highlight is that invasive annual grasses, they actually need fire less than fire needs them. They're actually spreading with and without fire. So they're creeping into new places. They're creeping up in elevation. And this is a problem because some of you have probably heard of the invasive annual grass fire cycle. So this is really wonderfully illustrated by these slides that Dylan put together. And if you look on the left, that's what we call our state A ecosystem. This is really good sagebrush that we really like. We have the sagebrush cover. We have a wonderful understory of good green perennials. We have some forbs, we have perennial grasses. If you imagine looking down on that landscape and dropping a match, you're probably not going to ignite. You see a lot of green stuff, there's a lot of bare ground. And if it does ignite, it's less likely to spread. Now, if you look into where invasive annual grasses have spread, maybe you have what we would call a state C habitat, where we have an overstory of sagebrush and we have this understory of invasives. And these are like igniting a bomb. You drop a match right there, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to go up and it's also going to spread. And that fire is going to spread and it's going to ignite those sagebrush. And when that burns, you end up with kind of this really disaster landscape of just invasive annual grasses. And what's pretty cool about invasive annual grasses, there's not much cool about invasive weeds, but they actually change the biophysical environment to one that benefits them. So they're able to create opportunities for fire to ignite and spread, which gives them the resources to really outcompete our other natives. So that's the invasive annual grass fire cycle in a nutshell. But it's not just about invasives and fire. We actually have disrupted fire regimes in some places where we have too much fire. So often in those lower elevation areas, hotter, lower R&R, but we also have not enough fire in some of our other landscapes. So you're all pretty familiar probably with our expanding conifer. Ultimately, we just have modern regimes that differ from our historical natural fire regimes at high and low elevations. So the sagebrush ecosystem is really being squeezed on both sides. So people much smarter than me came up with this wonderful way to talk about conifer expansion. And so I think we've maybe mentioned phases a couple times. So I just want to touch on that when we talk about expansion, usually of juniper, it can be phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. And this is expansion into historic sagebrush rangeland. So phase 1 are those little guys where you might do the lop and scatter, right? It's much more cost effective to do treatments here in phase 1. Phase 2, you have multiple age classes. You have some really rapid growth here where trees are just expanding and you're maybe seeing loss of your sagebrush obligate wildlife when you're starting to hit this phase of encroachment. And then phase 3, you have a lot of trees. It's pretty much ending up in a juniper woodland. Maybe there's some infill happening, but this is a very costly place to restore. So all of this is to note, I think I grabbed one of these. If you look on your table, you want some in-depth reading later. This is all set out in a manager's guide, but also this handy dandy field guide. If you want wall art for your office, there's a copy for everyone. And essentially it might look a little complicated if you haven't seen this before, but it's actually incredibly simple at its heart. It's based on really 3 simple questions. Is there a threat expressed? If so, is it juniper? Is it invasives? Or is it both? And do you still have a shrub component? So basically, if you answer those questions, you're going to end up in one of these boxes. And these boxes are described in that guide. I'm not going to go through them. Essentially, you have on the lower R&R, lower resistance and resilience gradient, more of invasive annual grasses are going to be more of a threat. When you go up higher upslope, north-facing slopes, more mesic areas, you're going to have juniper expansion as maybe your primary threat. However, we know a lot of our rangelands are right in the middle, where you potentially have all of the bad things, right? And so I think I'm just going to wrap it up there in my very quick 3 to 4 minutes. And if you want more, you can go to sageshare.org. You can't really see the link on there. That explains more, but yeah, just take the guides and I'm going to hand it off to Katie.
Thanks, Vanessa. So we're going to pass around a handout as I'm speaking. But so our little group gathered in Burns. Megan was nice enough to come out to the research station with us, and we started hemming and hawing over what is it that we're recommending to partners in the sagebrush ecosystem. Every place is different. I spoke this morning about how our actions, who we choose to work with, the kinds of things we do, the way we prioritize should depend on local context and the issue you're dealing with. And so we tried to generate 5 principles that could be generalized across the sagebrush ecosystem and adapted to each of your local contexts. And so Chad and I are going to introduce these today. The first of these is prioritize defending and growing the core from primary ecosystem level threats. The second, surprise, find the relevant scale and people for your area. We're going to hear about how why should guide your where and what. The fourth is being aware of both action bias and action paralysis. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the role of relationships in this work.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. So I'm gonna start us out on covering these principles. And the first one as Katie mentioned, is prioritizing and prioritize defending and growing the core from ecosystem threats. And there's multiple things that this does for us. The reasons that I think this is important. And first and foremost, it gives us a way to talk. It gives us a common vocabulary. And this is something that I think we learned with the threat models, is one of the biggest benefits to the threat models that we found in the field is when you've got a diverse audience, everybody can get on the same page really quickly and understand what the other person is talking about. So it's a common vocabulary, this idea of defending and growing a core that we can use to, again, like we did this morning, quickly dissect a large landscape in the pieces that matter. The second thing that defending and growing the core, the second reason we prioritize that is it really helps us to be realistic about what's possible within a landscape. And I think that this particularly applies to restoration. When we're looking at restoration activities, the whole landscape is not created equal, right? And we need to be able to recognize where we're most likely to have success, and to the extent that we can, prioritize those areas for restoration. And the same applies for prevention too. Again, this idea of where do we have the most to lose? So it helps us to be realistic about the landscape that we're set within. And the last thing I think it does is it helps us to move from reactive to proactive. Now, when I say that, there are always going to be, and we'll get to these terms in just a moment, things that are urgent and important that we have to do, right? That's called the reactive model. We all have those things in our daily lives that we have to deal with. But what we're really trying to do with defending and growing the core is move from, not from that model, but add to that reactive model a proactive component. So to use fire and fuels as an example in the slide you see here, a reactive model, fire suppression, opportunistic fuels management treatments. We have a fire, we run out and do post-fire rehab. And the proactive model with defending and growing core, what we're trying to do is think strategically about the landscape and what are the activities that we do before, during, and after the fire. It may be that the most important activities we do are before the landscape ever burns, pre-positioning that landscape to be a fire resilient landscape so that we have to do less on the back end when it inevitably does burn. So with that, Katie.
Thanks, Chad. So here I am to talk with you once again about scale. And so a lot of this is driven by, there's a huge need. We're losing the sagebrush ecosystem at an alarming rate, but we can't do everything everywhere. And so the question we need to be thinking about when we do strategic conservation is, where can we effectively do work that is meaningful? And as Jackie put it, move the needle on the problem. And so as you heard from me this morning, some of this should be defined by those ecological threats. And we're going to go through a process with the maps, with the different data sets for making those decisions. So an example might be, how does fire behave on this landscape? And then the social conditions I discussed earlier. Where is there existing crap for working together? So I've waited 2 years to circle back to this. Some of you are at SageCon in 2021, and Dustin Johnson was asked to talk about enabling conditions for, working together strategically. And so some of you know my background, collaborative work, governance, and I'd given Dustin a lot of literature on collaborative natural resource management, community-based natural resources. And I go into his office, he's preparing for SageCon 2021. And he said he enjoyed the readings very much. He learned a lot. And then he showed me what he took from it. And he displayed crap. I got crap. So find the relevant people and organizations to be working with at a scale that matters. And so ask yourself, or Dustin will ask you, do you have your crap together? Capacity to work together to address a common problem, right? When we don't have capacity, we can't actually do the work, the coordination, the contracting, the monitoring that's necessary to get this stuff done. Resources to empower capacity. So resources aren't just financial, it's also leadership, it's assets, it's local knowledge, it's willingness to go out and do the work. Authority to implement is a thing, right? We're in mixed ownership landscapes. We have NEPA in some places. We can capitalize on that. It's sometimes strategic to think about where do we need that NEPA? And then also the private lands component. We're looking to work at a landscape scale. And so all of those authorities are overlapping. There's sometimes gaps. And so how do we navigate those? And then process to ensure equitable and effective decision-making. And so I appreciate that the word equitable is in here because we talk about working where there's willingness to do work on the ground. Well, some places do not have the collaborative infrastructure in place currently. Does that mean we shouldn't do that work there? No, it means we should focus on creating conditions and nurturing the potential there to do that work and make things happen together.
Thank you. Another important principle of strategic conservation is what we think of as the why to what ratio. And I like to use a financial analogy to explain this. So if I'm going for financial advice and I walk through the door and the person I see says, "Hi, Chad, my name's Joe. Have I got a hedge fund for you?" I'm going to turn around and walk out. What I want to, why? Because he led with the what, right? What I want to do is I want to walk through that door and I want to meet someone named Joe who says, let's talk about where you're at now. Let's talk about where you want to be in the future. Let's talk about the time interval between now and when the future is. In other words, why are you walking through this door? And once we've established the why and have those parameters on the table, then Joe's going to talk to me about potential investments I could make. He's going to talk about the what, but we're going to lead with the why, and the why is going to guide the what. And so that's our why to what ratio. And the same thing applies with strategic conservation. Why? The why is really about the dispersion of core growth opportunity and other rangelands across the landscape of interest, and the idea of defending and growing the core. That's what forms the basis of our what. Okay. And in between those two is the where. So if we've got a map of core and growth opportunity like we have on the left, we can use that to inform where it is that we want to take action. We can reestablish connectivity that's being impaired by encroaching juniper trees. We can, in the center there, we can defend intact core areas that have an invasive annual grass threat. And here we've got an invasive annual grass area that we really just need to facilitate post-fire recovery in. But we need to do that because of the why, and the why is defend and grow the core. And then we can move on to the what. What are the specific things that we're going to do that help pre-position us for success in realizing the why? And when you do that, it really changes your definition of success, as we talked about a little bit this morning, from a project basis to a strategic landscape level measure of success. And here's a good example of that. Here's an example of where we had project success and landscape failure. Okay. I'm not going to say where this is, but these are post-fire conditions in Eastern Oregon. And there was some post-fire work that was done to restore perennial bunch grasses in this area that is surrounded by annual grasses. The post-fire work to restore the perennial bunch grasses was successful. Okay, the projects were successful. Is that a successful landscape? Not so much. Yeah, we basically got sink habitat for perennial bunch grasses there, and it's just waiting on the next fire. So that's why it's really important to let the why guide what it is that we do on the landscape. Okay. Action bias and action paralysis. These are two ends of a continuum that are really difficult to deal with these days because of, on the one end of the continuum, the action paralysis, the amount of stuff, I'm not going to say, the amount of stuff that we have to deal with, the amount of information that's out there is seemingly infinite. There is no end to the internet. And when we have that much information, it's easy to continue to analyze information and never actually do anything on the ground that we want to do. It can feel like paralysis, like deer in the headlights. And we'll have some thoughts on how we can avoid that here in just a second. At the other end of that continuum is what we call the action bias. And for those of you who may not have heard that term, the action bias, a good analogy is you're in the grocery store, you're standing in line, and there's a voice in the back of your head that says the other line's a little bit faster. So we moved to the other line. It turned out that the first line was actually faster than the second line, but we scored a victory, right? We took action, right? And the human psyche rewards action. At least we did something. So even though we lost, we won. That's the action bias. And we need to avoid both ends of this continuum. And we can do that by asking some very simple questions within our efforts to do strategic conservation. Why are we taking action to begin with? What is the specific problem that we're trying to solve? And will the actions that we're taking actually affect that underlying problem? This helps us to think through the types of information that we need and specifically avoid the paralysis into the continuum. And are we trying to solve the right problem? Is the action contributing to the larger whole? These are questions that we should ask at the beginning of a project, but we should continue to ask these questions as we move through a project. And one way to frame this that I'll leave you with, this is borrowed from Stephen Covey. He wrote a book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Highly recommend it. It's maybe the best. I don't read a lot of success books because most of them are just people trying to make money. This is one I kept. I've actually got 2 copies of it. And he has a time management matrix, and he makes the point that after studying business leaders around the world, the ones that are most successful are those that are able to carve out time in their day to do things that are important but not yet urgent. Okay, what does that look like in life? It looks like a 401k, right? A rancher might think of important but not yet urgent as the things that they do in the course of a year that help determine the quality of operation that gets handed down to their grandkids one day, right? They're the things that the other category in the top, the important and urgent, tend to get in the way of, right? But the important and urgent is the domain of reactive conservation, of opportunistic conservation. The things that are important but not yet urgent, that's where strategic conservation lives, in that quadrant. And one way to think of that is the way that I kind of think of it in my own head as I go through the day. Is there something I can do today that I'm going to be really glad that I did 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, and 10 years down the road? And that's really what strategic conservation is all about, is connecting back to that why and doing the things that are, we obviously have to do things that are important and urgent, but really carving out time to think through what important but not yet urgent means on our landscape.
So our last one. So I mentioned earlier that conservation is a social process. So I think most of us own or manage rangelands that are not quite large enough to be thinking about land conservation at the landscape scale. We have a bunch of different ownerships mixed in an area. And so it's more than likely that you will need to work with your neighbors. And so when Todd Forbes welcomed us this morning, you would use the word trust and talked about relationships in Lake County making a difference. And so our 5th principle is simple. We can't, no single entity can solve our really complex problems. These dynamics are affecting entire landscapes over space and time, multiple scales. And so keep in mind that this is going to require relationships. If those relationships aren't in place, what kinds of relationships need to be built over time? So I'm going to hand it off to Dylan. Just to summarize, we covered 5 principles for strategic conservation. It's not about the map, it's about the process. Take it away.
Say something, Megan.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. So I'm new here. I'm gonna pull up my presentation, and as I do that, I'm the new Rangeland Science and Technology Transfer Specialist. Technology transfer. So anything that goes wrong today, you can blame me. I'll be the official scapegoat of all of these tech problems we've been having, but let me pull up my presentation real fast. Cool. So I'm from Florida. SageCon 2023, you got a Florida man up here. It's a brave new world, talking about rangelands. I got my education on the East Coast in Vermont, and I spent 2 years thinking about rangelands out there. And I don't say this to undermine my credibility as a new rangeland scientist, but actually to say that this is a hopeful thing. This call to action is reaching all over the country. And I have met so many folks from the East Coast, West Coast, in between, that have heard about this cause, heard about the 1.3 million acres changing, and people are hearing it. And I'm full of hope. So that's how I wanted to introduce myself, is I'm Dylan and I am full of hope. Yeah. And I put together a little tool here. It's called a story map. I'm going to use that as a presentation tool, but just be aware that I'm not going to go through every single aspect of this because I think we're a little short on time. So there's going to be some elements of this to explore on your own. This is going to be a web link that everyone can have access to, so you can show your family over Thanksgiving, get a lot of people on board on EcoState. But this is all about EcoState, which a lot of people seem to already know about. But we're going to demystify some concepts for folks who are maybe new to it, and then just get everyone up to speed real fast before we jump into our exercise. So I'll start my presentation by thinking about this video here. I don't know if you can see it in the back, but it's a car zooming through the sagebrush, and it makes me think of Chad, Chad Boyd. I think I've heard Chad say a couple of times that we need to be looking at the landscape at 60 miles an hour. And so Megan has me driving my Subaru out in the rangeland at 60 miles. No, I'm just kidding. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for EcoState. So EcoState is helping us cover a lot of ground that we can't get to. And that's what the tool is all about. Scroll down here. So what are EcoState maps? They provide this really generalized snapshot of what vegetation conditions are happening on the ground kind of right now, but summarized over 3 years. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. They build upon the threat-based models described in the Threat-Based Land Management Guide, which you all have at your tables now. And I'll just pull a quick quote from it. This framework uses vegetation states, ecological threats, and plant community trend to suggest management action at relevant scales. We keep talking about scales. So that's what this is all about. And in a nutshell, so here we go. We're going to look at this landscape scale and maybe zoom into a pasture level scale. What it really does is it helps us to understand the extent and spread of those three primary rangeland threats. So annual grass invasion, they're going to be in red on these maps. Juniper encroachment, they're going to be in the browns on the maps that are at your table and on the screen here. And then the way that those two things interact in complex ways to drive the fire cycles out west. Wildfire is not explicitly mapped by EcoState, but you can use those other two things to predict where and when fire is going to occur on the landscape. So what the heck are all these colors? So there's 8 broad categories. And an easy way to think about it is there's actually 3 sections of these 8 broad categories. There's the shrubland section, there's the grassland section, and then there's the tree section. So there's good, intermediate, and poor shrubland. There's good, intermediate, and poor grasslands. And then there's like low to mid cover juniper and high cover juniper. Broad categories is the theme here. The rule set. So on the right, you can see like the relative spread of each of these categories as we go through them throughout the state. And on the left, we'll just talk briefly about the rule set that goes into making these. So anything that's a shrubland has at least 10% shrub cover. And then if it's a good shrubland, it's going to have herbaceous cover with a dominating perennial component. So there's going to be 3 times as many perennial bunch grasses as there are annual invasives like cheatgrass, or maybe there's no cheatgrass in these locations. So the rule set for good shrubland, shrub cover over 10%, herbaceous cover, perennials exceed annuals at a 3-to-1 ratio, and then tree cover in the shrub categories and grassland categories is always going to be less than 5%. And here's a good example of what a landscape like that might look like. You just love to see it. Intermediate condition shrubland, same thing with the shrubs being above 10%, same thing with the tree cover being less than 5%. And then this time, the herbaceous cover, the perennial are still dominant over the annual grasses, but It's more between a 1-to-1 and 3-to-1 ratio. So there's still more perennial bunch grasses in these locations, but maybe it's transitioning a little bit to annuals. And then there's the poor condition shrubland. Again, shrub cover over 10%, tree cover less than 5%. And this time the annuals are completely dominating the areas between shrubs. It's getting pretty crispy come August. It's looking pretty brown. The grasslands. So now shrub cover is going to be less than 10%. There really isn't a whole lot that occurs on the map. Herbaceous cover, perennials exceed annuals, again at that 3-to-1 ratio, and then tree cover less than 5%. Intermediate condition grasslands, very similar rule set to intermediate condition shrubland, but again, less than 10% shrub cover, less than tree cover, less than 5%. And the herbaceous cover perennials are still winning the battle there, but they're transitioning. And then poor condition grassland, kind of hellish looking place. Looks like it could go up in an explosion if someone lit a match. Has anyone heard of the cheatgrass beer? Yes, some people have heard of it. Yeah, people are working on cheatgrass. This would be excellent places for those people to go and harvest for cheatgrass beer. Juniper, low to mid cover. These. So let's talk about the 2 juniper phases. Again, these are broad categories and they don't take into account the understory at all. So for a low to mid cover juniper eco state, we have tree cover between 5 and 20%. So between 5 and 20%, that means if the tree cover is at 3% or 4%, it's not getting detected with this current eco state mapping scheme. And then for high cover, it's anything greater than 21% cover. And just a quick note on this. So again, these are very broad categories. They're excluding some areas that probably we're interested in, right? With those 3% early encroachment areas. And this is something that we're actually actively working on. So stay tuned for separate juniper phase mapping that's going to be a little bit more nuanced. So those are the colors defined. Let's talk a little bit more about under the hood. How does this thing actually work? How do we get to those percentages, where they come from? Some of you are probably already familiar with this, but for those of you who aren't, you'll benefit from this section. So they come from the Rangeland analysis platform, which you may or may not have heard. That's where the percent data comes from. And from their website, directly from the source, you know, they combine satellite imagery with on-the-ground information. They put it into a computer brain. They spit out these images called rasters. They have lots of pixels in them. Each pixel represents the percent cover of different functional groups. And we can use those different percent covers from functional groups to create these maps called ecostate. So like visually, these pixels actually represent a 30 meter by 30 meter square of land on the earth. It's roughly the size of a baseball diamond. You could fit maybe a couple in this room. So it's pretty rough when you're thinking about really small scale planning. But when you think about it, you know, thousands of feet up in the air, these satellites are taking these photographs. It's pretty darn good across millions of acres of landscape. When I talk about functional groups, we're talking about the perennial herbaceous cover, which includes native bunch grasses and all of the forbs, all of the flowers, annual herbaceous cover, which is usually invasive annual grass, but it should be noted that Rangeland analysis platform is not able to exclude native annuals, which are part of the landscape too. So it might include some native forbs. However, shrub cover includes all species of shrub, and then tree cover includes all species of trees. And so this image really shows how we take each of those functional cover groups. We can stack the images. We can look at the pixels all the way down. We can put them through those fun ecostate rule sets that are developed by experts. And we can come up with these beautifully colored maps that help us take things like the sagebrush conservation design and take us one step further and identify where and to what extent there are rangeland threats on the landscape. So that's how it works. The other thing that we do is we take these 3-year averages so that we eliminate the interannual variability for things like rainfall and biomass, which can skew long-term trends. So every time you look at an ecostate map, it's actually a 3-year average represented, and it's named by the years that it's representing. So most of the ecostate maps that have been shown today are the 2020 through 2022 maps. The last thing that happens is a rangeland mask is applied. So if you've been fooling around with the data, you might have noticed that there's big blobs of empty space. Oftentimes there's circles where there's folks doing agricultural work. There's also wetlands that are excluded, forests that are excluded. That's because this tool doesn't really work in those locations, and so it's keeping us focused. That's why there's those gaps appear. So ecostates are in their third version. They're going to keep evolving. There's 31 maps available going all the way back to 1989, and then ending with 2022. The Rangeland analysis platform data usually drops in the summer, and each year the new Rangeland analysis platform data set drops. We'll update the ecostate maps. Working outside of Oregon, we have a sagebrush biome-wide map that spans 11 states. It looks like this. So that's also available, and all of these things are available on the Oregon Explorer website and also on something called the Landscape Planning Tool, which I'm sure a lot of folks have heard of as well. Okay, important section. So how the heck are these things used? It seems like folks have a pretty good grasp that they're really meant for landscape level planning. And they're a wonderful tool to sort of simplify complex rangeland conditions for conversations like we're going to have around these tables to talk about the landscape with this universal language of these 8 ecostates, essentially. So you've already seen this graphic in a different version of itself, but really this tool can help us take that next step to mapping our, what was it? Our why to our what, our where to our how, what. But mapping your where, mapping your why, understanding like you're keeping your problem centered and you're thinking about the solution. You're taking it one step further beyond just knowing where the problems are in the landscape, but you're focusing on what are the solutions we can come up with that are targeting those threats across rangelands. So yeah, it's hammering this point. It's especially powerful when used as a discussion support tool. They're also really well suited for monitoring medium to long-term trends. There's a quick slideshow I'll show you here. So this is back 1989 to 1991. And for those of you in the back, there's a lot of green down here. I'm going to advance through 10 years. So we see a little bit of a transition, a little more red in the north into the east here. Go another 10 years forward, we see some yellow start popping up in the south of the landscape. And then present day. I'll go back to that first slide just so you can see that transition. But pretty profound, you know, when we hear that statistic of 1.3 million acres a year of conversion, when you see that actually mapped with the ecostate, it's definitely a call to action. So again, this was all on statewide scale. What about like project-wide scales? Here's an example. So this was the Long Draw fire in southeastern Oregon. This is what it looks like from space. This is a picture taken by NASA. And something that I think we saw already was that we can actually use ecostate to detect how treatments are working on the landscape, whether or not they're effective. And I'm going to play this short video. This is the Long Draw fire extent. This is before the fire. We're starting in 2009 to 2011. We're going to advance through 13 years. And I want you to see if you can see on the landscape where treatments occurred just based on the ecostate. So we're advancing year to year. Again, these are 3-year averages, but now you can see within this extent, it's all red, but you can see these polygons kind of starting to show up on the landscape. And just to really drive this point home, I put together this little slider here. So the black outlines, this is pre-fire. These black outlines are where treatments are going to occur after the fire or have occurred. And these are places where reseeding, aerial broadcast seeding, drill seeding, shrub planting have occurred on the landscape. And if we swipe this over, there's this uncanny spatial correlation between those, I'll zoom in here, between those polygons and what we're seeing actually on the landscape. So the point is that ecostate can be a tool to detect change that humans have caused also in the landscape in terms of treatment success or treatment outcome. And I'll show you one more example of that. This is actually where we're going to go tomorrow. Here's another swipe tool example. And so this is the South Warner Mountains. Here's Highway 140 cutting across here. And this is pre-treatment. Again, the black outlines are showing where the treatment areas are going to occur. Mostly this is juniper cutting. You can see a lot of brown in these locations. And as I swipe over after the juniper cutting, you can see that green coming into the landscape. So it's pretty cool that the ecostate is able to detect some of these changes in response to treatments. What about very fine scales? To me, this image looks like a scene out of Space Invaders. If it looks like this, you've zoomed in maybe a little bit too far. You're starting to see that really grainy texture of the pixels. And that's a byproduct of the fact that each pixel represents a 30 meter by 30 meter square of Earth. So they're not quite as useful at this scale. It becomes a little less accurate. But one interesting thing to note is that these pockets of red at this scale can also sometimes be they can be reminders that these are places where you can go out and get some early detection done. So these places might still actually have those annual grass components to them. And this picture was actually taken from where this pin is on the landscape, looking in the direction of that arrow. And in this picture, you can see in the foreground, it's dominated by annuals. Their shrub cover is less than 10%. Beyond, the shrub cover picks up to above 10%. And that's actually depicted in the eco state. So it's pretty good, but just keep in mind that these are meant for large scale landscape wide planning. So there's this whole section on the grains of salt here, and I won't go through all of this in detail, but just know that like all models are a little bit wrong, right? This is meant to be broad vegetation groups and it works pretty dang well, but there are some funky bits that are important to keep in mind. One is that south-facing slopes, it seems like there's a slight bias where a lot of south-facing slopes tend to be marked as red, which is oftentimes true. We know that cheatgrass likes to invade up steep slopes, up south-facing slopes, but sometimes it's a little overbearing, and these slopes might be in better condition than mapped, so it's important to ground truth as always. The second thing is the shrub threshold. So it maps all shrubs equally. It doesn't discriminate by species. So if planning a project around a certain species of shrub, for example, sagebrush rather than rabbit brush is important to you, you're going to need to ground truth. And then the last thing, which I've already kind of mentioned, is that the juniper detection issue. So anything that's less than 5% juniper isn't caught by these eco states, and we're working on that. We're going to come out with a new tool that hopefully is going to be better at mapping those places and a little more nuanced with juniper detection. Really briefly, the best way to access this are both on the Oregon Explorer website and also on the SageCon landscape planning tool. I'm just going to open that up real quick and maybe the internet will cooperate this time. And it will. Amazing. So hopefully folks have already seen this before. If you haven't, this is called the SageCon landscape planning tool. This is one of the places where EcoState is housed. And just really quickly, I'm going to turn on the layers here and show you that, yes, here's where EcoState lives, the most current version of itself. There's also a variety of other amazing layers in here. For example, each of the functional groups are separated out by their functional group cover from the Rangeland analysis platform. There's also conservation and restoration actions. So a lot of the treatments that have occurred on public land are in here for your viewing. And there's things like wildfire management boundaries, etc. But what's really exciting, and quick feature I want to point out here, let me just zoom into the area we're going to go tomorrow. So here's a dell right here, and I'm going to pull this over so you can see it a little bit better. This is like the South Warner Mountain area. Is we can actually form a quick PDF of the EcoState over time with the EcoState summarization tool. And so that's in the home icon. I can click on this. I can very quickly draw an outline of the area. Customized area. Draw a shape. I don't know how well this is showing up in the back, but basically you can draw a quick polygon of an area. It highlights it, and then I can tell it that, yes, I want a bunch of different years worth of data of EcoState, and it'll put it into this report that summarizes it by each of the years that you've selected. And I have a version of the report already saved, so we don't have to wait for it to load here. So when the tool runs, it'll spit out something like this, a quick report that shows that area of interest that you highlighted, and then lovely pie charts of what's going on within that area of interest for each of the different categories of vegetation cover for each of the years that you selected. In this instance, I selected 1989 to 1991. And then I think each of those 3 decades in between 99 and 2001, we can see how it's changed over time. The point is that this is a really slick way to very quickly gain information for reports or for planning purposes, or just to show what's been going on your landscape in the last several years. And with that, I think we're going to transition to the activity. So thank you.
Okay, so now you are, yes?
Excellent question. So the error is kind of getting back to the Rangeland analysis platform, and they actually host individual errors for each of those functional groups on their website. It's roughly around 10% per functional group, but it varies depending on which functional group it is. Some are a little bit better than others. Yep. Yep.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna be viewing the southern borders through the lens of threat-based strategic conservation. It's almost time, guys. It's almost time. I love that people are having conversations already. So we are going to be stepping these tools down to a landscape that's about 70,000 acres, as I mentioned. Thinking about defending and growing the core, and we see how this data set that's west-wide, when we step down to Lake County, it's still pretty useful in the middle there. But then when we start to look at this landscape we're going to tomorrow, it's all growth opportunity area. So we need another tool to help us do this work in that landscape. So we're gonna, Vanessa is going to be walking you through a process to think about this, how to do strategic conservation in this landscape. Thanks, Megan. So I will be your guide. Hopefully it goes a little bit better than the 360 photos today. So now we get to get our hands a bit dirty. Our task is today, we're going to be doing an interactive mapping exercise to really identify potential management priorities in a mixed ownership landscape that we're actually going to visit in the field tomorrow. So we did this last year with SageCon. It was very hypothetical thought process. It's going to be similar today, but we actually get to see the landscape tomorrow, which I think is really exciting. So your objectives today are going to look at where can you defend the core, where can you grow the core, and where can you mitigate impacts in this Lake County landscape in a strategic way. And kind of a twist this time compared to last year is how will you leverage previous investments to grow your core? So there's been a lot of really amazing work that's been happening in this county. Okay, so we need a bit of a caveat before we start. What we're about to embark upon for this task has extreme rose-colored glasses. Okay, so everyone put on your rose-colored glasses and know that this is going to be really simplified because we only have 30 minutes to do something really complex. And so I do just want to point out that this is a complex multi-ownership landscape. You don't believe me? Here's a map. It's actually more complicated than this. You see all that white area? It's actually private. I don't know how many private landowners there are, but there are a lot. And so it's really complicated and difficult to work across boundaries, but it's important, it's necessary. Conservation is really this social process. And so these ownerships really are a consideration, as well as the existing administrative authorities that may or may not exist. And so we just kind of want to get that out of the way, let you know, we know that we're really oversimplifying it. So keep this in mind. But now we're going to jump into our oversimplified process on how we're going to draw on some maps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk us through an example you've already seen today. I'm starting off with Chad. I'm going to show you how one way in a different landscape that we can go about these steps. And then you are going to grab on your table maps, and I'll get into the mechanics of that in just a second. But first, just as a reminder, Dylan wonderfully took us through these different ecostates. We're going to start with the ecostates. And do I have a little pointer here? Okay, so this will be our geography that you will be looking at. I'm going to be using an example in Malheur County. It's a 3-ish step process. You'll understand the ish when we get to the 3.5 step. But we're essentially just going to break up the landscape into manageable units, priorities, and potentially activities. Okay, so as a reminder, we're going to define core areas. Core, that's going to be kind of the greens, our A to our A to C, all right? That might include some of the blue pixels, those B, those good condition grasslands. That pink, the B to D, that means that the invasives are kind of starting to wane. The C, that's the poor condition shrubland. We don't like to see a lot of that. And then the red, stop sign red, those are going to be heavily impacted areas, and those brown colors are the junipers. And so when we at the EOARC went through this exercise, we started by defining core. We did that by saying, okay, let's just draw a line around all of these greens. Oh, look, there's a mess of red right here. Let's not include that in our core. Let's look down here, another big chunk of core. Let me advance. No, okay. So now that we have our core areas, where are areas that are really heavily impacted? And so I labeled these with the threat. You can do that or not, your choice. It looks like most of the problem out here is going to be invasive annual grasses. And so we drew kind of a line around all of this red and this pink, called all of that heavily impacted by invasive annual grasses. So what does that leave us? That leaves us with growth opportunity. Areas that, okay, this isn't looking too bad, but it's not looking super great. So we're gonna maybe say those are growth areas that we might want to expand our core. Notice that the growth are adjacent to core areas. I don't have any growth opportunity islands here. And so that's the example. That's what you guys are going to be doing. Notice that I have about 7-ish polygons here for my first step. So we're not going into drawing 48 polygons on your maps yet. This is kind of what it looks like. So I'm going to turn you guys loose. This is not going to be a group activity today. We don't really have time for that. We're only giving you 5 minutes, but on your table, there is the first step. All you're really going to need to start with is a map. It's labeled. It is threat-based ecostate, Southern Warner Mountains. So if everyone wants to pick up their map, you also, each person has a clear piece of plastic that Katie and Megan are holding up. You're going to take your clear piece of plastic and you're going to take a black wet erase marker and you're going to put that clear piece of paper on top of your map. So you know that landscape planning tool we saw that Dylan showed? It clicks on layers. This is the manual form of clicking on layers. Do not use a Sharpie. Ignore the Sharpies on your table. So with your black marker, some might have blue, black or blue marker. You might want to first draw the outline on your clear piece of paper in case you move it around. And go ahead and start identifying areas that are core, growth, and heavily impacted. You guys are out of time. So if you want to keep making lines on your map, please do so while quietly paying attention to step 2. Okay, so I could get everyone to just direct their attention up here. I can tell we're all very excited for strategic conservation. We're now going to use our next map. You don't need to grab it yet. I'm going to talk through an example and another landscape. So now that we have our very simplified map where we've identified some areas that are core, some that are growth, and some are heavily impacted, what other data layer can we maybe click on? If we're in the landscape planning tool, what layer might we want to click to start refining these boundaries? So for this exercise, we're going to start with the R&R layer. So that's the resistance and resilience layer. So resistance, say invasion by annual grasses, or resilience disturbances such as fire. So on this map, red means bad, means low. It has very low R&R areas. So these could be south-facing slopes. It's going to have a lot of your abiotic conditions that come into this. So that could be soils, elevation, aspect, definitely precipitation zones. Whereas higher R&R is really represented in that blue, and the yellow is kind of the in-between. And so one thing we want to consider is if we have a lot of those greens, a lot of those state A's, maybe some of the good grasslands, those state B's, the blue pixels. If we have a lot of those in the low R&R, we may want to be sure to really protect those. Because if you're in a low R&R area and say that burns or is disturbed in some way, you're very likely to convert to something you don't want. Something like, what did Dylan call it? The hellscape. We don't want hellscapes, pardon my language. We want to protect, especially if you have core areas that are low R&R, we might want to protect those. And so that's exactly what I did in this example. So if you remember, all of this was red originally in my map. I've now decided, oh, I'm sorry, we're switching around here. So you want to protect areas that are in the core, but on the flip side, high R&R are really good opportunities to be more successful with your conservation. So if I'm looking to maybe treat some invasive annual grasses, maybe I want to plant some native or some perennial bunch grasses, I want to plant those areas that are in the higher R&R. I want areas that already are going to be setting me up for success. They have really good soils, they have more moisture, And so with that in mind, we decided as a group to take some of what was red before is heavily impacted and change it to green. And so what we ended up switching, you can see the comparison here. I went from lots of impacted saying, hey, we have a lot of opportunities here. I'm going to shrink that to these 3 little bubbles instead, using that R&R. Now, on the other side of things is we do want to consider these areas that are within the core that are low R&R. And those are the areas that we don't want to convert to our hellscape. And so I wanted to make a new category of kind of a priority, this core protect. So these are areas, if we think back to when Katie showed that map of areas that were very high probability of converting to invasive annual grasses, a lot of that has to do with low R&R areas. And so I just adjusted my lines. So I'm going to protect these areas. I'm going to go ahead and expand some of my heavily impacted and capture that in growth instead. So what we have here is the left is showing that R&R map that I used to adjust. And now that's shifted from step 1 to step 2. So I'm looking at areas within core that I might want to protect that are lower R&R. And then areas that are maybe opportunity for growth. Maybe I want to expand some core, expand some growth opportunity based on that R&R layer. So I went from 7 polygons to 13. You guys, whatever your maps are going to be a little bit different. There are no wrong answers here. And we have, those are wet erased markers. So now you can, there's about 2 or 3 maps per table, about 1 for every 2 people. So this is where you can take that clear sheet. And if you want, you can take turns laying it on top of that R&R map. There's some squirt bottles, some napkins. You just need a little bit of water to erase your lines, or you can add new lines. So just adjust what you drew on your clear sheet using the R&R layer. And we'll have a couple of people floating around helping you if this step is confusing. Thank you for the fast and furious cooperation that we have. I know we're trying to pack in a lot. So we're going to go with clicking on one more layer manually. I'm going to take you to step 3. So now that we've broken up our landscape based on these core areas that we want to protect, opportunities to grow the core, and areas that are heavily impacted either by invasive annual grasses or juniper, we need to know that, of course, we can't work everywhere. That's what this whole conference has been about. We don't have enough resources, but maybe it makes a lot of sense to actually leverage past successes. And so that's our next layer, is going to be BLM treatments. And so once again, those rose-colored glasses, right? There's a lot more work happening on the landscape beyond just what's happening on the public lands. There's a huge amount of really great work happening on private lands. We're not showing all of that. This is only showing BLM treatments, so kind of keep that in mind. But that will be your next map that you have on your table, is looking at where has past work been done. And so for this example, we have a black box that we're going to zoom into here. And we're zooming in here because there has been a lot of really good concerted work focused in this area. So next, we're going to consider areas adjacent to previous treatments, and these might be potential opportunities. So focusing in on this core protect area, because I want to first and foremost defend my core. So you can kind of look here, kind of center to the north in the left image. It looks like BLM actually conducted chemical treatments in that growth area to the north and to the south as well in this core protect that we identified, to south of the core protect that we identified. And so these areas I circled in white as maybe a spot that we might want to treat weeds. We're protecting the core while simultaneously growing it if we work in both of these areas. The thinking here is that this is leveraging the prior treatment that's highlighted. It might be hard for you to see, but it's kind of the teal hash marks. They're kind of highlighted to the northeast. And so if you remember, this is low R&R. And so what we want to do is really think about ensuring the biotic resiliency by promoting those perennial bunch grasses, maybe through reseeding. The core protect, we labeled it core protect because it is low R&R. That's why it's labeled as such. So maybe treatments here will not be quite as effective. So we might want to consider reseeding kind of in that southern area. all right, what if we have all of the funding in the world? What was it? The stupid amount of funding. Pie in the sky. I'm going to go ahead and reach for something additional. And we may want to consider how can we grow that core? And so there's this pink circle that I highlighted here in the background. There's some really faint white lines. Those are roads. It might make sense to continue to grow that core out to the road and deal with the other threat. And that other threat here are junipers. So you can see kind of the light brown and the dark brown is kind of hard to see beneath that green polygon, but there's juniper there. And this is in lower R&R as well. So we may want to consider controlling weeds and establishing perennials as we push to grow that core. So your step 3, now that you're going to look at the BLM management layer on your tables, there's also that cool layer that Dylan showed of across time for juniper treatments on your table as well. You're going to identify your top priorities. Don't identify more than 3, but you can change your lines, or you can just kind of star or point to areas that you think would be where you should defend the core, areas that you can maybe grow the core. What about areas of past successes that you might want to revisit? That's something you might want to consider as well. And are there areas of past treatments that you should revisit, maybe just for monitoring, do a follow-up treatment for juniper or reseeding, whatever your mind can imagine. So you are going to have another 5 minutes. This will once again be on your clear sheet of paper. Okay, good job, team. We are racing towards the finish line here, and you've completed 3 steps. I said this was a 3-ish step process. That's because I threw in a step 4, field verification. So tomorrow in the field, really want you guys to think about what you've thought about today. And then while we're in the field, have your maps with you and think, does this make sense? Would I change anything? So in order to do that, we'd like you guys to take a few minutes. There should be Sharpies on the table. Go ahead and translate what you have on your clear plastic to your actual map. Then you can bring it tomorrow. That'll be your chance to really discuss with colleagues in the field. And then you can consider eco-states and the priority areas that you picked as we drive through the landscape and discuss project work. That's because Dylan made these wonderful maps, and you can see the route that we'll be taking tomorrow. So go ahead and grab those Sharpies and put everything that you decided on your paper map. Okay. This was a super quick overview of this process of threat-based strategic conservation. I love all the conversation that was happening. We barely gave you any time to do this, but I want to just mention a few things. So when we do this in real life, and we are doing this more and more in real life, we're going to be working through this process with some of our local implementation teams and other groups. You know, one of the things we really need to think about is, this was rose-colored glasses, as Vanessa put it. This is sort of the first cut at like what you might do based on these maps, right? There's a lot of realities of working within, you know, the existing relationships you have built in the landscape, the jurisdictions. You can't work everywhere because it's not legal to do so, perhaps, and authorities, right? So really keeping that, we need to take this from the hypothetical to the practical. This is really part of our, you know, principle 5. Conservation is empowered by relationships. We got to maintain and nurture those relationships. And so with this, you know, we just talked about ecological condition. And that's because we're starting with that defend and grow the core, that proactive ecosystem level focus. But of course, we need to layer on, and actually Skyler went through that great example of thinking about sage-grouse in this context. There's lots of other things. But we hope that you all will start with that defend and grow the core, the ecosystem level, because really a lot of the other values we have in these landscapes, you know, they rely on these intact rangelands. You all, we're so happy to have you here at the SageCon Summit, but, you know, if we're doing this for a real landscape, it's not just a room full of people that want to show up. It's a really intentional engagement of all the relevant stakeholders. You need all the agencies at the table. You need the landowners at the table. And we're working at that community, that scale that we still don't know, you know, what the magic number is. I can't believe Katie didn't give us a magic number. But, you know, we're thinking about what is the right scale for this area? Who are the right people to have in the room to do this for reals? You know, so these are the principles here. Principle 1, principle 2. And then you actually had a lot of conversation at your tables, which is great.
Normally, we would give you way more than 5 minutes because that discussion is really the point. We want you all, thinking together, sharing ideas and really using these maps as a discussion support tool. So we will make a lot more time when we do this for real. So again, just to wrap up, the goal here is for folks to develop their own science-informed but locally derived spatial strategy to defend and grow the core. And so I hope we've kind of helped you all think about how we go from a big picture framework like the cartoon of defend and grow the core, using spatial data tools like the ecostate maps, and then putting them into something that you really sort of have some ownership over. And you can, bring in your relevant knowledge for your landscape to sort of make your own version of this defend and grow the core map and really empower you all to use those tools. Okay, so now, right before we wrap up, Dylan is going to walk you guys through how to get the ecostate maps on your devices before we go in the field tomorrow, because we're going to go to this place that we just looked at on the maps in the field and have some really interesting discussions.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, so it's really quick, folks. If you haven't used Avenza before, it's a great platform. It's a free software that can visualize georeferenced PDF maps. And we actually made one of Lake County. And so in order to access it, all you need to do is download Avenza. And if you don't know how to do that, please ask someone at your table or come find me after, and we'll definitely help you do it. But you want to download Avenza. And then through the app, you can actually click either one of these icons, depending on if you have an Apple phone or an Android phone. And you're going to go to add map or download map. And you can actually scan this QR reader directly from Avenza, and it'll go straight into the app rather than scanning. You can also scan the code using your camera app, but then you'll have to find it using the Avenza. If you open Avenza, open the QR code reader, and then scan the code, it'll go straight into Avenza, and you'll be able to have this map tomorrow in the field. So again, yeah, please let us know if you have any questions. Come find me. I can help you out with it.
Juniper management, fire rehab, and habitat monitoring. And those are just some additional photos. So as I said, even though our main three focuses are sage-grouse, pronghorn, and bighorn sheep, we do gather a variety of other data on the refuges. And these are just some cool shots this year from the wildlife cameras at water guzzlers and in burned meadows. And so I'm just gonna conclude my section of the talk by sharing some of the current population trends for the three species I mentioned. It might be a little hard to see in the back, but this figure is showing the mean number of male sage-grouse per surveyed trendlek at each refuge. The blue line is the trend for Hart Mountain, and the orange line is the trend for Sheldon. And this spans 1998 to present. Just some additional info from this year. We were able to survey all 6 of the 6 trendleks on Hart and saw an average of 29 males per lek. And in coordination with ODFW, we also completed a comprehensive aerial survey to assess for new potential leks. And looking at that, it seems like there's potentially 7 new leks that will be ground truthing in the next lek count season. And then at Sheldon, we were able to survey 15 of the 17 trendleks and saw an average of 11 males per lek. And we'll be completing a comprehensive aerial survey during the 2024 lek count season on Sheldon. And then in addition to sage-grouse, these are the trends in the top figure for pronghorn antelope and in the bottom figure for bighorn sheep. Again, blue is depicting the trends for Hart Mountain and orange for Sheldon. For pronghorn this year, we observed 1,375 on Hart Mountain and had a fawn ratio of 57 and a buck ratio of 43. And then for the Sheldon, we saw 880 pronghorn with a fawn ratio of 28 and a buck ratio of 34. And then for bighorn sheep, I only have this year's numbers for Hart because our partners at Endow flew for us last week, and I haven't gotten those numbers yet from the Sheldon. But we observed 95 bighorn sheep this year on Hart. And we had a lamb ratio of 44 and a ram ratio of 16. So I just took the time today to update you on these wildlife population trends, and now Kevin's gonna talk a little bit more about the habitat that supports this wildlife.
Habitat on the refuge, at least for the last 10, 15 years, you can kind of break it down into three broad areas. We've got prescriptive management, and that's juniper is kind of our big one on that one. And that's basically you have a defined objective and you create a plan based on things on the ground. You go forward to try to meet that objective. It's the way we like to do management. Responsive, which is usually our wildfire shit. Yeah, I've been out in the fire. That's what I call it. It's all responsive to usually stochastic event on the ground. We also have had to respond to drought or to flood damages out there. We do get occasional flash flood in some areas. And then descriptive, it's kind of just trying to find out what the habitat's like and what's going on, and then to monitor over time. It's assessments, it's photo monitoring, photo point monitoring, step in time, that kind of fun stuff. Juniper, as I said, has been our large one. Prior to about 10 years ago, it was kind of, well, to not put too fine a point on, kind of half-assed. We just kind of went out, did more thinning, a lot of volunteer work. We missed a lot of stuff. Some generally small projects. About 10, 11 years ago, we started getting industrialized, going large scale. That was originally through fuels funding. So it was targeted in major fuels, and that'd be, I'm getting my little laser pointer out here. Kind of the stuff up here on PJ, we targeted into there, and then down along the escarpment and the lower areas. It was places where we could legitimately get fuels funding out of our regional office. Then with the RLC program, if anybody remembers that, the Resilient Landscape Collaborative, we had buco bucks that came in, and we started targeting more to science-based and condition-based management, generally focused towards sage-grouse and to resistance resilience. And we did assessments beforehand and started going after, and that's where all the blue, yellow, and actually the black, which is just assessment sites that we're not currently looking to treat, but because it's a bugger to get in there. Blue is completed, yellow is funded and should be hopefully completed this fall, winter, early winter, at least for the removal part. And then red is still assessments in progress. Our two crew that were doing the assessments are actually here today. Thank you, gentlemen. The crazy ass people that wanted up and down the mountain. Coming into this red stuff over here, this is actually because we're shifting out of most of our sage-grouse area that we can get into that has juniper issues. We're shifting into bighorn because our bighorn numbers have been in the toilet, and we're in the process. We have a management plan, so we're in the process of implementing that plan. So we're targeting into the nasty stuff. Let's see, plan going forward. There's about another 6,600 acres that is currently funded. That's what I was talking about. The way we do the assessments, we describe what's in there. We just kind of follow basically what Chambers came up with, Miller came up with, and what the BLM has been doing here locally in Lakeview, and then we adapted it for our wildlife focused ones. And then we do the descriptions. We do the juniper removal. We're kind of trying to reset encroached sagebrush back to earlier sagebrush condition, the earlier seral stage. Come in afterwards where we need to in the cut pile cover and burn the piles, reseed where necessary, using customized native grass mixes. And then just sit back and watch, and then wait about 15 to 30 years and go back and do it again. Hopefully at that stage, it'll still be mostly the small bastards, so it'll be a lot cheaper. Fire history, you can see areas that we've already done pile burning. That's in the yellow. The green is where we have pile burning planned. Those will be the areas that are being cut now. They'll be hopefully burned next fall and then reseeded. And then we also do some broadcast burning. The blues here, these are meadows. And we had a couple of meadow burns in there. And then wildfires are the black. That's the other big management thing. There was the burned area emergency response, the emergency stabilization and rehabilitation projects that we do. That's Poker Fire 2019. These we pile burned in 2017. We just barely got them started, and the whole damn thing burned over. So it kind of looks like crap, but it's in the process of being restored. Hit the next arrow. First thing we did post fire, we try to spray. We did as light a rate as we can, because we're not trying to kill. We want to keep as much of the native functional, but we try to get a little, I guess, bounce after the fire. give the perennials that survive the fire a chance to recover without immediate impact or immediate competition with invasive annual grass. And then we come in a year after the spray and try to at least seed and then follow up seeds as necessary, which comes into the next slide. Native seed application. Blue is aerial stuff. You can see we did a fair amount in there. There's a couple of those areas that are actually reseed. The D2 to D4 drought that occurred between 2020 to 2022 did not do our seed a whole lot of good on the ground. There's still seed out there. We still see some occasional starts from it, but a lot of it just didn't do a damn thing because when you go out and it's so powder dry that you can actually feel your hands cracking just from how dry the dirt is, doesn't do seed a whole lot of good. Walk in front of it. Hand file, these look like large areas. It's just going into the ash piles. Most of our piles end up being about 8 to 10 feet across. It's very small. Hand seed in with the native mix. We get a fair response actually coming up. Not perfect, but it's better than nothing. So here's some examples of some of our juniper management areas to bounce back. This is if anybody knows the refuge, this is downstream of the Hot Springs campground on Rock Creek between Hot Springs and headquarters. This was doing some of the assessments beforehand. You can see this was kind of the densest stuff we wanted to get, but normally we wouldn't target to this. It'd be woodlands. We're not targeting woodlands, but this still had really good native understory, including shrublands. So it was primary target for us for the purpose of sage-grouse. And then you can kind of see what our normal is. So we're still in our low-hanging fruit stage where we were targeting a lot of our sparser stuff going into the denser. So a lot of that acreage, we can get a lot of acres really quick by relatively lower cost. And we have pretty good success. You can kind of see in here, most of this is bitter brush with sagebrush coming back in where that dense stuff was. And then upstream, you can see not too bad. Nice increase in the sagebrush just in a few years. Fire rehab, there's some nice pictures of that. You get our spray activity. This is in the heart fire zone. Lots of seed. This was about a third of the seed we put down on that one mix. Some ground broadcast stuff where appropriate, as we did in the heart fire area, because we hadn't gotten into the drought yet. We did hand replanting of sagebrush, just shy of 100,000. And for wild plant planting and relatively low dry, we got about 54% survival, which is actually pretty good for sagebrush planting. The only exception on that is we also had about 5,700 bitter brush, and by statistics, I think we had 3 survive. So yeah, we're still trying to figure out bitter brush. And then, so this is the heart fire, an area of it just before planting, but you can see most of this is actually aerially seeded seed. And hopefully it's the next slide. Yeah, heart fire. This is one of our step and time plots and our monitoring plots within the heart fire. This is 1 year after the fire, after we sprayed. You can see there ain't a whole heck of a lot of native grass in there. We seeded between these two over the winter, and you guys probably can't see it, but there's a little green haze starting to show up in here. That's these little bunch grasses. These guys coming in on this was the D4 drought year, so it kind of looks like crap. And then that killed some of the interspace, unfortunately, for 2022, but we did still have pretty good native grass in there. And we did have some good forward erosion this year with good moisture. We just didn't have the money or time to go back in and actually retake the photo. And then I mentioned step and time. This is the part of the descriptive stuff. It's another one that we do. We have some historic photo points. This one from 38. This is if anybody knows Hart, this is in the Warner Pond area. It's one of the old military access tracks that is no longer there. This is 95 and then 2023. This is some of the area that's currently targeted for the bighorn. We're getting down to try to clear out some of this young stuff while it's still early on. And I don't have the slides in here anymore, but we also do these same things over on Sheldon. We don't have quite as much juniper on Sheldon, but we have a lot more like meadow habitat activity that we do out there. And then we're also getting into more aerial spraying, trying to recover and reduce some of the invasive annual grass and some of our historic fires, in particular the 99 Badger fire, if anybody's familiar with that. And that was a very, very ugly, quick overview.
Thank you. That was great. Wonderfully colorful presentation. And I guess we're gonna go over into John O'Keefe's presentation next. He is going to give us a little bit different style presentation. We got a hold of some photos from a collection that Jeremy Maestas sent over when they were working together out on his property. So we're just gonna run a pretty slideshow in the background for some context. Not all of this happened on his place, some of it's sort of the surrounding lands, but John needs no introduction, but he has been involved in SageCon for a very long time, and we're very grateful to be here on his home turf where we can have him up here speaking, sharing some of his experiences, sharing some lessons learned, and giving us the perspective of the landowners and somebody who is deeply involved in all sorts of different programs and just investing in the property for the right reasons. So thank you very much for participating. John, take it away.
Thanks, Rachael. I'm John O'Keefe. I ranch about 35 miles east of here. I'm third generation on the ranch. The fifth generation's about that high, and they run the place. The value of visual aids isn't lost on me, but over the years, I've seen so many 3-minute presentations turn into 15-minute PowerPoints that I don't tend to go there. We must fix the sagebrush biome issues to save sage-grouse. Where do ranchers fit in? The issues have clearly been defined in the study of sagebrush conservation design to proactively restore America's sagebrush biome. This is a report by 21 scientists of various disciplines, some of which are in the room: Megan, Chad, John Toll. Over the last 20 years, we've been losing 1.3 million acres of intact sagebrush habitat per year. 73% of this is ecosystem problems, invasive annual grasses, wildfire, juniper encroachment. But we are beginning to understand this. It's time to grab another gear and to make progress. Protect the core, grow the core. I want to put a few things in perspective before I start. A few things about grazing. From the work of France, Ganskop, and Boyd, we know that in moderately grazed landscapes, the nesting cover's left intact under the sagebrush. Kirk Davies, Sakar, and Bates, we know that native bunch grasses survive fire better in grazed landscapes. Karen Launchbaugh and company from the University of Idaho has shown us that there's no evidence that livestock removal enhances nest success. We don't need a listing, endless arguments and court cases about how to apply a 7-inch stubble height won't help. Engaging in the things that are changing the landscape, that will help. Protect the core, grow the core. Where do ranchers fit in? What do we need to do? We need to do good ranching. What's good for the bird is good for the herd. We hear that. There's a lot of truth to that. If there's a problem with these bumper sticker catchphrases, maybe it suggests this is a simple issue. It's not. We're not excused from being thoughtful. In fact, we're required to be thoughtful. what is good ranching? You have to have sound grazing rotations. I was set up for success early on. My dad believed in rest rotation grazing back in the late 50s, early 60s, when range improvements were a lot easier to get done. I started my ranching career with 14 pastures in my grazing allotment on the BLM. Now, when I did my CCA, I increased that to 16. I've got it down to where my grazing intervals are 3 weeks or less. That's good for bunch grass. I realize everybody doesn't have the infrastructure to do that, but there are ways to get there. You can vary your turnout locations. You can vary and manipulate your salt and mineral locations. The new technology for hauling water, you can do quite a bit with water location. Virtual fencing, I think in the next several years, we're going to see that really come to the front. It's going to bring tremendous opportunity. There's a few things we're going to need. It'll need to be just a little bit cheaper. I think we need to get maybe some satellite-based technology if we can move away from the towers. It's important to realize that as we go into this, the first round will be the internal fencing that controls the grazing rotations internal to the allotment. We can't go to external fencing until all the neighbors' cows have collars too. That's going to be a ways off. Good ranching, you have to have a good drought response. When I've done my permit renewals and my CCAs, sometimes I'd get frustrated with the discussions, the agencies that show up at the discussion and want to talk about what's our drought plan. I learned real early on from my dad how to do a drought plan. I've never had the BLM come to me and ask me to make a drought adjustment. I've always gone to the BLM, looked at it, made my own adjustments early on. Watch the drought, go to less, we need to rest these seedings this year. A good drought response is key. What's good ranching? Know your weeds. Make sure your employees know the weeds. Spot the weeds, treat them timely. I was at a meeting one time when a agency head was talking about weeds, said, we've got a goal this year to find all new infestations at 200 acres or less. On my grazing allotment, I've found new grazing infestations the size of my hat. You've got to maintain your roads. You've got to maintain your water developments. You've got to maintain your fences. You have to maintain your relationships. This last winter, I had to get some fences marked, and on a normal year, I'd have had that done by Christmas. It was well after Christmas and I wasn't getting there. I got involved in a wildfire commission that was having 2 to 3 Zooms a week, and I had an employee on workers' comp. I wasn't getting there. I called John Muir, the local ODF and W biologist, to see if he had any suggestions how I might get that done. He took care of it. These relationships are important. CCAs, CCAAs, there's value to these things. It gives you credit for the stuff you're already doing. It puts you in touch with the technology. It puts you in touch with the practitioners. It organizes you to get things done. You're going to get up some morning and go brand your calves, and you're going to get up some morning and cut your alfalfa, but having a CCA helps you get up some morning to put escape ramps and water troughs and to mark your fence. It counts the beans. When there's a data call for a listing decision, it's huge that all this information is one place and ready to go. It was a huge lift in 2015 to stop the listing. We'll be faced with that again. These CCAs will help, CCAAs as well. The assurances that come with a CCAA in the event of a listing will be big. On your federal permit, the CCA, it doesn't come with assurances, but the general understanding is that that will stand for your management plan unless there's new information found that creates a need for change. What's good ranching? Apply a threat-based model framework to your permit renewal. Permit renewals conventionally are a snapshot in time. But the pilot's been done to apply threat-based management on permit renewals. It was done on my permit the last time it was renewed. What does this do? It takes the landscape sagebrush design framework and brings it down to an allotment level and allows you to make progress and use those lessons learned. Invasive annual grasses. This is a place where ranchers really bring something to the table. The landscape treatment that we're going to have going forward is this late season grazing. The technology, the science has been done. It's been duplicated. It's been peer reviewed. There's a lot of logistics to doing this. There's a lot of details, but it works. Invasive annual grasses, we've got other tools. Rejuvra, herbicide with a 5-year plan, with a 5-year lifespan. That's a game changer. We've heard a little bit about root bacteria. That doesn't seem to be going anywhere. But the thing to keep in mind about late season grazing, about Rejuvra, these are tools, and they'll give you a good response, but you've treated the problem. What you need to revisit the management that got you to an invasive annual situation in the first place. Maybe it was a fire, maybe you just rehabilitate from the fire, and maybe you're there. But maybe you need to up your game on your grazing rotation. When you treat your invasive annuals, think about the management that got you there and address it. Juniper. You know, this is kind of the low-hanging fruit of the game. It's nice to have a problem that you can throw money at and win. And if you're in phase 2 juniper, that's what happens. But we do need to retreat. About 5, 10, 15 years later, it's going to be coming back and it'll probably be thick. We need to retreat this, but we need to start doing some studies. We need to find out what it takes to where these treatments start having a longer lifespan. I expect after the second treatment, we're going to start to see an effect, but we need peer-reviewed duplicated studies to tell us where that's going. Maybe there's a time when we get good enough about invasive annual grasses that we can start using fire on low elevation juniper, but that certainly isn't now. Fire is a threat. We're coming up on 2012. Those of you that have been in the Great Basin for a while know what that means. We have a high growth year. If we have a winter that doesn't mat down the grasses, we're set for an explosive fire year on the rangelands. We're going into that now. We don't know what the winter's going to be like, but we expect to have good fire year next year. A report just went to Congress from the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission. It's landing there the same time as the government shutdown. I don't think it's going to make much of a splash. But one of the recommendations in that report is to expand the authorities and create new authorities to address fine fuels with livestock. Hopefully that gets in place and we have a more aggressive way to address these fine fuels. Now, it's important to acknowledge that we don't have enough livestock to eliminate the fine fuel threat overnight, but we do have the technology and we're getting into better technology. These virtual fences, we can do the fire modeling, we can do the vegetative modeling, we can put the cows where we need them. We can make a big difference with the amount of cows we have. We can't remove all the fuel from the landscape, but if we're strategic, we can make a difference. Fire is a tool. We're going to hear a lot about fire as a tool going forward in the timber and the rangelands, not so much. Probably potential at the high elevation, but not in the Wyoming sage sites. Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. If you're a rancher, get involved in these. There are real benefits to this. You can protect your community. A lot of these rural communities don't have fire departments. Adel was one of those. We have a fire association now. We've got equipment. We're practiced up. We can be effective. We had a hayfield fire in the middle of the summer, windy night, dry conditions. We caught that fire about the size of this room. Before Rangeland Fire Association 15 years ago, that fire would have gone over 500 acres. It might have gone 2,000. The Rangeland Fire Protection Association, you can get out on the land and keep these fires small. It'll help you avoid an interruption in your permits. If you get the wrong fire at the wrong time, you'll need to rest your permit for a year, maybe two. When you do have an incident on the landscape, things will go smoother if you've got a Rangeland Fire Protection Association in place. The liaisons are there. They're working with the rangeland fire people. And you've got ranchers out on the landscape with radios. You hear the actual conversation going on. I was on the crane fire in the Warner Mountains a few years ago, and I heard the eyes in the sky talking to the incident command about whether or not the place they were holding the fire was the right place. Maybe they could go to the next ridge, and between those two ridges was about a month worth of fall feed I needed to gather into. I had a discussion with the incident commander and he was extremely supportive, never a big deal, but those are the kind of things that happen to make these things go smoother. You can keep your native rangeland intact. Rangeland fire associations are a unique opportunity to keep these small. You're empowering the people that live closer to the fire. You're empowering the people that can see a smoke column 3 ridges away, 20 minutes before dark, and know which road gets you there. I want to shift gears for just a minute and talk about predators. Here at SageCon, normally we talk about habitat, probably rightfully so, but to stay credible with the livestock community, I need to talk about predators a bit. If you don't, they just on the way across the parking lot after the meeting, they're telling each other they just don't get it. Habitat's important, but we have to realize these road systems, they're subsidizing these predators above evolutionary pressures. And when we've got these low numbers, we're gonna have to address that. You know, at a time when we've got higher numbers, we have some room for error, but at these kind of numbers, we have to be ready to address predators. With that said, these are exciting times technically, they're challenging times situationally, and they require us to be thoughtful. We can't afford to get this wrong. We've all seen these cases where a ranch will go into receivership, not get any management for 3 or 4 years. It's a mess. The fences are down, the weeds have gotten away, the water improvements aren't working. You know, the meadows turn into weeds. If we get the wrong thing, we could have this happen west-wide. The generational knowledge loss would be devastating. In closing, protect the core, grow the core. I'm all in.
That was excellent. Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. It's really refreshing to hear about somebody who's so engaged at so many different levels and has been for so long. It's a deep commitment that John has to the land and to the community and to all of the people that he works with. And so it's really great to hear. It's really nice to hear endorsements of programs that we all spend a lot of time bringing to these people to hear on the other end that they're working. And John is also engaged in the policy in a realm that when it's not working, he's not afraid to tell us that. He will participate in the meetings. The first time I ever met John was in a Zoom meeting and he was on his tractor, but still completely participating. The camera was on. He had better service than most people who are in their offices in Burns. And so it's just really incredible, that level of commitment. So we're grateful, and we're going to bring him back up for a panel discussion in just a few minutes, but I do want to open it up to any questions. Does anybody in the room at this point have any questions for either Kevin and Kim from the Refuge or for John directly?
So in the chat, someone asked, is there a place for prescribed burning in the sage-grouse world?
Yeah, good question. I guess I'd look at that a couple of different ways. Cutting is good, but I don't know if we're going to be able to cut our way out of the juniper problem at really large spatial scales. I think at some point we're going to have a fallback, and that fallback is what used to have. Before annual grasses, we had fire, and fire kept juniper under control. It's trickier when you get down in elevation into the annual grass zone, because you got annual grasses, and right now it's really hard to come out and say, yeah, let's use prescribed fire within that zone, because you're cutting off your nose to spite your face if you get more annuals afterwards. But certainly in the upper elevations, I definitely think fire has a role to play.
And then there's, for those of you online, this is Katie, there's some logistics and opportunity for partnerships. So we know another barrier to prescribed burning is just ownerships. We've talked a lot about different rules on different jurisdictions, and in our mixed ownership landscapes, it's hard to get a burn on the ground, even where ecologically appropriate. And so, pointing to John's talk a moment ago, the RFPAs are a really unique opportunity where those landowners have received training about using fire, responding to fire safely, getting fire on the ground. The RFPAs have been a venue for increasing communication and partnerships with the local agencies. And so in terms of, the Wildfire Commission is recommending more fire going forward, this could be a real opportunity to leverage those relationships to get fire on the ground where appropriate. Thanks for the question.
Awesome. Do you have any questions here in the room? For either of those presenters, set of presentations? Okay, so now we're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to bring up some of the implementers and managers here in Lake County. We are going to have Todd Forbes from BLM. We are going to have John O'Keefe. We are going to have Brandy St. Clair from the SWCD. We're going to have Autumn Muir from the Lakeview Umbrella Watershed Councils. And we're going to have Grace Haskins from the BLM. So I tried to add it up. I didn't want to guess too hard, but we have a century and a half of management experience here in front of you. So, well, none of these people look particularly old. I want to point out that we have some incredible longevity here in Lake County. This is, well, so my first experience with Lake County people was Brandy, and I worked with her in the CCAA program, and every time we start to say, here's a problem, what do we do? And Brandy pipes up and goes, well, in Lake County, we do it like this. And she has the answers and things get done. So I wanted to back up and try to talk a little bit more about what it is that keeps people here. So across the board, that is a lot of time in one place. It is a lot of experience, both on the ground and in the office. You guys are really good planners, and then you're really good executors. And it's something that's really special. So I've touched on it a little bit. It is really difficult to keep good people in these jobs. It's easy to move around. There's a lot of shininess when you move around the state, when you move around the region. There's something that has drawn these people here and kept them here. So to kick off the panel discussion, I would like to just do a little bit of a round robin and hear from you guys what brought you to this work and what is keeping you here. So we'll start with Grace down at the end.
All right, so not to tell my age, but I have been in Lake County for almost 40 years. Born and raised in Florida. And then right after graduating OSU, go Beats. I did move down here with my spouse, where I actually started on an invasive plant crew working for the Forest Service. So we just moved down here for seasonal work. And we just fell into opportunities. Of course, if you work really hard, you often find yourself in those types of situations. So my husband worked on in the fire program and worked his way up. He's now our fuels management specialist for the Lakeview BLM. And I was the crazy weed coordinator for years. So 10 years for the BLM. And then before that, I actually worked for a cooperative weed management area. I worked a lot with Mark Porter. So, and several other cooperative weed management areas across the state. And what keeps me here, well, my kids are in school. So that's part of it. But then this is home. I do like to work with everybody that I work with. We do have good management, good support, and we generally like to come to work every day, which is important.
Gosh, what kept me here? So I'm not a Lake County native. I am an Oregonian, native Oregonian. I grew up in Western Oregon. In college, migrated to the east side, worked for the Forest Service for about 10 years, and then came to Lakeview. My kids were young when we came to Lakeview. My daughter just started kindergarten. So I think that's partially what rooted us here, but it also became our home, right? This is our community, and I look at this as my do I plan to retire here? And those of you in the room that probably don't want to hear this, sorry, probably not. We have a plan to retire kind of back to the family farm, but you know, I've spent the bulk of my career here, and it's really easy to stay when there's such great people to work with. And realistically, you know, there are folks that come and go, but the core group has really kind of stayed, and there's just been some awesome people to work with. You forge those professional relationships, and you develop trust, and things just fall in place.
So my name is Autumn Muir, and I'm probably the odd duck here. One of these things is not like the other. Not only am I not a Lake County native, I'm Oregonian. Yikes. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. So wow. A lot of backstories there. You can buy me a drink later and I'll tell you all about it. But I would say I first kind of learned about Lake County in one of my past lives, which was when I was working for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. as the assistant district wildlife biologist up in Burns, and I did about a year stint, little over a year, of being the Sage-Grouse conservation coordinator, in which time not only was I the conservation coordinator, but I was also the LIT coordinator for all of the LITs. Whew. They've gotten much smarter about it and have now delegated that to multiple people because one person cannot do that job. So I was, showing them what not to do, how to make this fail, have one person do all these things. But I would say that coming down to the Lakeview LIT was my favorite. Sorry, Burns people, but they had it together. They were super organized, great relationships, super proactive. It was the easiest LIT to work with out of all of those. And so as my career progressed and, twists and turns and winds in the road, when I had the opportunity to come back down and actually live in Lakeview, I remembered that, and I was excited about that natural resource community that Lakeview has and Lake County has. And then I stepped into this well-oiled machine called the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council, and all I needed to do was not mess that up. So I think that the partners here are amazing. I think that they're all proactive and solution orientated, and it's so it's exciting and it's cool to be around this many people that are this passionate about the same things that I am. And yeah, this is home now. This is our forever home. I'm not going anywhere again. We're here. It's awesome. And I just hope that we just keep the momentum going.
Brandy St. Clair. My family actually has really deep roots in Lake County. I'm the 7th generation of my family to live here. So it's just kind of meant to stay. But the reason why I stayed, I spent my entire childhood being drug around all of Lake County on adventures, fishing, hunting, all that. So from the age of 6, I knew I wanted to be a wildlife biologist or in some related career that allowed me to play in the dirt and get paid for it. That's all I ever wanted. So, after going to Oregon State, excuse me, before I even graduated in 2006, I actually started working for Todd. So we go way back. So a lot of the research and everything that you hear about in Lake County and in the Warners, chasing sage-grouse, trapping, I did a lot of that. And so that's really fun and exciting kind of see all that kind of progress and then evolve into these bigger projects and how it kind of keeps tying back. But I love the energy in this county and working with all these people. It's, just like everybody else has said, like it's fun to come to work. It's fun to work with all of these people that are very passionate about what they do, that really we don't sit idle by. None of us just sits idle by. We actually are all go-getters and we feed off of each other's energy, and it doesn't get much better than that. So I'll leave it there.
Awesome.
Thank you. Ranching is a unique career. It's either in your blood or it's not. And there's some kids that can't wait to get off the farm, and some that aren't going to be happy if they aren't on the farm. And of course, I'm one of those. So that's why I'm here. But probably the thing that I could say it's more relevant is I spent about 10 years chairing the Public Land Committee for the Oregon Cattlemen, and I spent several years as a director to the National Public Lands Council. And when you're doing that, you're traveling around the country, interacting with the problems that come up with the ranching public land agency interface. And it just really drives home that we've got a really neat thing going here. We've got neat relationships. We've got agency people that are professional, community-minded, willing to jump through the hoops to keep you in compliance. That's important stuff, and we've got it here and we're good at it.
Awesome. Thank you. That's great. It's great perspective. These are people that inspire me. It's neat to see people who know what they want to do and have been doing it for a long time and are really good at it. So I want to take a minute and sort of go into what Katie was talking about with scale. And let's look at a little bit of the work that has been done at the smaller scale. So when you guys found a project, this would probably be more towards either John or Randy or Autumn. But when you have done a project at that local scale where it fits to do something, you're not going and engaging every partner, but you're needing to get something done because it makes sense for the landowner, it makes sense for the resource. Tell me a little bit about a project that has just really worked well, that you're really proud of, and that you would consider something that is a good example of a strategic project, but at that local small scale.
You know, what I've really seen personally on a ranch scale is in the 90s, I saw this juniper thing coming. My dad didn't have a cell phone in his pocket, but he had a Polaroid camera in his pickup, and he took a lot of pictures. And even 20 years later, you'd look at these hillsides and you would hardly recognize the place. I was losing a ranch to junipers. And I mean, when the guys got done early, I'd have them widen the cow trail with a chainsaw, but you know, you didn't do a lot of other stuff out of the ranch operating budget in the 80s. And then we started getting some NRCS cost share for watershed reasons, and we started doing a little more. And then the Sage-Grouse thing came along and we started doing a little more. And I feel like I just walked out of the door one morning and got my ranch back. And that's a big thing.
It's hard to choose just one. And I was trying to rack my brain here very quickly, but one that one particular project that I just really love. It encompasses all life stages of sage-grouse, and it's just beautiful country. You have the high elevations, you get your Mesic areas, your riparian stringer meadows, your ridge tops, you know, just beautiful country. If you watch the CCAA video that was going through lunch, you'd see a lot of that country of the project that I'm talking about. But it was a really great project because we got to address a bunch of different resource concerns. So of course we did juniper, but we also did weeds. We did some fencing so we can improve livestock distribution, as well as some spring and other water developments to also improve livestock distribution. But it was just a really great project, and everything went really well and just turned out beautifully. And you can just see that landscape scale coming together, because not only was that just a great project, but it was also adjacent to other projects that I've done in the past. So you can kind of see those lines of treated to not treated just kind of slowly dissolve, and it's all just kind of connecting together. And so this last one that I'm speaking of, it was just kind of that last little puzzle piece in this particular area. And of course, I have another one that I'm building off of that will probably be my new favorite, but I think it's all kind of tying into one big project all across the board, which is the goal.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah. So again, so I'm the uplands coordinator for the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council. And so I do more than just rangeland. I also do forest, right? So I'm gonna step outside the box and be the odd one again. And my current favorite project is one that is just kind of wrapping up, and it's actually up in Summer Lake. It's not sage-grouse habitat, but it's still super cool because and let me just go back one step and say, you know, the SWCD here locally, it has, you know, Brandy's been an SGI coordinator. She's done the trapping. She's done it. So they've got a pro here for sage-grouse, and I don't need to duplicate or replicate or compete even, right? I mean, there's more work to be done, but that's one of the ways that these partnerships work, right? Like So she's on it for the rangeland and the sage-grouse. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna focus on some more like mule deer habitat and some upland forest health. And then, you know, we all kind of piece it all together. But so that's my backstory of why this is important. And I'm not ignoring sage-grouse. But so Summer Lake, funny thing about mapping exercises that I geek out on maps too, but sometimes your map can tell you where you should go in a negative way, which is we overlaid all of the wildfires from like 2020 to recently, and there was like one little spot on Winter Rim that hadn't burned. Like, so I was like, maybe we should do something about that. Maybe we should protect that one little area that hasn't burned yet. And so, and the Forest Service thought the same thing, and the BLM thought the same thing. So the Forest Service had already done a bunch of treatments, and the BLM is planning on doing treatments. And so we were like, okay, let's get in and get across these fence lines and take care of the private land. And we were able to leverage several grants. So we had an ODFW MBI grant that we put to work in there. We used a Forest Service RAC grant, Resource Advisory Council. We utilized the BLM grant, Community Assistance Fuels Reduction, and just teamed it all together. NRCS got on board in there with those landowners too. So there's like 5 different funding sources, all tackling the same thing. And it's so great to see, because that's the type of stuff that we really need to do to get away from these small random acts of kindness and really make a landscape scale impact. And that's the Watershed Council's mission, right? Ridgetop to ridgetop restoration. And so it was just super cool. And we now, well, we're not done yet, but we're much further ahead. Yeah, never done. We're much further ahead at protecting that chunk of the world from the next wildfire, because it will happen, especially in Winter Rim. It's coming. That is so cool. We just did a big tour on that, and you know, the BLM folks came down, and I think that got them motivated to get on their chunk of land and really get that maybe sped up a little bit, so that all these ownerships, cross jurisdictional boundaries, are all kind of treated and ready to be maintained.
You guys just can't help yourself. You just go big. I'm just like, I wanted a small project. Okay. Well, it's incredible. The way that you just bring in all those different resources takes a lot of talent and coordination. And so I guess I'm wondering now, moving over to the BLM side of things, you're both involved in the LIT and the Tri-Corners Collaborative, and looking at some of the places that you work. Do you have an example of some place that you had a strategy in mind that you came up with on your own, and then you came to a collaborative table and you said, wow, I didn't actually think about that, or I hadn't talked to that landowner adjacent, and we have a different idea of where we want to go, or a different strategy based on that interaction?
That was a long question. you know, I think that happens a lot, right? Where you know, as an agency person, you know, maybe we have an idea where we want to go or what we want to do. We kind of start out down a certain path, and then, you know, either organically or intentionally, we sit down with our partners and we start talking about things, and things begin to change and evolve. I'll just throw out an example. The project area we're going to tomorrow, to look out tomorrow, is really the first large scale landscape scale project we did, right? It's getting a little bit dated now, but the reason we're going there tomorrow is it's one of the few places on our district that you can get a school bus. So I apologize in advance for it being a little bit dated, but you know, when we started that project, and we'll talk more in depth about this tomorrow, but the types of juniper treatments we were talking about, where we were talking about doing them, when we planned the project, we didn't put a lot of thought into private landowners and reaching out to private landowners. And, you know, that's one of the things that Brandy and some of the other folks were able to do for us, is kind of bridge that gap. The other thing that we really quickly realized was, you know, we have a tendency to think ecologically and not as much aesthetically. And so when we actually started doing treatments and looking at things, was actually a lot of the ranching community kind of came back to us and said, well, it might function ecologically, but really kind of looks like crap. So we took a step back and said, you know what, they're right. We need to take a look at this. And so we changed the way we were doing treatments. Ecologically, it might have functioned just fine, but aesthetically, it may not have been as pleasing. So just, I guess, just to kind of close that loop, we talked about things kind of happen organically, but you've really got to work at that happening organically, right? You've got to get out there, and it's not sitting down at a meeting table and talking to your partners. That doesn't work. It's getting out in the field with them and kicking the dirt and talking about what you're doing and where you're going and what your objectives are. Once you've done that and you've built that kind of trust, then you can sit down at the table and have a conversation and look at maps and those kind of things. But I guess that's my example. We'll talk a little bit more about some of that tomorrow.
I'm going to say probably one of my favorite organic projects that evolved and changed and kind of worked really, really well. And it's actually 2 federal agencies, but I'm going to talk about when we had some firework. We had, I think it was I was trying to remember what fire it was.
There's so many.
Yeah. Anyways, we had a big fire that went in between BLM and the refuge, and it burnt off of the refuge onto the BLM. And we usually have all this red tape. Okay, so they've got to get their contracts in order. We've got to get our contracts in order. We've got to get our fire plans in. They've got to get their fire plans in. And of course, it was like September when it happened, and funding shuts down in October. And this project actually all worked so well together that it happened that the BLM had just put a new IDIQ together. So we could put in a task force, within 1 week, and the department level actually talked and decided that instead of, making us all do one fire plan together, that it was okay for the refuge and the BLM to do a plan together. And not only did we not have to do an assistance agreement because departments had all the money to one agency, we were able to actually get a fire spray within, what was it, Shannon, 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah. So, I mean, that's just one of those phenomena of red tape actually dropping for once and letting us get really good quality restoration work done and kind of all the stars lining at once. But, and knowing our partners, Kevin and I were both working on weeds at the same time. He knew that we had a contract, we both talked about, what we wanted to happen within our plan, but it happened to be consistent. And so that was just a great example, that they had water, we were able to use, everything just really lined up well on that. So that's one of those, not very often it gets to happen that easily, but, 2 agencies being able to spray a big fire within 3 weeks. So, yeah.
That is awesome. So that is a great example of a post-fire recovery. And I'm interested to hear if any of the projects that you in particular or anyone else have worked on, do you guys have any examples of places where you've done projects to increase the landscape resilience and then you saw a fire come through and you saw that the outcome was better for having done the pre-work?
So Clover Flats, the great example of this, and but good, bad, or indifferent. It was one of those that Cougar Peak flew through there. It was a fire that went through the landscape. I think it was in 6 days or less. Flew through our 6,000 or 8,000 acres at Clover Flat in a day, and we had just pretty much finished doing our Sage-Grouse restoration project across the whole year. We still had some stuff in piles. It is an area that is highly, highly prone to invasive annual grasses. So it is what we call Medusa Head Central of Lake County. So of course, that's all things not great. But with that being said, we just so happen to have a RAS station sitting right out in the middle of it. So we were able to get some great weather stations that burnt up in the fire, but we could actually give wind speeds and all kinds of stuff. The other Haskins who's online might be able to share some more information about that because he was in charge of that. And he's also in charge of the fuel effectiveness monitoring. So he might be able to chime on with some good information on that. But we were able to actually document when the fire blew through there, it did slow down to see some of our big achievements. So, and it went out, so people had actually burned the whole of them, which is good. And another great part about that as well, was since we had everything stacked up, and just finishing up our restoration projects, we actually had like 90% of it also in a contract to be sprayed that fall. The money was actually already obligated in place, and really we were able to spray it also in a couple weeks. So it helped. Still completely full of invasive annual grasses right now, unfortunately, but you guys can talk about some of the work you guys did on the other side as well.
So you want post-fire or pre-fire? During fire?
Well,
I've got them all.
Did you see results post-fire that were a result that you predict were better because of your work pre-fire?
Well, the one that jumps to the top of my mind is, so we've been trying to get a OWEB Focus Investment Partnership grant for a while now. But in lieu of that, we've done what we call mini FIPs. So we had mini FIP phase 1 across our Lake County All Lands Restoration Initiative area, which is basically Thomas Creek and North Warners. And we were working with landowners to do pre-commercial thinning, forest health treatments, just, our regular, that's our bread and butter, right? We're not trying to kill all junipers. We were just trying to make the forest healthier. And so we had done this place along the Forest Service boundary on private land where we had just cut and we didn't pile, we just cut and left, and the landowner was going to do his own decking later. And Cougar Peak blew up, and the landowner and the RFPA, and I believe even the West Side Volunteer Fire Department went up there and pulled all the cut trees out of that and across the road. And the Cougar Peak wildfire did not cross that road. So that in and of itself helped save not only the rest of that landowner's property, but all of the houses, mine included, right in the path of the fire. So that worked out good.
That's incredible. That's great.
I'm basically just gonna say ditto with Grace. That Clover Flat area, we have done a lot of private land treatments, juniper, weeds, all that jazz. And prior to the fire. And so I really feel that doing those treatments has built that resilience of that landscape, and therefore the fire may not have burned as hot as it probably would have, or maybe carried farther. So I feel like that's kind of what is it? An ounce of prevention is a pound of cure. So you never know when fire is going to come through. You just expect it to and treat the landscape as such. And, it's always going to have a bigger impact and effect if you do these treatments and then a fire comes through, and, landscape's going to look a hell of a lot better than it would have if you didn't do anything at all.
Can I add one thing? Sorry, just one quick thing. And I mean, this is a no-brainer. I think we all know this, but I don't think I've heard it today yet. So I just want to make sure that it's like out there and on record and recorded. Is that so it's expensive to do these pre-treatments, right? It is nothing compared to the restoration after the fire. Okay. We are even with the same stupid amount of money, it's still so much more expensive to go back in and try and fix after a wildfire has come through. And as some of the presenters alluded to, we're not really that good at it. So we really need to cut our losses here and invest a lot more money in this proactive pre-treatment work and not scramble to do the reactive post-treatment.
Awesome. Just real quick before John gets started, we do have Matt Atkins on the chat and sent us a document that has a little bit of a map of where we are, where we're talking about in the Clover Flat area. And it's shared in the chat, but we can send it around to people if you're interested. But this is a great overview of the area that they're talking about and some of the work that they're doing. Good document.
The Lower Valley Rangeland Fire Protection Association was the second fire association in the United States to have an MOU with the Forest Service. When the Crane fire started, which it was a little bit like the Morgan fire, it had potential to be huge, and the response was appropriate and things lined up that it wasn't. But one of the reasons it wasn't was because of all the work that Coley Nider and his team on the Forest Service had done with fall prescribed fire in the waters. The evening that fire started, it was big and it actually spotted 2 miles ahead of the fire. But that spot came down in a treated area. And another thing is the Warner Valley Rangeland went up there to help, and it was actually on a ridge that I own, the lower part of the ridge, and we there's only one road that can get you there. It's a hard road to find, and I grew up using that road all the time, so we was able to get right to the spot and put it out. But it again points to the value of the pre-treatment and the value of empowering the people that know the land locally.
Awesome. Well, that about wraps up the time that we have. I had a lot more questions here for you guys, but you had expansive answers. So I'm going to probably cut off the questions at this point. And we're going to, see if the audience has any questions for our Lakeview folks before we dismiss them. I'm just going to repeat the question real quick in case the Zoom audience didn't hear it. So the question from Mark is, was there something special that the BLM had to offer that helped him stay in his position for the 20 years that he's been here?
So I do need to clarify a little bit. I've been here in Lakeview for 24 years. I've been in my current job as a district manager for a little over 5. For me, it was more about what I wanted. They kept telling me that I needed to apply for other positions and telling me I expect to see your application. I'm just one of those people that's really happy doing what they're doing. And I don't know that there's something, I think a lot of it comes down to work-life balance and what people want. I see a lot of people coming in and moving around and back in the day, 20 years ago in the federal agencies, that's what they told us we had to do, right? You've got to move around if you want to get promoted. And I never really bought into that. I think there's tons of opportunity now in the federal agencies. I see folks coming in and starting their careers far, far easier than any of us did when we came in. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity for promotion and for people to stay in place. I think one of the other factors that really influenced me, I was in one of my early college courses. I won't tell you how long ago that was, but at OSU. And one of my professors had worked on a feral goat eradication project in a remote island over in the Indian Ocean, right? If those of you from OSU probably might know who I'm talking about. But one of the things he said is, you can sit around and you can watch things happen around you, or you can do something about it. And that's kind of the tack that I have taken most of my career is you figure out what needs to be done and you don't study it into the ground. You figure out what you need to do and you start trying some little things on a small scale, figure out what works and do something about it. And so I think that's what's kept me here. Is just not only the people I work with, but the landscape. And, I look forward. I think one of your questions was going to be, how do we prioritize on the federal agencies and look at those projects? And we've got enough projects, somebody new coming in now. We've looked out far enough. I think their projects are probably in the hopper for their entire careers. Somebody can spend the next 20 years working on the things we already know about. Right. So, I don't know that there's much that the federal agencies can do. It's just kind of the way the system is set up and just depends on the folks that get in those jobs. Yeah, great question.
I wanted to go rogue here for a second and say one more thing. That's what I do at every
opportunity I get. Yeah, I got a microphone. Anyway, I just want to say, like, I love these SageCon summits. I love these really well put together, organized, thoughtful conferences and meetings. But the one thing that I think is super obvious to me today is the audience. We have, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure just one landowner, John O'Keefe, here today. And that needs to change. Now I know that as we do more and more collaboratives, we have more landowners showing up, and it's hard for them because, you know, we're getting paid to be at that collaborative, or we're getting paid to go to the summit. And they're not only not getting paid, but they're probably losing money by coming to that meeting. But that message, these messages, these tools, these opportunities, you know, we need to increase the audience of who it's going to. And I think, you know, the reason why we're here in Lake County talking about this great core habitat of sage-grouse is because of the stewardship of the private landowners for generations in this area. So I just want to make sure that we like give credit where credit's due. The reason why I have a job, the reason why Brandy has a job, the reason why a lot of us are here and excited to work on these is because it's been sustained, maintained, and taken care of to this point. And so now if they need a little bit of help because these, you know, overwhelming wildfires or invasive annuals, I mean, it is definitely our charge to be there and bring all that. But, you know, communication one-on-one is great, but I think we just need to make sure that we're getting the proper audience, and our audience is our landowners, at least for Lake County.
I think that's an excellent point. It's an interesting model. It's something that they've tried and seems to be working fairly well in Wyoming. There's a program through the state where they pay landowners to show up to meetings like this. And I think it's an interesting thing that we might consider pursuing in this state if it's worthwhile. We always have conversations as we're putting together the agenda. What would landowners like to hear? Is this just a bunch of, or is it things that they would find interesting and want to engage on and add to the conversation? And I think that that is a difficult question to ask to a room full of people that don't have any of those people in it, right? So getting that feedback is going to be really important. I would just follow that up if you have any specific suggestions as far as topics and ways that, you know, things that we can add to the agenda, ways that we can expand the agenda to include topics that would draw those people in. I think that that would be really important. So thank you for that. All right. We are going to dismiss the Lake County panel. Okay, so we're going to circle back to the objectives, make sure that you guys hear one more time the reason that we're here, what our intent is, connecting these partners, bringing everybody together, creating conversation. I really hope that the breaks and this upcoming chance to have dinner together will be further opportunity for you guys to connect. Connecting here is great, but I also want to encourage us to get each other's information, continue these conversations, not just in the day to come and over the field trip, but also as we move into the next year of our work together. We want to be able to share information and resources in order to create a greater pool of knowledge for us to reference and work on in the future. And then just being inspired. This idea of defending and growing the core, it's something that it's really easy to say and really hard to do. And it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of creativity and a lot of just passion. And I see that passion in the room from these people. I see the passion from the people that are not here, that are too busy doing that work to show up to the meeting. So I want to just tell you guys how inspired I am to keep doing this work, and just thank you. And I hope that that's contagious. I do want to tell you just a little bit about a couple of things that SageCon will be working on between now and the next summit. We've heard a few times from a few different people that this meeting is what SageCon is, that it's just SageCon's a once a year event that we go to and participate in. And I'd like to dispel that myth and give you guys a few points of reference of the things that we are working on in the off season. So we have started back up a quarterly newsletter. It's something that I've been working on. I'm seeking input from people. So you'll see things coming up in the next newsletter, like the ODFW population report and some of the information that we usually hear from Glenn Frederick every year, but he wasn't able to give that update. So we'll have that in the newsletter. We'll have some topics about the summit and recap and some of that outreach and follow-up. I will continue in my role doing some local coordination. So working with our LITs and our LIT coordinators, and then with the CCAA programs. We're going to continue our work trying to track these efforts. It's really important to be able to communicate to funders and policymakers what it is that we do and why the efforts that we are making every day are moving us towards these conservation goals. So something that we are starting in on, we'll see where it goes in the next year, but we are going to get a statewide or a Sage Step seed strategy off the ground. We are working on that with some of our partners. We're going to apply for some funding to move that forward and create some more conversation about what those needs are. And then we also have a bunch of technical trainings coming up. And so I'm going to let Megan talk about that since she is our technical guru.
Okay, so just a couple more things here. So at the Institute for Natural Resources, myself, Megan Creutzberg, Florida man, our new range science and tech transfer specialist, Dylan, we are here to help. We know that there's a lot of science data tools out there. It can get pretty overwhelming. And we're really, our goal here is to help empower all of you all to, use these tools to make informed decisions. So we, are really excited to offer technical tools and trainings and all kinds of great stuff coming up. Just a few things. One of the things we're going to be doing in the upcoming year is updating the SageCon dashboard. You guys have seen this before. It's getting a little out of date, but looking at, monitoring our progress collectively. Are we defending and growing the core? How are we doing? Threat-based strategic conservation workshops. So you had the little mini version of that earlier. We're going to be doing that with local implementation teams and other partners. And we're really excited because it's really fun. Technical tools and support in general. So, Dylan gave you a sort of whirlwind tour of the landscape planning tool. We're going to be creating sort of curated spatial data sets, putting them on the tool, and providing tech support to you all. And we have a question for you guys. Bust out your phones. So we want to hear from you about what some of the ideas we have about potential workshops and trainings. There's several in there. Look through the list, and you can pick your top 5. You can't pick all of them because we can't do all of them. But if, up to 5, if these things speak to you, please let us know because we want to put on trainings and workshops that are useful to you all. So I'm just going to give you a minute. We got a thumbs up. I love it. I think Rachael mentioned this earlier. We did just do a music and riparian training. We're thinking about doing a webinar about sort of music prioritization tools. Looks like that's winning there, so that's good. So I'll let you guys keep working on this for just a minute. And that almost closes us out. I do, before I hand the mic over to Anya, I want to thank Anya for being our facilitator. She did amazing as always, am I right? Can we get a round of applause for Anya? Okay, so thanks for your feedback on that poll. And then I'm going to hand it over to Anya to close it out.
Thank you, everyone. You are very kind and very patient and very understanding. And I hope you've enjoyed me just being a bit of a garnish between all of the great content. I didn't actually offer my opinion or insight on anything, but I thanked you profusely, which you deserved. All right, with that, if everybody would raise their hand really quickly. Everybody raise your hand. Okay. All right, turn it to the back of the room for you. And then give yourself a pat on the back. Great job, everybody. You made it through a very long day, and I look forward to breathing some fresh air with you tomorrow and seeing you at dinner tonight. Thank you so much. All right, last round of applause. Signifying it's over.